Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter loved Goddess Flora and Hestia? Part 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. August 3rd, everybody froze. Harry pulled out his wand, followed by the other two. "What do we do?" mouthed Ron. Harry motioned for him to take a spot in the dining room that had line of sight at the door. He whispered to Hermione, "Take the stairs." Once the other two were in position, Harry crouched down behind an elephant leg umbrella stand and magicked open the door to Grimmauld Place. "Harry, are you here?" It was Remus Lupin. "Where was the first place that you met me?" Harry demanded. "On the train heading to Hogwarts, for your 4th year." Remus replied without hesitation. Harry stood up with a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's good to see you. How is Mum?" Ron asked at the same time. "And everyone else? Everybody got out okay?" There were a couple of other Death Eater attacks that same evening. But they were just hit-and-run attacks. The only serious one was on Madame Bones. They managed to take down her wards, but she held the attackers off until the Aurors arrived. "And Saint Mungo's fixed her up right as rain." "What about the Minister of Magic?" Hermione asked. "What happened with him?" "He was ambushed as he left work. Scrimgeour always traveled with a pair of Auror guards. But it seems like Impness was imperioed. He cold-cocked Dawlish just before a half-dozen Death Eaters appeared. The former Auror put up a good fight, but Impness had put up anti-apparition wards and 6-on-1 was too much even for Scrimgeour." Remus took a seat at the kitchen table. He looked worn, more so than usual. "I've been in discussion with the others, and Fr. Everything we can gather, it looks like all of these attacks were well planned but undermanned. If the Death Eaters had brought one or two more to attack Madame Bones, for instance, she's not certain if she would have been able to hold out until she was rescued. As it is, this was more a wake-up call for the wizarding community than anything else." "So what now?" Harry asked. "Now, the Wizangam OT met to appoint an interim Minister of Magic. Several of the moderates stayed home for fear of being attacked, so the traditionalist faction managed to push through thickness to serve out the remainder of Scrimgeour's term." Seeing the blank looks on the teens around him, Remus elucidated, "Hio's thickness, he's a traditionalist. He usually votes with the pureblood faction, though he claims not to be bigoted against Muggles or Muggleborn. So he's not a Death Eater." "I doubt it. It's just that he is as dumb as a brick. Anything new scares him, and by new I mean less than 100 years old." Remus must have been tired. He was rarely so blunt. While the teens considered this, Creature popped in with a kettle on a tray. "Drink the tea." He smiled earnestly, shoving the tray onto the table. "It will be good for you. Actually, why don't you stay for dinner? It's that time, after all." Ron turned to Creature. "Can you make extra for Remus?" Creature muttered something about considerate masters changing dinner plans at the last moment before looking up with a beatific smile. "Of course. Yes, I can say for a bit," Remus continued, taking a cup of tea. "If you want my 2 cents, you should finish out Hogwarts. I finally got word from Snape. He says that the Death Eaters are in disarray. This most recent attack had been planned before Voldemort disappeared, but now they can't agree on what to do next. There is a lot of infighting as they all try to push through their own agendas. Nobody is interested in Harry anymore. The biggest danger is that there are several Chems afoot to take control of the Ministry and push through a pure blood agenda. I bet that the board will install somebody like Umbridge at Hogwarts. If we do go back, we're going to have to extra careful." Hermione mused. "It will be like 5th year all over again," Harry groaned. "MLC. As Creature served meatloaf again, Hermione asked, "So how are you and Tonks doing?" I know you were really worried before the wedding. Oh, we're doing wonderfully, actually, though she goes by Dora, now that she is a Lupin and not a Tonks, but Remus, worried expression bellied that statement. Dora is remarkably accepting. Despite the crazy lifestyle that my condition requires. He paused. And we may have more news for you soon. Remus forced a smile despite his anxiety. Ron looked puzzled, but Hermione just gave small smile and a nod. I have a more serious question for you, Hermione interjected. Can you talk to Mundungus Fletcher and find out if he picked up a locket from the trash here? What locket? It's hard to explain. Harry held up a hand to forestall Hermione. If you can ask him to come by here, we can ask him ourselves. Well, I can try, but I don't really travel in the same circles as Dung. And he hasn't been coming to order meetings lately. It's really important. I think it's a dark artifact. Harry prevaricated. He didn't want to admit his suspicion that it might be a Horcrux. Partly because if word got to Mundungus there was no telling what the little crook would do, but mostly because he was hoping that he was wrong. MLC. After Remus left He had to be chivied out the door by Harry. Hermione sighed. I don't think things are going as well between Nymphadora and Remus as he claims. It felt like he was avoiding going home. Ron shook his head. Not our problem. What is our problem is what do we do come September 1st? Hermione shot a look at Ron. What? He's a grown man, and I can't be going around worrying about some other bloke's marital issues. Ron held up his hands defensively. Ron's got a point. Let Molly deal with this, she's an expert. Meantime, we need to decide on whether we return for our 7th year. Harry paused as he considered. My vote is yes. I don't feel ready to take on the world quite yet. And besides, this was his last chance to see Flora before they went their separate ways. There was no way that their two worlds would intersect. I'm with Harry. Ron mopped meatloaf off of his face and headed out the door. Where are you going? Hermione asked in surprise. To pack up. I thought we'd decide to head back to the burrow. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione. I don't know if that's a good idea. I think we should give Bill some time to go over the place and make sure the Death Eaters didn't leave us any surprises. Hermione dabbed at her mouth primly before depositing the napkin on her plate and then pushing it off to one side. Additionally, this will give us the chance to make plans in case we have to leave Hogwarts in a hurry, she added. In the end, they decided to stay at Grimmauld until the start of the school year. Even Molly and Arthur avoided the burrow while the wards were being rebuilt, staying in Bill's now vacant apartment instead. The one time the trio dropped by to visit the apartment, Ginny complained about how claustrophobic it was, despite the room expansion charms. There was nothing they could do about the fact that it only had 2 rooms. Instead, she ended up making the rounds of her brothers, and even spent a couple of nights with Luna. MLC. Quote, Are you certain you don't want me to go along with you to pick up your supplies? Mrs. Weasley had just brought over the list of school supplies, which had arrived exceptionally late, on August 28th. ND was now darkening the doorstep at Grimmauld House. Ron meekly perused the list so as to avoid being obligated to participate in the argument. On the one hand, he was very much a mama's boy, but on the other, Harry had a good point. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, but I think it would be best if it was just the 3 of us this year. We can keep a lower profile, so that nobody notices that we're about. The less we're noticed, the more time for the Death Eaters to get involved in their own feuds and forget about us. When Molly looked his way, Ron nodded his agreement quietly. They still weren't 100% certain that it was safe for them to be out. And while Ron trusted his own dueling skills, he didn't want his mum to be caught in the crossfire. Very well, just make sure you go early in the morning. It always gets busier in the afternoon. Diagon Alley will be an absolute zoo. Thank for the advice, Mrs. Weasley. Hermione smiled, noting down that they should go after lunch, to better blend with the crowds. In the end, Mrs. Weasley ended up staying for an hour, chatting with the teens before she had to head home to make dinner for Arthur, which she announced with much reproach, implying that it was a shame that none of the teens were joining the 2 of them. All through tone of voice alone. MLC. The following day the 3 teens strolled through Dragon Alley, doing their To act casual even as each had their wand close at hand and disguise spells changing their hair color and build. It was a beautiful summer day, but unfortunately they were too tense to enjoy it. The crowd was thinner than they had expected, with most parents chivying their children along from shop to shop, so that they could get back to the safety of home the sooner. I don't recognize half these books, Hermione commented as she looked down at the list. What is this? Wizarding Book of Etiquette and Manual of Politeness. Oi, that sounds like something that Hufflepuffs would have. Ron shook his head. Hey, isn't that Umbridge? He pointed to a human-shaped tuft of pinkness walking out of Gringotts. Yes, and she's wearing the locket. The only reason Harry could see it as such a stance was that it was the sole non-pink item that she had on her body. And the fact that his eyes were trained by years of Quidditch to identify small things at an extreme distance. Does that mean that Umbridge will be the next Lord Voldemort? Could be. Hermione pressed her lips together. Let's not take any chances. Harry quickly led the way into the potion supply shop, and out of sight. They watched her pinkness waddle by, not sparing their store a glance. Only once she was out of sight did it occur to Harry that they should have followed her and attempted to retrieve the locket. MLC. When September 1st arrived, Harry greeted it with a mixture of relief and trepidation. Staying with Ron and Hermione for the past month had been nice but also odd. Hermione had been a lot more attentive to him than her usual wont. She would sit close as they read, whether it was for research on Horcruxes or for fun. And several times he found himself comparing her to Flora. Each time was followed by a sense of embarrassment. And the closer it got to the start of school, the more Ron started moaning that he wished that Romilda was around. The trip to platform 9 3/4 was nerve-wracking. But once they got onto the Hogwarts Express, everything felt very normal. Everybody was excited to see each other. The first years had gotten even smaller, and there was the usual noise and drama over who sat where. Did you hear that Snape was appointed headmaster? Neville said breathlessly as they joined him and Luna in a compartment towards the rear of the train. That explains why Ron and I aren't prefects anymore, Hermione replied. Ginny said they aren't going to have prefects, they're going to have an inquisitorial squad like in 5th year. Harry gave a groan. Ginny is already here. Ron got up. I'll take a walk around and say hi. Ron hadn't seen his sister for almost a month, so that was not unexpected. Nor was the fact that he didn't actually get past the next compartment over, where he stopped off to say hello to Romilda. They seem pretty serious, Neville commented. Hermione rolled her eye. No kidding. You didn't have to listen to him moan for the past 2 weeks. Do you think Flora is going to come join us? Luna interrupted before Hermione could complain further. Harry shrugged non-committally. Flora wasn't a topic he felt comfortable discussing. In the end, she did not. Ron eventually returned, followed a short time later by Ginny. MLC. The welcome feast was decorated in much darker colors this year than previously, with less red and gold banners fluttering down the walls and more green and blue, but it didn't feel much different. Until the headmaster stood up to make the welcome speech, that is. Good evening, children, Snape scowled down at the assembled mass of youth. I will be your headmaster this year, and I will expect a greater level of decorum that this school has typically seen in the past. The board has expressed a dissatisfaction with the frivolous air that has come to permeate these halls, and they would like Hogwarts to return to its great glory, as they remember it from their childhoods. To that end, we will no longer have prefects who play house favorites. Instead, we will now have an inquisitorial squad, whose authority it will be to take away house points and to issue detentions to malefactors. Snape used to sweep his gimlet eye across the upturned faces. I see we have a good crop of new first years. I will hold the upper years responsible for making them welcome. Speaking of welcomes, please Gray. At our new faculty, Professor Amicus Caro will be teaching defense, and Professor Electo Caro will be helping us fill some holes in our curriculum. Snape gestured to the end of the table. Electo was a largish woman, while Amicus was a cadaverous-looking man. And lastly, there is a list of forbidden items posted outside Mr. Filch's door. Please take note of it. Possessing any of those items is grounds for a detention. Now, continue with your meal. Oh, this is going to be a joy, Ginny breathed. That wasn't so bad, Seamus replied. I thought he might start out the year by handing out detentions for all Gryffindors. Or banning Quidditch. There's still time, mate. There's still time, Ron grumbled. Harry surreptitiously cast a glance down at the Slytherin table. Flora was seated next to Theodore Nott. With the rest of the 7th years, eating primly but without participating in the surrounding conversation. She still had her hair cropped short, and seemed to only have eyes for Nott. As the welcome feast was winding down, Harry casually walked past Flora's end of the table. When she looked up, he gave a little jerk of his head towards the door before walking out into the corridor leading to the Slytherin dorms, among other things. He waited there on the landing just off of the stairs as the other students filed past, first the prefects leading the first years all in a mob, and then the older students in small group. He felt awkward standing there, pretending to be busy by fiddling with his book bag. Flora continued to sit with her housemates, and only got up to leave when several of them did. They all walked together past Harry and down towards the dungeons. Flora glanced up at him as they went by but continued on without breaking stride. Once the Slytherins were past, Harry stormed up to the Gryffindor dorms. What did I expect? It's not like we had any sort of agreement. He threw himself into a overstuffed chair and crossed his arms as he glared at the fire dancing cheerfully in the fireplace. It still hurt that Flora apparently wanted nothing to do with him. She's just a typical Slytherin. MLC. The following morning was the ritual of the timetables, a moment of excitement and trepidation as the students discovered their upcoming schedule for this school year. Though admittedly Harry might have been imbuing this trivial act with a lot more grandeur than it deserved. But it was the last time he would be experiencing it. I still can't believe Snape is headmaster. I was certain that they would appoint McGonagall. She has the most experience after all, Hermione groused. It's all politics, Harry replied as he glanced around. Ron was sitting part way down with the 5th years, as to all appearances rolled her chest into his side. Not that Harry objected to that sort of thing, though usually Hermione would have spoken up about it by now. With a start, Harry realized that Hermione was leaning against him in a fashion that was only slightly less intimate. He glanced up towards the Slytherin table, but Flora was nowhere to be seen. What's this? Wizarding etiquette class? He quickly added, and why am I signed up for it? Everybody is, mate, Neville replied. It's mandatory. It's replacing Muggle studies. And look who's teaching it, added Hermione. Electo Caro. Wasn't she in Azkaban? Romilda called out from where she was snuggled up against a smug-looking Ron. Hermione avoided looking as the hussy brazenly pressed her chest into his arm. I wonder if she's any relation to Flora. That might explain why. Flora's keeping her head down. She's worried about her parents. No, Flora's parents are dead. She lives with her stepmother. Harry interrupted. Though apparently her stepmother is an amalgam of all the worst traits of stepmothers in Muggle fairy tales. She gives the Dursleys a run for their money. Well, we'll soon find out. We have etiquette first period. MLC. Greetings, little ones. Cooed Electo as she slowly paced the front of the room, examining the crop of Gryffindors seated before her. Welcome to Wizarding Etiquette. In this class, you will learn the proper way for our wizards and witches to interact with each other. This decorum is an important part of wizarding society, and it is shameful that Hogwarts has removed it from the curriculum. And that they replaced it with mudblood studies. Or whatever they called it. She waved her hand as if to drive off a bad odor. If the parents had been teaching their children basic manners at home, that would have been one thing. But instead far too many have become modern. She said this last word with disdain. Hermione snorted at the concept that wizarding society was in any way modern. Fortunately the Professor was at the other end of the room at the time, and she continued on with her monologue. Therefore we will start by reading from the first chapter of the Wizarding Book of Etiquette and Manual of Politeness. And then we will act out several of the scenarios therein. She swept her eye across the room, finally stopping on Harry. You. Harry, is it not? You will begin the section titled, On Greetings. After Harry read the first several paragraphs, Electo had them all stand up and pretend to greet a respected teacher. Keep your back straight when you bow, Harry. She turned to Hermione. Next. After Hermione's attempt she glowered at her with a sneer. Girls do not bow. It exposes them to inappropriate attention, She gestured vaguely at her ponderous cleavage. Instead, they curtsy. Next, she went through the entire class, critiquing everybody's performance. Only the Slytherins were given praise, and held up as examples to aspire to. ARH. Hermione almost ripped her hair out as they walked out of the classroom. That was demeaning. She's worse, far worse, than Snape ever was. Actually, I thought it was kind of interesting. Ron countered, before quickly backtracking. Not that I want to be bowing and scraping, but it's like a view of what pureblood society is all about. No wonder their kids turn out to be such absolute shites. MLC. Charms with Flitwick W. As one of the only bright spots on the schedule that day, as the tiny professor made an effort to put out extra cheer to make up for the gloomy and overly formal atmosphere that had descended onto the school. He was almost bouncing as he lectured from his makeshift podium. Without a doubt, the Ascendio charm was cool, but it wasn't exciting enough to warrant that level of energy. Harry watched the performance with bemusement. I hope he has enough left over for an encore performance. The 5th years, Puffs are next. As with all of the Newt-level classes, all the houses were together. Harry stole a glance at Flora. She was assiduously ignoring him. Or so it seemed to Harry. She was taking notes without looking up, not even when Flitwick used the charm to float up 10 feet and pirouette in the air. I guess she's gotten over her obsession. ORW Hativer, it was with me after everything that happened this summer. It felt strange. He had gotten used to her being his personal stalker. On the one hand, it was creepy. But on the other, she was always there for him. For whatever reason, she had felt that he was or had been central to her life. And after having lived his whole life with the Dursleys, where he was at best ignored, or more often hated and attacked, that had felt good. She had made him feel worthwhile. Harry glanced over at Hermione. Not that Hermione and Ron didn't make him feel needed. And they didn't try to murder him because of some deep-seated psychosis of their own. As he was musing, Harry realized that Hermione was seated next to him in the 3rd row instead of her usual spot front and center. She had been close all summer. Is she just worried about me, or she hinting at so mething? Hermione had been his friend so long that he almost couldn't imagine her as anything else. Harry forced himself to say it to himself, girlfriend. And she wasn't like the girls he typically liked. But given how bad his taste in women was, that might be a good thing. Maybe I should try. At least I know that I like hanging out with her, which is an improvement over Cho or Ginny. And she's not batshit crazy like a certain Slytherin. Single quote. Mr. Potter, would you care to answer the question? Quote. Wah. Harry started at the sound of Flitwick's voice, in a complete panic. He had no idea what had been going on in class for the past 5 minutes. He tried to replay what the professor had said, but it was a total blank. He was going to look like a fool. Miss Granger, why don't you help out your friend? Flitwick took pity on him. Hermione promptly stood up and recited the answer. When the class drew to a close, Hermione turned to him. You okay, Harry? It's not like you to zone out like that. Yeah, I think I just need some fresh air. Harry paused before bulling ahead. It's a beautiful day, and we're stuck inside. How about we go out to the lake and do the homework there? At this point, all they had was some reading, so I would be easy enough to do that on the grass. I'd love that. Hermione beamed. MLC. Amicus was a thin, almost emaciated man without a drop of humor to him. The name of this class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, as if the dark arts, or any magic, is something you need to defend yourself against. He paced around the edges of the classroom, forcing the students to crane and twist in their seats to keep their focus on him. He spoke in an urgent, sibilant voice that triggered a primordial, fight-or-flight, instinct in most of the students, so they all felt a pressing need to keep track of his location at all times. That is, because the school board lacks the courage to allow me to provide a true perspective on these glorious magics. But nevertheless, I will be teaching you defense against muggles, defense against monsters, defense against half-breeds, using any tools at your disposal, no matter what label some fools may have slapped on it. He stressed the word defense each time he said it. As Harry pivoted in his seat in the middle of the classroom to keep watching the professor, he saw Flora sitting in the back. She was next to Bulstrode this time, as Nott wasn't taking defense. When Professor Amicus reached Flora, he ran a single finger across her back with an odd, possessive smile as he walked by. Flora sat frozen, like a rabbit confronted with a snake. In this class, you will learn to fight in the defense of your honor, in the defense of your family, and in the defense of your lives. In that order of priority. Amicus paused, as if realizing something. Why aren't you writing this down? As the class rummaged in their book bags to pull out parchment and pens, Harry whispered, he certainly looks like Ban. Ron nodded. He had the same broken look as Sirius, worn down, but with eyes too bright. And exuding a nervous energy. Like a trapped animal, Amicus finally circled back to the front of the class, where he pulled out his wand. We will start by focusing on pain curses. They are difficult to block, and an opponent who is brushed by one is not going to be able to continue fighting. Amicus started by demonstrating the Cruciatus curse, casing it at a wooden target. That is the goal. Most of you will not be able to cast such a powerful spell. Therefore you will first begin with the penis curse. You will practice casting it on the provided targets, as the school board has not yet agreed to permit me to use living people as targets. He sighed in exasperation at the foolishness of bureaucrats. That will make it more difficult for you to learn, but we shall persevere. MLC. That was brutal, Ron moaned as they walked out of the Dada classroom. For once, Hermione didn't disagree. He's trying to desensitize us to causing pain to others, Hermione frowned. He's hoping to convert us into Death Eaters. Yeah. One moment, guys. Harry turned and headed back to where Flora had just come out of the classroom. Hey, Flora, you want to join us for dinner? He asked too casually. For a moment, there was no response before she turned to give Harry a cold glare, I am Hestia. And walked off in the other direction. Ron looked weirded out. Do you think she's possessed by her dead sister? He paused before adding, and you're certain that it was Hestia that died last year? Absolutely, Harry nodded. I mean, they looked identical, and they acted the same and... No, I'm with Harry. She was Flora over the summer. Hermione's voice trailed away. She said that she and Hestia shared a single soul. I thought that she was just being poetic. But what if it was literal truth? Like they were born each other's Horcrux. That's too creepy. But it makes sense. And now she's both. Or maybe only Hestia is left. Harry was struck by a sudden sense of guilt. Maybe it's because of what I did. I made Flora too confused to fight off Hestia. Maybe I should check on her. Though he wasn't certain how to that, seeing as she didn't want to talk to him. Mate, you're overthinking it. Let's go eat. MLC. The following morning, as Harry sat blearily eating his eggs and toast, the usual barrage of owls swooped in. One of them landed in front of Ron, depositing a letter. What's that about? Ron read it over and squirreled it away into his pocket. Come up to the dorms before class, I have something to tell you. He fed down the remainder of his breakfast and went up to the Gryffindor tower. Harry finished up quick and followed. I didn't want to discuss this out where the inquisitorial squad can see. Ron explained. Ned once they were ensconced in the privacy of the Gryffindor common room. Even in the few days that school had been in session, the supposedly impartial inquisitorial squad had already started to make people nervous. Almost all were from Slytherin, and none were Muggleborn. If Snape had intended to get rid of house biases, he had replaced it with a crony system, where kids from pureblood families got a more lenient pass than Muggleborn, who were often stopped for minor things like dress code violations for not having their shirts tucked in. I just got a letter from Dad. He says that King Slee's keeping an eye on Umbridge for us. So far, she doesn't seem to be doing anything unusual, at least not that he can see, but Dad says that she's become Thickness's right hand, and that she's working hard to push the Muggle Registration Act through the Wizengamot. She's the mouthpiece for a lot of the pureblood legislation. I'm not certain that's much of a change from the Umbridge that we knew and loved back in 5th year. But that's her during the day, when she's in the public eye. Harry considered for a minute as he loaded up his bag for first period. If Voldemort is possessing her, he'll be smart about it. He won't have her blow her cover by changing her behavior too obviously. It will only be at night that she does nefarious deeds. You don't think that the Muggle-born Registration Act is nefarious? Hermione asked incredulously. You know what I mean. That's just typical Umbridge evil. It's not Voldemort-level terrorism. Harry squeezed her hand to reassure her that he was taking her concern seriously. So how do we check on her? I guess we're going to have to sneak out of the castle some evening and apparate to the ministry. How about during Hogsmeade weekend? It's not an evening, but if she's under the control of the locket, she might still be up to something then, as it is still time when she is not at work. There was a Hogsmeade weekend coming up in a week. Great idea, Hermione beamed. Ron, can you get her address from your dad? I don't know. He's going to want to know why I need it, and he's not going to tell me if he finds out we are investigating on our own. I'll ask Remus. Harry volunteered. Dora has connections in the ministry also, and they're both more amenable to us doing our own thing. It's a plan. Hermione beamed up at Harry. The two stood like that, just looking at each other for a bit. Oi, get a room. Ron grumbled. MLC. During his first free period, Harry slid in next to Hermione. She glanced up from her book just long enough to acknowledge his presence. You know our plan for Hogsmeade weekend. Hermione put her book down. Yes. That's going to be in the afternoon. How about in the morning, we go to Hogsmeade for real? Okay, I'd like that. As a date, I mean. Harry blurted quickly. Oh, Hermione's eyes got big. Okay, you don't mind. Yes, I mean, no. It sounds wonderful. The two sat here awkwardly for a moment before Harry took Hermione's hand and gave it a squeeze. Okay, it's a plan. MLC. When the day finally came, Harry was so anxious that he had trouble sleeping the night before. On some level, he couldn't believe that he had actually asked Hermione out. And on another, he couldn't believe that she had agreed. That morning as he staggered down to breakfast, Hermione intercepted him. Harry, we're just going casual, right? Casual. Harry's stomach dropped. What did that mean? I mean we're not dressing up or anything. I mean, I figured you wouldn't want to, be. It's polite to ask. Some guys like to dress fancy. Harry quirked an eyebrow, relaxing. Not any blokes that I know. Maybe Slytherins. They were all weird. In that case, you want to head down to breakfast? Hermione said brightly. Harry took a closer look at his date. Despite her assertion of going casual, he realized that she was wearing a string of pearls and her hair was all freshly combed, no small feat with her curls. After a quick meal, they joined the stream of upper-year students heading out the main gates. What's that? Harry pointed to a clump of students standing by the main entrance, wearing the inquisitorial squad armbands. That's trouble, Hermione scowled. I have a bad feeling about this. As they approached, Pansy stepped into their path. Just so you know, Eve, and though you have passed your apparition exam, you are forbidden to leave Hogsmeade. Her voice was as grating as ever, high-pitched and nasal. If you do, you will be severely disciplined. That means punished, added Crabbe as he leaned in, leering at Hermione as if he is fantasizing about doing just that. Harry had to fight the urge to punch the larger boy in the nose. Pansy, you forgot to leash your dog. Hermione snipped as she stepped around the other girl. The morning passed quickly, as Harry and Hermione visited all their usual haunts. It was odd, even though they did pretty much the same thing as always. It felt different. Harry glanced at the girl he was holding hands with. She is easy to talk with. Even when she was lecturing him, it was nice. MLC. After the date EY met up with a rather befuddled-looking Ron and apparated to London. You okay? Harry asked as they walked to the address Remus had provided. Yeah, it's just, I tried to talk to Romilda about what we are doing. I didn't tell her any details, but I kind of had to explain why I needed to cut our date short. And she acted all surprised. Like when I brought up all the crazy stuff going on at school this year, like our Death Eater professors. She shrugged and said that it didn't bother her. She said that she just stayed out of their way. Hermione peered over at Ron as they turned a corner. What do you guys usually talk about? To her, it seemed like the sort of difference in perspective that Ron should have noticed before now. Ron blushed. We don't actually talk that much. Harry snorted but resisted the urge to say anything. He could ask for details later, when he wouldn't offend Hermione, his girlfriend. Are you certain that these are the correct directions? Ad just turned into an upscale neighborhood filled with ivy-covered apartment buildings. How she can afford this sort of place on a government salary? Maybe she's from a pureblood family. Ron shrugged, glancing over at the paper in Harry's hand. Which apartment is hers? I think. That one. Harry pointed to a third-floor window. I can ascendio up to it. He smirked. If Flitwick knew what use they were putting his spell to, he would be very irate. No, you won't, Mr. Potter. Harry turned to look in surprise at Hermione's sharp tone. She might be an ugly toad, but she is still a woman. And it is not appropriate for a gentleman to be peering into a woman's window. And I'm a gentleman now. Harry smirked. You are to me. Hermione smiled back. Oi! Ron interrupted. Get on with it. Hermione disillusioned herself and Harry ascendio-ed her up. She was a barely visible outline as she grabbed hold of the window ledge and pulled herself around to get a better view. After a moment, she pushed off to drop back down to the ground. Finite incantatum, she hissed. Hide, she looks like she's about to head out. She was just grabbing her purse. The three teens rushed into the boring doorway and disillusioned themselves. A few minutes later, a familiar pink figure bustled out, her double chin pulled taut as her lips were compressed in concentration. The three teens followed her from a distance. She walked at a quick, business-like pace several blocks to a large townhouse, where she was greeted by a man in a formal suit, most likely a butler, given how expensive the neighborhood looked. Now what? Harry was at a loss. They were standing along the sidewalk, overshadowed by a surprisingly large hedge growing out of a razor-thin strip of dirt by the side of the brownstone. Hey, isn't that Malfoy? Ron pointed. They watched as an officious-looking man walked out from an alley 2 buildings over and adjusted his archaic three-piece suit slightly as if he had Jew. Saint arrived at his destination before walking down to the same townhouse. A few minutes later another well-dressed man came the same way. It must be a Death Eater meeting. They're dressed too nicely. Some day are upper class and dress like it, but others are slobs. Hermione countered, thinking of the few times she had seen Crabbe Sr. or McNair. These look more like political donors. Potato. Harry muttered. They watched for a few more minutes, but nobody else showed up. Either it was a small group meeting, or Umbridge had been running late. Should we try to sneak in? It's liable to be warded. Let's head back. At least we know Umbridge is still acting more or less normal. What, you think if Voldemort had possessed her, her nose would fall off or something? Ron quipped. No, but Voldy shorts never struck me as the subtle sort. He wouldn't continue to dress in the same Godawful pink. Hermione's right, we should call it a day. Harry countered as he turned to head back. Towards an alley from which they could apparate. MLC. The following morning Harry staggered into breakfast late and plopped down next to Hermione, who gave him a cheerful smile, and after a brief pause, a quick peck on the cheek. We're just checking the prophet to see if there were any attacks yesterday, just in case we were wrong about T-Hat meeting. Anything? No, it doesn't look like there was any activity. Harry, you look awful. Hermione turned to a third year sitting down the table and called. Can you pass the coffee carafe, please? Once it arrived, she poured Harry a cup. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Voldemort. I'm certain we're missing something. We need to keep watching Umbridge. It's a matter of time before she tries something. I agree, but remember that we aren't the only ones keeping our eyes open for his return. The Order isn't just sitting back this time. Hermione reassured him. Ron finally looked up from inhaling breakfast and ticked how Hermione was holding Harry's hand. And then up at first Hermione's face. And then Harry's. Wait, are you two going out? Hey, you're the one who told us to get a room, Harry quipped. I didn't expect you to. I mean, good for you, I guess. Ron finished weakly as he glanced over at Romilda, who was sitting at the other end of the table, assiduously not looking at him. Why is Romilda sitting all the way over there? Hermione asked. That I couldn't tell you. And before you tell me I'm being insensitive or some other garbage, I asked. I did, and she said that I was suffocating her. And that we needed time apart, to grow into the people that we were meant to be. And no, I have no idea what that means any more than you do. Ron drowned his sorrows in double stack of pancakes. MLC. That afternoon, after their Transfiguration class with McGonagall, which was the most normal of the classes that they had attended so far, she acted as if nothing had changed. The trio took advantage of the good weather to study down by the lake, which is where they saw a disheveled-looking Hagrid stomping up, carrying 2 huge buckets that he promptly filled from the lake. He was just turning back when he noticed the teens. "Oh, hey, Harry. You haven't been down to the Forbidden Forest lately, have you?" "Why, what happened?" "I don't know, but something's got the Acromantula all riled up. They had a big showdown sometime this morning, sprayed webbing all over. Even got my house." He hoisted the buckets. "I'm going to go take a look after I scrub the windows." "You want to come? To go spy on the Acromantula?" "No," Ron answered very definitively. "Hagrid, I really don't think that you exploring on your own at night in the forest a good idea," Hermione chided her large friend. "I mean, remember what happened in the past." "I guess you're right." Hagrid hung his head dejectedly. "I'll wait for tomorrow morning." "I don't mean that," Hermione began when Harry interrupted. "That's a good idea, Hagrid." As the groundskeeper lumbered away, 2 10-gallon buckets in his hands, Harry continued to Hermione, "Pick your battles, Hermione. I think this is the best you're going to get with Hagrid." "I guess." Hermione patted Harry's shoulder. While she was a very huggy person, she was still trying to navigate what was the appropriate amount of affection to show a boyfriend in public. The fact that Harry wasn't really comfortable with physical contact made it even more complicated. So she settled mostly on holding hands and looking at him with a dopey smile. Harry scooched closer, so his side was pressed up against hers, as they sat, not talking. But a few moments of this, Harry looked up. Motion on the far side of the lake had caught his eyes, under an oak that trailed its branches down to the water. It was the tree that Flora had usually hung out under last year. "I'll be right back." He gave Hermione's hand a regretful parting squeeze and walked over. As he got closer, he saw that there was indeed a person underneath. But as he approached the tree, they got up and left in the opposite direction. Harry broke into a run. He couldn't see them clearly, but he called out anyways. "Flora, wait up." Ust continued running. Harry could probably catch her. He was taller, and in better shape, but what would be the point? It was just that he was curious why she had been avoiding him since school started. With a self-conscious shrug, Harry headed back towards his girlfriend. "What was that about?" Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. "I thought I saw somebody watching us." Harry dropped Flora's name at the last instant. He wasn't certain how Hermione felt about Flora, but he found talking about Flora with her incredibly awkward. But they ran away. Hermione felt smug for a brief moment. She knew the watcher had been Flora, before that feeling was replaced by sympathy. "I bet that poor girl will never have a real relationship." MLC. The fall progressed without too much trouble. The inquisitorial squad did take away more house points from Gryffindors than the other houses, but surprisingly, Snape overruled most of their detentions. Unfortunately, the squad did take their task of patrolling the castle seriously, which make it harder for Harry and his 2 companions to sneak out of school to check up on the pink toad. "We need to go check on her tonight," Harry whispered urgently. They had just gotten a letter from Dora that Umbridge hadn't been seen for a couple of days. "She could just be sick," Ron began without much conviction. Harry shook his head. "I have a bad feeling." "Is it your scar?" Harry shook his head. "No. Just a general sense of foreboding. It's like." "Class, cease your discussions," Electo pronounced as she began class. She had been sitting, grading papers as the students filed in, until the bell rang. Her wizarding etiquette class was a joke. The subject matter was mildly offensive to Harry and the auth. "Our Muggleborn." Hermione kept comparing it unflattering to a twisted version of Victorian manners, but it was straight memorization, and as long as you could spit back how far a proper Muggleborn had to bow to a pureblood wizard, 45 degrees, or how long a witch's hemline should be to demonstrate that she was available for courting without being lewd, halfway down the calves, you would pass the class. It was Amicus' defense class that was problematic. He focused exclusively on defensive casting, except his idea of defensive was pretty offensive. All of the spells he covered were dark or borderline dark. The fall semester was devoted to spells that caused pain, stunners that fried the nerves, so that when you woke up you couldn't walk until somebody cast a healing charm on you, cutting curses that made wounds feel like they were ripped open with a barbed hook, and more. Very few of the spells were safe for the students to cast on each other. Amicus glided through the classroom, watching the students practice. Despite being magically expanded to give all the students enough room to cast without endangering their peers, the Dada classroom was still shrouded in shadows, allowing Amicus to appear as from nowhere to make corrections to a student's posture or casting style, before disappearing from sight again. "Professor, are we going to be doing this all year?" asked Susan Bones. She wanted to follow in her aunt's footsteps and join the Aurors, but this class was too grim. She wasn't certain anymore that she wanted to do this with her life. "No, soon we will be moving on to much more interesting spells. They will challenge you." Amicus smiled. "For Christmas, we'll cast Fiendfire." Susan blanched as Amicus cackled. Hermione leaned over to Harry. "I hear Professor Amicus asked Snape's permission to use students serving detentions as targets." She shuddered in horror. Fortunately, this was their last class of the day, so the trio made their way out to the lake before dinner. "I have been thinking, if we head out under the Whomping Willow, we can take the passage to the Shrieking Shack. We know that it is outside the wards," Hermione ventured. "We should be able to go after dinner and still have time to scout out Umbridge's apartment before curfew." The other two nodded. "Though considering how many 7th years miss curfew, I bet we could sneak in afterwards and nobody would comment." Ron added. Hermione blanched. "They most certainly would comment, Ronald. What do you think those scofflaws are doing, out after curfew? I don't know about you, but I don't want my name dragged through the mud." "Oh, yeah, I hadn't thought about that," Ron muttered, embarrassed. Not that there was anything wrong with that sort of thing, but if his mother heard about it, he would never live it down. Not even the twins got into that sort of trouble, though Fred did once mention offhand that Evanesco would prevent a girl from getting pregnant if you cast it on the bodily fluids right after sex. Hermione quickly changed the subject. "Do you think Amicus was serious about the Fiendfire? That's almost an unforgivable. I don't want to be in the room when someone is casting that. It's too easy to lose control," Harry agreed. MLC. Later that evening, the three were back outside. "This feels familiar," Ron quipped as they stealthily made their way towards the edge of the field surrounding Hogwarts. Except we're not under the cloak this time. They were disillusioned instead. In the dark, the chances of them being spotted was 0, and it was far less confining than the invisibility cloak, which was fine for a trio of 11-year-olds, but not so much for 3 young adults. "Shish." Harry held up his hand. A pair of 4th years were sitting side by side under one of the trees, looking up at the stars. As the trio froze, the girl looked around suspiciously before turning back to the boy. Harry tugged on Ron and Hermione's robes, setting them into motion. They managed to reach the edge of the Forbidden Forest without any further incident. When they approached the Whomping Willow, as soon as it began to twitch, Ron levitated a twig into the knot to immobilize it. MLC. Her apartment is dark. Now what? Hermione commented. The trio were back in front of Umbridge's building, disillusioned again to prevent them from being spotted. "I say we sneak in and have a look around," Ron pronounced. "Ron, we can't be just breaking and entering. Besides, if she is being possessed, she is liable to have all sorts of wards." "Even if she isn't, she will," Harry agreed, pulling out his broom. "But maybe not on her windows. Let's go take a look." Hermione scowled as she swung up behind Harry. "I'm not letting you go up there by yourself." "Okay, Ron, you're on lookout. If you see her coming, give a shout." Harry gently floated them up. "At least we have a broom this time." Hermione recalled the sensation of floating with nothing supporting her. That had been awful. Worse by far than riding a broom, even. When they were even with the windows, Harry peered in as Hermione worked to check for wards. "It's warded. I don't know with what. And I can't see anything inside." The curtains were pulled open, but it was too dark to see anything. "Let's try the roof. Maybe we can get into the building from there." The roof was flat, with a door into the stairwell which Harry Alahomred open. The two teens quickly made their way down to the 3rd floor. As they walked down the corridor, they could hear the sounds of conversions coming from several of the apartments, but it was all very muted. The corridor was wallpapered in a vintage style, with thick burgundy carpeting on the floor and dim lighting overhead. It all looked very expensive, without actually being homey or attractive. They stopped outside Umbridge's door. Now what? Harry tentatively touched the doorknob with his finger. Nothing happened. There's a spider web here. Actually, there are a couple. He glanced at Hermione instinctively, even though he couldn't see her except as a vague outline. Umbridge doesn't strike me as the sort that would tolerate cobwebs. Especially not across the doorjamb. Nobody has been inside for some time. Hermione agreed. Maybe she apparates directly in. Unlikely. It's warded, so it would be unpleasant to do so, even if she is. And there were no chimneys when we came in, so it's not on the Flu network. So where is our prodigal toad? Maybe she's dead. They were still considering their options when Harry realized that there was some sort of commotion outside. And here I thought this was an upscale neighborhood, he quipped as he went to the end of the hall to look out the window. Hey, that's Ron. Harry pointed to the no longer disillusioned figure banging on the trash bins lined up across the street. A moment later, Hermione grabbed Harry's arm and placed a hand over his mouth. She pointed back the way they had come, to where Umbridge had just stepped out of the stairwell. Harry desperately wished that he was wearing invisibility cloak, even though it was difficult to walk in it and impossible to fly. He slowly grabbed his wand, in case Umbridge glanced down to their end of the hallway, and placed his other hand on Hermione's shoulder, so he could tell if the almost invisible girl moved. But Umbridge just shuffled quietly to her door. She paused there and gave furtive glances to either side before turning the key in the lock and stepping in. Once inside, she peered out once more, glancing left and right before shutting the door. The couple waited with bated breath to see if Umbridge would come out again. After a few seconds, they crept back down the hallway. Harry paused eyed Umbridge's door and put his ear next to it. All he could hear was the usual noise of somebody walking around a room. Hermione tugged on his hand, and Harry followed her up the stairs to the roof and back down to Ron. As soon as they landed, Hermione canceled their disillusionment. What took you guys so long? Ron was beside himself. I was certain that she had caught you. Hey, you there, Ari turned to see a policeman running up. What are you doing here, causing a ruckus? Run. The three teens took off for the closest alley, with the Bobby in pursuit. But when he turned into the dead-end alley, he was surprised to find it vacant. MLC. Okay, that didn't go as well as planned. Ron gasped as they rested for a moment in the shrieking shack before heading back up the tunnel to the Whomping Willow. Sorry mate, we didn't hear your warning until it was almost too late. Harry replied. Yeah, we weren't paying attention. Hermione added contritely. Well, it's good that one of us was. Ron scowled. Anyway, did you notice? The toad was wearing a green jumper with her usual pink ensemble. Yeah, it was hideous. Hermione wasn't into clothing the way some of her schoolmates were. But that had been an eye-popping combination, even for the wizarding world, where fashion was strange. And she didn't look so good herself either. Her face was sallow and slack-jawed. She's definitely under possession, Harry added. What do we do now? Now, we head inside. Curfew is coming up. Hermione was always the voice of reason. I have a very bad feeling about this. If Voldemort manages to return, then we're back to square one. I thought we would have a couple of years, Ron moaned as he followed Hermione. We need a plan to get that locket away from her. MLC. The following day dawned cold and overcast. Scottish winter had finally arrived in full force. The trio didn't talk much at breakfast. There was not much to say. None of them knew what to do next. Abe, the new Voldemort won't know who you are, Ron whispered, after checking to see that nobody else was listening in. No, for real, think about it. Voldemort put a part of himself into that locket back before you were born. So the Voldemort born from it won't know about the prophecy. You don't think one of his Death Eaters would tell him? I guess, Ron deflated. I have to go to class. Hermione got up, giving Harry a wistful look. They really didn't get much chance to spend time together, just the two of them. Sometimes she wondered what it would be like if she wasn't always so responsible. What if she just goofed off and enjoyed herself, like the other Gryffindor girls? Though given how many Hogwarts students married right after graduation, maybe they weren't just playing around. She tried to envision being married to Harry. She sighed and shook her head. She didn't have time to think about that right now. She had arithmancy first period, one of the few classes she didn't have with Harry and Ron. As she made her way into the class early as usual, she noticed that Flora was already in her seat. A twinge of guilt passed through Hermione. At first, at the beginning of September, she had felt victorious that the other girl was keeping her distance from Harry. But now, as she had gotten comfortable with the idea that she and Harry were a couple, she felt vaguely guilty. Hermione compressed her lips as she silently chided herself. She hadn't done anything wrong. She didn't drive the other girl away. It had been her own choice to keep her distance from Harry. But still, Harry used to be Flora's friend. And now she didn't have anybody. She sat down next to the other girl. "Hi, you should come sit with us for meals sometimes. We miss you." A little white lie. She suspected Harry did miss her. But after the first day nobody else had noticed her absence. She was so quiet. "I'm sorry, I can't. I am Hestia," the Slytherin girl whispered, not looking at Hermione. "What do you mean?" began Hermione when the door opened and several more students trickled in. "Please don't sit next to me," Flora whispered urgently. "Go." As Hermione picked up her books, looking awkwardly for another seat, Flora added, "You're a good person. Thank you." Hermione spent the rest of the period trying to puzzle out what Flora had meant by that statement. MLC. "Harry, what happened to your face?" Hermione reached out to touch her boyfriend's cheek as he finally made his way down to breakfast the following day. Harry had never been a morning person, but most days this year Harry was even worse than usual. Arriving just in time to get some toast and coffee before he had to stagger off to his first class. "My face?" Harry asked in surprise. "Oh, wow, you got blood all over your cheek," Ginny commented from her spot across the table. Hermione wet a napkin from her cup of water and dabbed gently at his face, frowning. "Well, it doesn't look too bad. You just have a scratch and some swelling." "Do you think it was a umbubler/kilter?" Luna asked. She and Ginny were sitting with the trio. Ginny was making an effort to hang out with Luna more during the school year despite their different interests. "No, it was probably Professor Amicus' class. I saw one of the pain spell he has casting rebound off of the target and hit you yesterday." Hermione scowled. "Oh, and what were you doing watching Harry instead of doing your own casting?" smirked Ginny. Hermione didn't dignify her comment with a reply. "We should report this to McGonagall. I don't think that there is anything she can do. Besides, I'm not even certain this is from class." "I'm certain," Hermione huffed before surveying the surroundings for any potential threats to her boyfriend. "Here, it's almost class time." She snagged the tray of toast for him. They never did report it to McGonagall. In the end they decided that it wasn't the right time to draw attention to themselves. Not with the school atmosphere being the way it was. MLC. It was a few days later that Hermione woke up to somebody shaking her. "Hermione, Hermione, I need your help." Hermione looked up groggily, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes, to see a tear-stained Flora leaning over her bed. "What is it?" "Harry is possessed. I think he's Voldemort." "Sorry there wasn't much Flora in this chapter. Next chapter will make up for that. It will be titled, Night. Night, September 1st, 1997. It was right after the welcoming feast, and the Slytherin dorms were abuzz with conversation. Nobody was saying it out loud. But several of the pureblood students had made it clear that they thought that the school was finally headed in the right direction. Ever since the new minister of a pardon for L. Death Eaters that had served at least 10 years in Azkaban on the grounds that any more would be inhumane, the whole world was moving in the right direction. There were few mixed blood kids in Slytherin, but those that were there soon understood that their future depended on aligning themselves with the appropriate pureblood family. The 7th years always returned from the welcome feast as a group. It was considered polite to wait for the head snake, the 7th-year boy acknowledged as the unofficial leader of Slytherin House, to leave first. Everybody had expected Malfoy to get that slot, not because he was well-liked, but because his father was powerful. Being popular in Slytherin was all about having influence. But then he had decided to not come back for his 7th year, throwing everything into turmoil. As a result, nobody knew who the head snake was. Therefore all the Slytherin 7th years had stayed in the Great Hall as the other students slowly filtered out until finally Theodore Nott had stood up. Hestia, it is time to head back to the dorms, he pronounced casually, as if his word was law. Thankfully he didn't try to touch her. Flora stood up, not looking at him, but staying close. Just out of reach. If it hadn't been for him and his friend Malfoy, her sister would be alive. But he didn't even apologize for his involvement in Hestia's death. He just commanded her, like the family dog. A few other Slytherins exchanged glances, but then as one they stood and followed him. In their common room, the party was in full swing when they arrived, but Flora quietly headed up to the girls' dorms to turn in early, as was her wont. In previous years, she had avoided her classmates out of fear, but now that had been replaced by a smoldering hate. Why did I come back? Claiming to be Hestia and finishing her 7th year had made so much sense back over the summer. But she hadn't realized how alone she was without her sister. Hestia, join us, not called out as she headed for the stairs, motioning to an empty spot on couch in amongst the coterie seated around him. Flora shook her head, I am tired, and kept walking. Not quirked an eyebrow as he seemed to consider saying something further, but she really did look worn out. Then again, she was so mousy it probably didn't take much to overwhelm her. As soon as she was in bed, Flora cast her Sewell warning charms and spelled the curtains on her bed closed. This was something she missed at home, being able to create a cocoon of privacy around her bed like this. It made school so much more bearable. As soon as she was certain of her privacy, she lay down facing the wall, so that anybody who managed to peer through the curtains would still not see what she was doing, and pulled out her pass, the one spelled to point at Harry's watch. She had improved the spell over the past few months, adding notifications. Now, it would tell her if he was in his common room, or the Great Hall or classrooms, though she would have to update that, as some of those had changed from last year. The one place it didn't show was the Room of Requirements, but she was certain she could defeat the ward on that eventually. She smiled. He was in the Gryffindor dorms. She felt bad about ignoring him during dinner, but under the watchful eyes of her biological parents she had to establish herself as Hestia. But soon, they would lose interest. She clutched the compass to her chest as she fell asleep. It was the middle of the night when she awoke with a full bladder. As she got up to use the bathroom, she checked her compass as she always did whenever she awoke. Knowing where Harry was, even if she couldn't see him, helped her go back to sleep. It said, library. Flora glanced at her clock. It was 2 a.m. What's he doing there? She threw a school robe over her nightgown and silenced herself as she rushed out through the now empty Slytherin dorms. MLC. Flora carefully snuck into the library. She had to Alahomra the door, but that lock had been spelled so often that it popped open without a sound, or it was possible that some previous delinquent had oiled the hinges. She searched through the main stacks, but Harry was not there. It wasn't until she reached the restricted section that she saw some movement down at the far end of the shelves. Harry turned to look at her, taking in her Slytherin robes. What are you doing here? He was neatly dressed, and looked fully awake despite the lateness of the hour. He even had his hair spelled to lay back smoothly. I came to see what you were doing in the library at this hour. How did you know I was here? I put a tracking spell on your watch. Flora admitted, steeling herself for the angry explosion. She didn't mean for it to be a secret. She didn't mean to keep any secrets from Harry, but he had never asked. And she didn't volunteer. Volunteering always got you hurt. Harry glanced down at the muggle contraption and gave a snort of amusement. Well, you're here now, so I guess you can help. I am looking for a book on blood wards. I am pretty certain that there is something on that here. He gestured at the row that he was in. There should be several, unless the restricted section had changed dramatically. They spent the next hour going through the stacks. Flora glanced over at Harry. He appeared to be completely focused on his research. He had pulled down 2 books and was quickly skimming the first. Harry, I think this book might having something, but it's spelled with an alarm jinx. Y walked over and after a moment's inspection, countered the spell. He pulled out the book and started leafing through it. Good work, he commented absently, not looking up from the book. Hestia. You should always call me Hestia. Good work, Hestia, but I think we should call it a night. Come to me tomorrow night. Harry looked intently at Flora. Flora flushed, nodding. And under no circumstances are you to talk to me or acknowledge me in any way during the day. Only at night, when it is just the two of us. Like this. Flora swallowed and nodded. That sounded like an odd request, but Flora would be the first to admit that her understanding of interpersonal interactions was not the best. Especially when it came to Harry. Especially after this summer. Now go. Flora nodded and rushed back to her bed, clutching her robe tight against the chill as she happily relived the small interactions that the two of them had in the past hour. MLC. Flashback. July 25. Flora walked into the mansion with trepidation. Family gatherings were always stressful, especially since she had become close with Harry. Some, like Uncle, had accepted her explanation that she was keeping the F.A. Miley's options open by allying with both sides, but others. That wasn't relevant anymore. Things would be different this time. She steeled herself as she entered the main ballroom. Like the rest of the house, it almost glowed from all of the lights reflecting off of the polished wood and gilded surfaces. And of course everything was spotless. The room held only a handful of people, as stepmother insisted that they arrive early. All those present stood at the far end, by the fireplace, and were speaking in hushed tones, making the room feel like it was part of a museum. "Ah, there you are, Hestia," Uncle waved her over. He was a wizened old man who stood with the aid of a knobby wooden cane. Despite how immaculate his house was, he himself always appeared slightly rumpled, like a wax figure that had melted in on itself. "Come say hello to your parents." He gestured to the two people standing on either side of him. After courtesying, Flora stood impassively and waited as Electo Caro paced around her. As if inspecting an expensive item she was considering purchasing. "Your comportment is acceptable," she finally pronounced before turning to her brother. Amicus nodded. "And you are still romantically involved with the Knot boy?" At Flora's nod, he continued, "Good. That is a promising alliance. Not like your blood traitor. Oh. What is this about our poor, dead Flora?" This was from a cadaverously thin man, who still had the remains of a handsome face. "Hello, Rudolphos," the man identified as Uncle, greeted him. "How is my favorite nephew?" "Not well. Askiban does that to people," Rudolphus smiled. "It didn't do him any favors. And our whole movement is in shite because the Dark Lord is nowhere to be found." "We'll get it sorted," Amicus soothed his cousin. "I have spoken to several of the others. And they are supportive of continuing on with the Dark Lord's plans until he returns." "So they say." "There is no, so they say," Electo pouted. "Amicus and I have both already been given positions at Hogwarts." "Children," wheezed Uncle, "you know the rules. No talking politics in my house." He tapped his cane gently on the floor, causing the room to reverberate as if it was a drum struck by a giant. It was an irrelevant show of magical might, as his true power over the rest of the family came from wealth. He had it, they wanted it. The Death Eaters bowed meekly. But not before Rudolphus cast a scorn-filled glance at the teen standing behind Uncle. Flora stood quietly, trying not to draw attention, and waited for the ordeal to be over. MLC now. The next day, Flora walked dutifully at Knott's side, listening as he chatted with Vincent Crabbe. Since Malfoy had withdrawn from school, claiming that he was still recovering from his injuries of last year, the larger boy had found himself lost without a patron to guide him. Fortunately, he had been able to attach himself quickly to Knott. The head snake laughed at something the larger boy said, slapping him on the back, and left his hand there longer than required. Flora made sure to always walk in step with Knott, even as her mind was elsewhere. It was important that she be connected to the boy, with the vile creature that had helped murder Hestia. She took a calming breath. He did not murder Hestia. I am Hestia, and everybody, especially the elder Caros, knew that Hestia was Knott's girlfriend. All she had to do was be seen in public with him. Knott did not want to talk to her any more than she wanted to speak with him. Flora wished she could check her compass, to see what Harry was doing. But she dared not take it out in public. And she had done as Harry requested and did not try to seek him out during the day. Even though she was certain that she could do so without anybody else being the wiser. During first year, she had explored all of Hogwarts' hidden passages with her sister. Her musing were interrupted by a guffaw from Not. Her stomach churned, but she schooled her face to its usual impassive mask. Thank Merlin he never paid attention to her. MLC. That evening, as Flora made her way into the 7th-year Slytherin girls' dorm, Pansy was already there. Chatting with Millicent right next to Hestia's bed. Flora's huffed in annoyance. She did her best to avoid the other Slytherin girls and their gossip, and they usually returned the favor. So I hear, that Flora was sleeping with Potter all of last year, and that she jumped to her death from the astronomy tower when Draco confronted her. But not today. Pansy cut her eyes sideways at Hestia, to see how she would respond. The rule in the Slytherin girls' dorms was, don't gossip about the Carrows, but would that change now that there was only one? It would be fun to make her lose her stony composure. Millicent tittered at the salacious gossip. At least she was Slytherin enough to not bring shame on her family. She also glanced up nervously at the Carrow girl, but they were talking about the dead blood traitor. So that should be okay, right? She didn't see Flora's scowl. Unfortunately, Millicent wasn't smart enough to navigate the intricacies of Slytherin House without a guide. Flora did not say anything, quietly making her way to the bathroom. Pathetic. They are trying to make me cry. Carrows never showed emotion, except when it came to Harry. Involuntarily, the corners of her mouth quirked up. She was still smiling slightly as she walked past Pansy to get into her bed. Pansy watched anxiously as the creepily smiling girl prepared for bed, as if the girls around her weren't slandering her dead sister in front of her. The following morning Flora was patiently waiting for Pansy as the other girl staggered into the bathroom. Did you sleep well? Pansy paled. How? Her night had been awful. It went well beyond just sleeping poorly. The entire night had been filled with nightmares. She had thrashed from side to side so much that all of her sheets had ended up on the floor and her pajamas were soaked with sweat, yet she had not been able to wake up until morning. She was exhausted. I checked my bed for curses. Don't speak ill of the dead, Flora whispered LDLY before brushing by the other girl to head downstairs. She and her sister had spelled all of the girls' beds with a curse that they stole from Uncle's library back at the start of 3rd year, when the gossip had started. All it took was a simple command to activate it. Flora smiled as she walked up the stairs. It had been years since she had to use it. It was good to see that the spell still worked. And it felt good to reminisce on something that she had done together with Hestia. MLC. Flora concentrated on the defense lecture and tried to ignore everything else. The material was odorately interesting. Not that she saw much application for pain curses, but the penis spell was technically challenging. It required a certain frame of mind as well as the wand motions. The casting method was more akin to transfiguration than charms. That helped distract her from the fact that Harry was sitting several rows over, glancing at her periodically. It was very, very difficult to follow his instructions and ignore him. The only thing that made it easier was the other person that she was desperately trying not to think about. Amicus. She took a deep breath and released it slowly. She wanted nothing to do with that monster. She shivered as she recalled him running his hand down her back. She did not want him to know about her or Harry or anything to do with her life. Amicus D returned to the front of the classroom, directing them to line up for a turn at casting the spell. I wonder why Harry doesn't want me to talk to him during the day. Does he not want his friends to know about us? Is he embarrassed of me? It seemed the most probable reason. It hurt, but she would tolerate it. For Harry, it would only be for a little while. After all, after the school year, she would be free of stepmother. And Harry would be free of the Gryffindor's expectations. She smiled slightly as she stepped forward to take her turn at the target. MLC. It took Harry several nights of searching the restricted section of the stacks to finally find what he was looking for. He was hampered by the fact that he was only able to work for an hour a night, so as not to be too tired the following morning. And each night he was accompanied by his faithful companion Hestia. She worked quietly, always obedient, never questioning. A perfectly lady, something that was far too rare, even among the purebloods. Finally, on Friday night, he looked up with a wide grin. This is it. He pointed to the book in his hands. Hestia peered over his shoulder. The chapter it was open to was entitled, Redesignating Blood Wards. With this I can adjust the strength. Hestia just nodded as he rambled, not questioning. Not that he expected her to. This uses a ritual, though the only tricky part is the potion. He flipped through several pages to a list of ingredients. Here we go. I will need unicorn horn. He looked up from the book at the girl standing next to him. You will come with me on Sunday. To Hogsmeade weekend? Flora asked, her heart skipping a beat. No, we go to the Forbidden Forest, to collect unicorn horn. We can go on Sunday night, when all the students are distracted after there. He gestured absently as he sought the correct word, frivolities during Hogsmeade weekend. Flora's disappointment showed, instead looking over the text. Are you certain? I don't see any mention of unicorn horn. She trusted Harry, but he was not very good at potions. Do not question me, Harry hissed angrily into Hestia's face, snapping the book shut. I know of what I speak. Now go, get some rest. We go day after tomorrow. Flora took a few steps away, to see if Harry was seriously going to send her off like a house elf. But Harry just turned back to the book, paying her no further mind. Fine, maybe I won't show up for his stupid trip to the Forbidden Forest. MLC. When Sunday night arrived, Hestia tentatively made her way up to the third-floor girls' bathroom. They had always before met in the library. She wasn't certain why Harry was meeting her in such an unusual location, but her locator spell had not been wrong yet. Harry, she called tentatively as she peered into the abandoned bathroom. Here, Hestia, come quick, you are late, Harry frowned. It was unlike her to not be prompt. I was surprised that you were up here. Ever since the start of the school year, Flora was hesitant to question Harry. Before, she had found his presence reassuring, safe. But now, nobody is at their most charming in the middle of the night. It's my fault for overthinking things. How else would we get to the Forbidden Forest? Harry turned and hissed to the sink next to him. It promptly slid aside, revealing a grand staircase spiraling down into the depths. With a wave of his wand, he sent the accumulated muck sluicing down the stairs. Come, he strode decisively into the depths. The stairs spiraled down level after level in a way that required space expansion charms to fit inside the single castle wall. Flora followed after Harry as they descended into a vast underground chamber. I didn't know that this was here. Flora cast Lumos, shining it at the distant ceiling. Few do. This is the Chamber of Secrets. Only a Parseltongue like me may enter it. And it's not on any official maps. Harry replied smugly. It's like the Room of Requirements, Flora mused. A room that nobody can find unless they are told of it. Yes, every founder left a secret room. This is Slytherin's. What you call the Room of Requirements was Rowena's. Where are the other two? Flora asked as they walked through the dimly lit chamber, stepping carefully over giant discarded snake skins. I am not certain. I think Helga's was converted into the kitchens. I never had any interest in finding Gryffindors. They walked for some time until they reached the far end of the chamber. Here, Harry again hissed at the wall and pressed on in a small stone panel incised, with a relief of snakes coiling up around each other. As he did, part of the wall swung open, revealing another stair, this one very narrow but not steep. It went up what looked like a natural fissure, until it came out into a clearing in the forest. Flora trailed after Harry as he cast guidance spells. Yesterday, did you go on a date with Granger? She finally broke the silence. It is of no significance if I did, Harry replied dismissively. He led the way out into the Forbidden Forest. Flora nodded. She had wanted to ask Harry about their relationship. She wasn't certain what it was or what she wanted it to be. Now that Voldemort was gone, and there was no need for balance, but the offhand way that Harry was taking her for granted left her at a loss. Always before he had responded to her presence. True, sometimes he had gotten annoyed, but he had never before ignored her. And she had always been certain that even when he was angry with her, that deep down, he cared for her. But now, he was distant. Do you like Granger? She tried again, but Harry just held up a hand to shush her, pointing with his other towards a clearing. A unicorn was grazing there. Wait, I thought we just needed the horn. Flora began when Harry cast a cutting curse at the unicorn. The creature started at the sound of her voice, narrowly avoiding the curse. With a snarl Harry cast again, sending a Blasting spell, but the unicorn again dodged the attack, running out the far side of the clearing. The creatures had an innate ability to sense magic, making it difficult to hit them with a spell. Harry raced after the unicorn as it fled. The forest exploded into noise. A small acromantula skittered into view, forcing the unicorn to turn back, but Harry had no time to respond, as he skidded to A.S. top and sent a blasting curse at the giant spider. The spell shattered its carapace, but a second acromantula descended from the trees, forcing Harry to retreat as well. Flora had been following after Harry when she was suddenly faced with a charging unicorn, the horn lowered to gore her. She dodged and cast at the same time, the way Harry had trained her, sending a cutting curse at the unicorn. A moment later, Harry stumbled backwards into her, sending them both tumbling down. Damn, the unicorn got away, and I made too much noise chasing after it. The centaurs are going to come investigate. We need to leave. We can try again later. As Flora got back up, she leaned down and scooped something off of the ground. I got it. She held up a shard of unicorn horn. Or maybe not. Good work, Hestia. Harry patted her head awkwardly. MLC. The following night Harry met Flora in the same place. Why are we in the girls' bathroom again? Because nobody comes in here. Harry turned to give Moaning Myrtle a death glare as she peeked over the stall wall. And I will be brewing a potion that will take several weeks to simmer. Harry hissed to open the door to the Chamber of Secrets and led the way back down. Right by the entrance, he had set a small cauldron to boiling over a magic flame, mounted on a stalagmite that had been transfigured into a workbench. The notes that he had TRANS cribbed from the book and modified were spread off to one side in a messy pile. The base will be done just before winter break. The rest of the potion will only take a couple of hours to finish up, he explained as he began to work. Flora stood and watched awkwardly. Whereas before she'd been drawn almost against her will to Harry, she now had to force herself to stay. If you need my help, let me know. I need to get some sleep. Harry barely acknowledged her statement with a nod as he chopped ingredients. Should I leave? Flora hesitated. She wanted Harry to acknowledge her, but he had changed. She couldn't put it into words. Words were never her strong suit, and even now after the changes from Hestia's death, she was still not very good with them, but she had always felt that he cared, not just for her or his friends, but about everybody. That is what she loved about him. Even when she had taken him up to the cabin that first time without asking, he had still paid attention to her and looked after her. He had only objected because he was worried about his friends. But now, he seemed hollow. Flora opened her mouth, but closed it after a moment. She didn't know how to say any of that. I will see you tomorrow. She turned and headed up the stairs. MLC. A week later, Harry was back in the Chamber of Secrets. After adjusting the flame, he continued on to the far side and out to the Forbidden Forest. He had told Hestia not to come tonight. He was getting more accustomed to her presence, and even permitted her to assist with the potion, but she would be more hindrance than help on this particular trip. As soon as he was far enough along the tunnel to be out from under the Hogwarts wards, he apparated to Nocturne Alley. The alley was mostly empty at this time of night. But Nocturne Alley never fully closed. Even now there were a couple of people waiting purposefully in the shadows cast by the scattered street lamps, minding their own business. He headed towards the far end of the alley, way past Borgin and Botts, to a small entrance leading up to a second-floor shop. It was still open despite the late hour. The stairs were narrow and creaky, with just a single dim lamp at the top illuminating the way. Next to the lamp, a door opened up. Yes, what can I do for you, young master? The proprietor whispered. He was a short, emaciated gentleman with extremely pale skin and burning red eyes, seated behind a large desk that cut the room in two. I am looking for Black Dahlia, preferably fresh. The vampire stood up silently and strode down the rows of shelves filling the back half of the room. There was barely enough space between them for his small frame to fit. He returned a few minutes later with a pair of large flowers on thin stalks. Here you are. Harry inspected the two flowers. One had a reddish tinge to it, making it more burgundy than true black. How much for this one? Harry asked. 5 sickles. But please note that it is a less perfect specimen. If you are intending to use it as a symbol of betrayal, the off-color could muddy the waters, so to speak. Harry brought out the money. For my purpose, it will work all the better. The proprietor shrugged and placed the flower into a small box. Harry nodded his thanks and scooped up the flower, striding back down the stairs as he shrank it with a wave of his wand and slipped it into a pocket. All that effort for such a trivial ingredient. He had just stepped out into the street when a heavily muscled young man in a fancy coat sauntered over to him. "What's a.k. I'd like you doing out so late on a school night?" Harry turned to retreat in the other direction, only to see another thug dressed like a 1920s dock worker on the other side. Seeing no escape, Harry lunged to the side, pulling out his wand, but as he did, the dock worker lashed out with his hammock-like hand. Harry managed to avoid most of the blow, but it still caught him across the face hard enough of him to spin him around. As he hit the ground, the dandy leapt at him. Harry managed to curl his feet to his chest and then pushed out with them, tossing the man to the side. Harry rolled to his feet, only to catch another punch to the gut from the dockworker. But as he doubled over, he slashed with his wand, wordlessly severing the thug's leg. As the dandy pulled out his own wand, Harry cast a reducto, blasting off his hand. "Filth like you should be exterminated," he hissed as the thug clutched his mutilated stump, and cast a second reducto, killing the man. Harry took a moment to straighten his clothes and vanish any stray droplets of blood from his clothes before apparating back to Hogwarts, leaving behind one dead and one dying. MLC. The last few weeks had passed in a daze. Flora had always been a good student, not Ravenclaw material, but still solid. Now, she barely remembered what the professors were lecturing on. She was trying to hold on for just a little longer, but it was getting harder and harder. Her life was spinning out of control. School had never been fun, like the other Slytherins claimed, but it had been tolerable. But now, watching Harry with Granger made her stomach roil, and she couldn't ask him about it when they got together at night. She didn't even try after that first time. Every day, they walked together holding hands. They ate their meals together. Well, they had always eaten their meals together, but now it was worse. She even followed them out to the lake and tortured herself by watching them study together. And at night, with her, Harry didn't even acknowledge that it was happening. Flora yawned hugely as she staggered to her charms class. Maybe it was just the lack of sleep. She was getting 3 to 4 hours a night, after working with Harry. She pulled out a pepper-up potion and quaffed it quickly. Falling asleep in class was the last thing she needed. Another month. Please, let me survive another month. For the first time in her life, she was looking forwards to winter break. MLC. Flora walked slowly, like she was going to the gallows. She had made it 2 weeks. As strange as Harry was acting, she would still much prefer to be with him, helping him with his potion, than here. She had made it 2 weeks, but she wasn't certain if would make it the next 2. She raised her hand and knocked on the defense teacher's office. "Come in, little one," called out Professor Amicus, as he opened the door and gestured for Flora to enter. Inside, a small table was set with a pair of delicate porcelain cups and a teapot sat on a sideboard. "Take a seat, Hestia." He pulled out a chair for her in a gentlemanly fashion. "You know, you look just like your mother did at your age." He trailed a hand down her back. "Thank you," Flora muttered. She was never certain how to respond to her biologic father. Electo was easy. She was a slightly less shrill version of stepmother, always disappointed and angry. But Amicus could be very polite. He even acted like he cared about her. Except she wasn't a person to him. She was an object, a bauble. "We have not spoken in some time." Amicus started pacing around the office, like he did during class. Despite there being a spot set for him, he appeared to be unable to sit. It was possibly an effect of Azkaban. "I have been getting reports from the family, and they say that your behavior has been adequate. You have not made any close alliances with the great families, but you have not brought shame on yourself like your deceased sister." He paused behind Flora and eased her shoulders before trailing his hands down her back again. Flora couldn't repress a shiver of revulsion. Not just at the touch, but at the constant hateful comments about her sister. "Your grades range from adequate, in charms, to exemplary in herbology and potions." Amicus continued his recitation of Hestia's Flora's curriculum vitae. He finally stopped at his place, dropping into his seat with one swift motion. He scooped up his teacup and stared at Flora's face, as if trying to see if there were any flaws in it. Do you have anything to add? I like herbology. What did he want from her? Good, good. It pleases me that you are enjoying school. But I would like you to pursue a closer alliance with some of your peers. You should re-establish your romantic liaison with the Knot boy. He is from a good family. It is a shame that you have allowed that to lapse. He took a sip of his tea. You may have sex with him, if you think it is necessary to tie him to us. He watched Flora for any response. But she just sat stiffly, hands in her lap. And you should make friend with some of your other peers as well. You should enjoy yourself. Yes, sir. Flora nodded as she picked up the teacup and brought it up to her lips, pretending to drink. She was too nervous to swallow. Alecto took another sip from his cup before putting it down with a sigh. He stood back up and began pacing again. After a few moments, he turned back to Flora, as if he just remembered that she was still here. We should have these family get-togethers more often. Let us schedule one for next Wednesday. At that time you can report to me what overtures you have made to potential allies. Amicus walked over to open the office door. No, excuse me. He looked over at his daughter. Finals are coming in a couple of weeks. I need to spend all my time studying. Amicus stood frozen, a vein in his forehead throbbing as he tried to rein in his rage that this girl had dared contradict him. Finally, he let out a breath. Very well, I agree to your request. We will reconvene first week of spring term. You may go. Flora shuffled out of the office. Oh, and Hestia. Flora turned to look back over her shoulder. It was nice chatting with you. He smiled brightly. Flora nodded and fled. MLC. I don't know what to do. Flora lay curled up on the floor of the room of requirement, her head between her arms and her knees pulled all the way up. It was undignified and childish, but she didn't have any better way of coping. The room was configured like the dueling classroom back from 5th year. The same as when Harry was tutoring her in defense. Without a doubt, those were the best days of her life. But now, something was wrong with Harry. I'm not jealous of Granger. I'm not, or at least, it wasn't just jealousy. Harry, wasn't Harrow slam her heel into the wall. She was powerless. He had changed into something cold and uncaring. Like stepmother. And there was nothing she could do, nobody she could talk to. Except it was worse than stepmother. Stepmother she had under control. All she needed to do was tolerate her for just one more winter break, and then she would be free. But Harry, she needed Harry. Harry scared her. Flora rolled over and pulled into a ball again. That was wrong. She wasn't scared of Harry. She was terrified for Harry. She needed Harry. The real Harry. There was nobody that she could ask. The other Slytherin girls were vipers waiting for her to show weakness so that they could attack. Harry's friends were Harry's friends. She didn't know how to go about talking to them. And even if she did, they probably wouldn't listen to her. The Weasley boy certainly hated her. I wish Hestia was here. She would know what to do. MLC. It was a snowy night in the second week of December that Flora came to join Harry in the Chamber of Secrets yet again. There was a little over a week left in the fall term. Is it done? It was almost dawn. Harry had said that the final part of the potion brewing should take just a couple of hours, but it had taken longer than expected. Flora was exhausted. She had spent much of the evening studying for finals while anxiously waiting for midnight. And in her free moments, she was worrying about Harry. She was holding herself together through sheer force of will. Not that there was much that Harry had asked her to do. Her job was to regulate the fire as Harry required. Nevertheless, she had been here helping out and hoping for Harry to acknowledge her for 4 hours. Almost. We just need a few more ingredients. He stirred the milky white fluid. The most important one is next. I will need some of your blood. Harry held out his hand towards Flora, and she stepped forward unhesitatingly. How much? I brought a blood replenisher. Harry replied absently as he dropped a swath of pure white silk into the potion, where it dissolved immediately. He then uncorked a bottle and poured out a mist, which dribbled into the cauldron. Cat's breath, he explained as the liquid slowly turned clear. Excellent. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He would never admit it, but he had been worried. This was an extremely complex potion, and he had to not just brew it, but modify it as well. Now the blood. The last step was critical, but simple. Harry glanced at the clock that he had magicked off to one side. He had to finish soon, before sunrise, or he would wake and try to take control. It was now a race against time. Flora held out her hand as Harry made a slashing motion with his wand, cutting a shallow gash. Blood dribbled along her arm and down her hand before dripping into the liquid. Harry stirred carefully, watching the potion. Flora began to shake as she watched her lifeblood poured out. She wasn't certain if it was because she was losing a lot of blood, she was petite, after all, or if it was the image of her blood pouring out. She had a sudden image of Hestia lying in a pool of her own blood. She almost yanked her hand back, but she forced herself to keep it steady over the potion for Harry. Finally Harry nodded. That's enough. She took her arm away, sealing the wound with a swish of her wand. She was still swaying, woozy as Harry's brows beetled. Why is it not clearing? Something is wrong with the blood. The potion stayed pink-tinged. With a flick of his hand, Harry threw in a piece of basilisk skin. The potion cleared immediately, but after a moment, it turned back to pink, and then progressed from that to a rich blood red. What happened? It was perfect, right up until I added your blood, he hissed, turning towards Flora with such venom that she backed up a step. Harry swayed as his vision faded in and out. Potter was starting to waken. He grabbed hold of the potion stand for balance as realization dawned on him. You slut. The blood was supposed to be from a virgin. How can a reject like you not be a virgin? You whore, he shrieked, throwing his mixing ladle at her. Flora staggered back in shock before fleeing. She ran to the only place she could think of. Flora hid outside the Gryffindor common room, disillusioned, till the first student came out for breakfast. She pushed past the very surprised second year and raced in, and up to the top floor of the girls' dorm. Dawn. What do you mean, Harry is Voldemort? Hermione asked sharply. Flora sat cross-legged on the foot of her bed, not looking at her. The curtains around her bed were drawn, screening them from the rest of the sleeping seventh years, but it was a Sunday morning. So almost nobody was up this early anyways, some never made it down to breakfast at all. Harry has been sneaking around most nights, preparing a potion as part of some ritual. I do, and T know what it does. I only caught a few glimpses. It's from a book on blood magic. I've been helping him, but it's not Harry. Flora rushed out in one gasp, rubbing tears from her eyes with the palms of her hands. Okay, I got that part. Hermione nodded slowly, but what makes you think it's not Harry? He thinks I'm Hestia, Flora replied, as if that explained everything. Most of the school is convinced that you're Hestia. Incidentally, why are you pretending to be your sister? Hermione asked. Hermione always did have trouble staying focused when presented with a mystery. That's not important. What is important is that the real Harry never called me Hestia. But this Harry, the one at night, always did. Hermione nodded. She had so many questions bubbling in her head. What was Harry doing? Why had Flora only now come to her? How come she was suddenly so loquacious when last year she had barely managed 2 words interspersed with a meaningful glare? Wait here. I'm going to go get Ron, and we'll talk to Harry. She stopped when Flora grabbed her arm. Harry is not up in his dorm. He was brewing his potion until dawn. He hasn't had time to sneak back up. Hermione looked at Flora. She could sense that the petite girl wasn't telling her something. Probably a lot of somethings. But that could wait until she had Ron. She hadn't had her coffee yet, and having a second head to think this through would help. Even if the aforementioned head was usually stuffed full of lunch meat. Meet me in the charms classroom. MLC. So start from the beginning. Ron rubbed his eyes. Hermione had woken him up from a sound sleep and dragged him down to the charms classroom at this ungodly hour on a Sunday morning to meet with Harry's fruitcake friend. He was annoyed and having a hard time processing everything. And you were right. Harry wasn't in the dorm, Hermione added as an aside to Flora. He wasn't. Ron looked up startled. Flora says that Harry is possessed by Voldemort, Hermione repeated. Ron sat up straight as some cerebral processes finally kicked in. He must have a Horcrux on him. We need to trick him into an empty classroom and strip him naked. He didn't notice both girls blush crimson. That might not work. Hermione cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment. If the possessing spirit is smart, it could have hidden its phylactery somewhere. In Harry's bed or in the dorm or something. We first need to find out if it really is Harry, or if he's been Voldemort pretending to be Harry this whole time. Hermione wasn't certain if that was actually the most important thing to check first, but it was the most important to her. She needed to know if the guy she had been dating, been kissing, was actually Harry or something else. Okay, let's go ask. Ron stood up. He was always more comfortable with action than all this plotting. If he's not in the dorm, he's probably in the Great Hall, getting breakfast. Wait, how will we know? We'll figure it out. Ron led the way, forcing Flora to jog to keep up with her shorter legs. The three of them trooped down into the hall. It was still early, and there were just a scattering of students eating breakfasts and exercise freaks. And there amongst them sat Harry. "Hi," Hermione said as she dropped into the seat next to him. She didn't want to be sitting for this, but she needed an OT to draw attention to this conversation. "Oh, hello," Harry smiled when he saw her. He had dark bags under his eyes, like he hadn't slept, even though he sounded cheerful and awake. He leaned over to give Hermione a quick kiss. She jerked back. "What? Where were you, Harry?" Ron asked. Now that you mention it, it was rather odd. I woke up in the Transfiguration classroom. I must have been sleepwalking or something. I guess the finals are getting to me," he replied awkwardly. Hermione looked away. What's wrong?" Harry looked from her to Ron. Ron wouldn't meet his eyes either. Flora stepped out from behind Ron, where she had been hiding. "Oh, hi, Flora. What are you doing here?" "Harry," she looked him squarely in the eyes, "do you know why I'm not a virgin?" Harry NCHED and looked away before glancing at Hermione. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "It's Harry," Flora replied with a sigh of relief. "The real Harry." MLC. Flashback. 3rd of 3. July 8, 1997. Harry glanced over at Flora. "Don't worry, everything will be over tonight." It was the day after Flora had braved Voldemort in the Little Hangleton graveyard. The day she had invited him to come to the cabin to kill Harry. The Emerio Dementor was waiting, locked in the root cellar. All they had to do was wait for sunset and then play out their roles. Flora nodded and hugged herself, rubbing her hands on her shoulders. It wasn't cold in the cabin, but even locked away the Dementor was having an effect. It was subtle at first, a slight chilling and a sense of moroseness, but after a half hour they were both feeling cold and very depressed. Flora shivered. Her thoughts kept circling back to her flaws. And she had many. Stepmother enumerated them often. She tried to think of something else, but it was hard. And they had another 8 hours of this. "Hey, it's okay." Harry came over and draped a coat over Flora. She didn't reply, instead just sitting on the bed, looking down at the floor. Harry could feel it too, the sense of despondency, the feeling that nothing you did would ever matter. That you should just give up and curl into a ball. Expecto Patronum. Flora looked up with a gasp at the change in ambiance. "It's pretty," she whispered as the stag pranced silently in front of the cellar door, trying to find some way to get inside. Harry sat down next to her and rubbed her back. "It's still early. Do you want to take a nap for a couple of hours? I can keep watch." They didn't dare go outside, for fear that Voldemort might use some scrying or something to spy out the cabin before apparating here. That was the rational thing to do, after all. Flora lay down on top of the covers, but the cold and despair started to seep back in. With the Patronus trapped on the floor, above the Dementor's aura was reduced, but it still pulled at the corners of her mind. Flora sat back up. "No, I can't sleep, I'll have nightmares." The two sat next to each other for several moments. The Patronus pawed at the floor one last time and dissipated. The cold came back full force. Harry put his arm around the petite Slytherin and turned her to face him, kissing her hard. Why? Because. He kissed her again. He didn't really know why he was doing this himself. Maybe it was because he was frustrated that even though she was willing to undertake something this dangerous with him, he never explained why she did it or told him anything. Or maybe it was because he was angry that she was forcing him to take this insane risk in the first place. But this was a way to push her out of her comfort zone. Make her off balance. Maybe make her a little uncomfortable. At the very least it was a way to take control of this crazy situation that he had been forced into. Whatever the reason, he leaned into her, pushing up against her and deepening the kiss. As he did, she put her arms around him and gave a small moan. When she did, neither one of them could feel the pull of the Dementor at all. Harry broke off for a moment. I don't know if right now is the time, feeling suddenly ambivalent about what he was doing. They sat staring at each other. Flora for once had a natural-looking smile as she gazed up at Harry. Harry wasn't certain if he wanted her to be smiling. She needed to be punished for all the stupid stuff that she had caused. Except she looked pretty when she smiled. He ran a finger down her cheek. But after a bit, the smile withered away. The Dementor. Flora almost whined as the cold from the Dementor came back. She must be more sensitive to it, which made sense. Happy thoughts seemed to help, but her life had even less happiness than even his. He impetuously leaned down and kissed Flora again, taking charge. They stayed like that for a few minutes, until she gave a squeak as Harry's hands started wandering over her body and up under her shirt, up to her small breasts. But after a moment she nodded, reached up to start unbuttoning Harry's shirt as well. Neither one had any experience with this sort of thing, but they took their time, kissing and touching for a long time before moving on to anything more. It was almost noon when they finally were spent, with Flora nestled in the crook of Harry's arm as they lay naked on the bed under the thin blanket. The heat of the stove was enough to drive off any physical chill, and they did not feel any effects from the Dementor. Harry stared up at the ceiling. He had evanescoed everything, as if to hide the evidence, before snuggling up to Flora. He wasn't certain if what he had done was the right thing. Actually, he was pretty certain that it wasn't. He had taken advantage of Flora, letting his anger take control. But his guilty musings were interrupted by Flora rolling up onto an elbow so that she could look directly into his face. They stayed like that for a moment, look at each other from inches apart, before Flora whispered, "I love you." MLC now. Hermione looked between Harry and Flora and sucked in a sharp breath. When? Last summer, before we were dating, Harry muttered. Poor mate. Ron finally caught on. You actually did it. Hermione turned and backhanded him right in the breadbasket. It was only through sheer force of will that she prevented herself from running out of the room. How does this prove anything? The fake hadn't even known that I wasn't a virgin. Hermione put her head down into her hands. Okay. I guess that's good enough. That gives us a time limit. We need to solve this by sundown tonight. Can somebody tell me what's going on? Harry asked plaintively. Every night, you're possessed by Voldemort. You must have a Horcrux somewhere on you, Ron blurted out. Seeing Harry's horrified face, Hermione reached out and tentatively hugged him. If we can't find the Horcrux, we need to find some way to stop it from possessing Harry, Flora interrupted, and we need to find out what Voldemort was doing in the Chamber of Secrets. Whatever it was, it probably had to do with taking control of Harry permanently. Hermione let go of Harry, and we have to do it by sundown tonight. Let's get started. MLC. Are you certain I went down there? Harry pointed into the tube leading down to the Chamber of Secrets. Yes, but Voldemort made stairs appear. While the other three students flinched at the mention of Harry being possessed by Voldemort. Flora reveled in the revelation. It was like a weight had been taken off her chest. Harry didn't hate her. The group had assembled in the Myrtle bathroom. The ghost girl hosed that moment to swoop over their heads. Hi, Harry, you look a lot better than when I last saw you, she batted her eyelashes. Hermione rolled her eyes at the dead girl's antics, but when Flora took a protective step closer to Harry, she immediately glared at the other girl. Flora didn't care. Harry wasn't embarrassed of her. Sorry, I don't know how to do that. But that's why we BR steered tea. He conversation back to the relevant yet disturbing topic and quickly mounted his broom. He desperately wanted this all to be a practical joke, or a mistake. Or something. As he settled in, Hermione awkwardly straddled the broom behind him, wrapping her arms possessively around his midsection. Flora sat down just as awkwardly, though for completely different reasons, behind Ron, and they quickly made their way down. Fortunately, the tunnel was clear of any muck, so accidentally brushing against a wall didn't end with them covered in filth. Surprisingly, The potion was still simmering away on the transfigured workbench. Off to one side of the entrance. It was a deep burgundy red. Ron drew his wand and moved to stand guard, in case something leapt out at them from the vast chamber. Had bad memories of being down here before. Hermione meanwhile barely glanced at the room, instead focusing on the task at hand, saving her boyfriend. She turned off the potion and poured some off into a vial for later evaluation before scooping up the notes that were piled to the side of the cutting board, skimming through them as she sorted them into order. This looks like the recipe for a blue D ward, probably the same sort as your mother used to protect you. But I can't read the scribbles in the margins. Harry peered over her shoulder. They're written in Parseltongue. He frowned as he tried to make out the crabbed handwriting. They are modifications, most of it looks minor, but there are a couple of places where ingredients are swapped. For instance, it calls for replacing bear claws with serpent skin. And here at the end for trading the blood of a nursing mother with that of a virgin. Hermione glanced awkwardly at Flora. Do you have any idea what those changes are for? Well, if the potion is going to be used to establish a ward, if they are trying to make a symbolic link. Flora prevaricated as she pondered, slightly embarrassed. She was supposed to be the potions expert in the group. But she was coming up empty. Well, the nursing mother is obvious. A mother is notoriously protective, Ron commented. Look at my mom. She would wrestle a dragon to keep us kids safe. Flora huffed, annoyed at not having thought of that. But then, that sort of behavior was not part of her experience. Stepmother wouldn't lift a finger to protect her unless not doing so would cost her more. And the same for the bear claws. Bears are protective of their young, while serpents are not. And he was using shed skin, which was symbolically abandoned. If your mother's blow, OD wards, Flora began when Hermione interrupted her. Voldemort was trying to weaken the protections that your mother cast on you. They must still be preventing him from possessing you fully. There was a moment of silence as everybody considered what to do next, before Ron volunteered. Well, given the way he messed it up, do you think the potion will actually strengthen the blood wards if Harry drinks it? Ron. Hermione sighed in exasperation. You don't mess around with an unknown potion. Who knows what it would do to Harry? I guess. Ron nodded sulkily. Hermione hadn't needed to imply that he was going to endanger his best mate's life. He just wanted to keep Harry safe. So what next? How do we keep Harry being Harry? Before either of the girls could reply, Ron perked up. I know. We don't know if Harry has the Horcrux on him, but we don't know that he doesn't. I'm going to go get a set of my clothes for Harry to change into. We know those are safe. Harry nodded weakly. Just make sure they're all clean. He sat down on a stone ridge as Ron flew back up the tunnel. This whole experience was so hallucinogenic that the idea of wearing Ron's clothing, down to his boxers, didn't even register as strange. Hermione sat down next to him and awkwardly put an arm on his back for a moment. After a moment, Flora sat down on his other side, a few inches away. Nobody looked at anybody else. Suddenly, Flora blurted, I'm sorry for spending time with not Harry. She had cheated on, had betrayed, Harry, and it was starting to make a knot in her stomach. Harry nodded, not certain where she was going with that. It's okay. I know you didn't do it on purpose. How do you respond to the fact that you have an alternate personality that is the epitome of evil? Hi, I'm Harry. Don't mind me, but I'm probably going to murder your puppy in the middle of the night. It was the most absurd thing that had ever happened to him, and his life was one crazy thing after another. He hunched in on himself, not daring to touch the two girls out of fear. Fear of what? He wasn't certain. Hermione took a deep breath. Harry is the victim here. I can be mature about this. So this is where you fought the basilisk. She had never been down here before. It was a vast natural chamber filled with sheets of shed snake skin. It looked vaguely like a mausoleum. Just visible past a ruined wall was the dread monster's skeleton, draped tent-like in the desiccated skin. Hermione gave a shudder at envisioning something like that stalking her Harry. Yeah, I was lucky that Fox came to my eye. He pecked out its eyes before it could get me. I never heard the complete story, Flora asked tentatively. She had spent half a year practically alone. Now, sitting and chatting with friends was strange. Nice, but weird. It would definitely take a little while to adjust to having people around who didn't automatically despise the real her. She could be Flora again. She stared down at the floor. Wait, is Hermione a friend? Flora glanced up at the other girl, who was examining the room. She wasn't sure. Despite the fact that the other girl was dating her Harry, she couldn't bring herself to hate her. Hermione had always been so nice to her. On the other hand, it would be better if she wasn't here. There's not much to tell, Harry replied self-consciously, interrupting Flora's incipient internal turmoil. Hermione snorted, only you, Harry. She turned back to the other girl. The short take is that Harry raced down here during our second year to save Ginny Weasley from being killed by a Horcrux. She stalled out momentarily as ice settled into her heart at that word. And he ended up having to fight off a giant basilisk that had been living under Hogwarts for hundreds of years. Which he slew, she pronounced proudly. I just did what needed to be done, Harry muttered, blushing. You always do. Flora's response earned her a glare from Hermione. MLC. Ron returned, oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Here, freshly scourgified, he handed Harry a set of clothes, including robes and underwear. Can you guys turn around? Harry blushed. Okay, but Ron needs to watch you. To make sure that you don't accidentally forget anything. Hermione had an image of Voldemort taking just enough control to make Harry overlook something. Maybe we should all keep watch, Flora countered. It was improper, but this could save Harry's life. It was no different than when she was working with Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. No, we're going to let Ron take care of this. Hermione physically spun the other girl around, and stood next to her, so she couldn't sneak a peek. Is she that shameless? She watched Flora out of the corner of her eye. No, she's just socially inept. How has she survived in Slytherin up to now? After a few minutes, Ron called out, okay, we're all done. Hermione rushed over to inspect all of Harry's cast-off clothing. I don't feel any animosity coming from any of this. But we should leave all of this locked up down here for tonight just in case. Ron nodded ambivalently. He had handled the locket Horcrux for a few moments back 2 summers ago, and it hadn't seemed like anything special, at least not that he remembered. And we can stay with Harry for the rest of the day, to make sure that Voldemort doesn't guide him to a Horcrux hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. He added, we can go down to the lake. There's not anywhere to hide stuff out there. Hermione nodded. But what if that mother has trouble sleeping? She always has some sleeping potions. We can use one of those to knock Harry out. Does she have any drought of living death? That would be best. I'll go check. Wait, how are you going to sneak out of Hogwarts during the middle of the day? Harry asked. I can apparate off of your broom. Harry blanched. I talked to my apparition instructor from last year about stuff like that. He said that you're almost GU Arontaid to get splinched if you apparate out of a moving vehicle. Could we lure Snape out of the headmaster's office somehow, long enough for Flora to use the flu? Ron asked. That's risky, very risky. Hermione shook her head. You have to announce where you want to go out loud, so Snape can't be anywhere in earshot, and I haven't seen him ever leave his office except for meal times. And, even if we can get him out of the office, he's going to have changed the password for the gargoyle. Maybe you are worrying needlessly, and nothing will happen tonight, because all of you watching me will suffice. Harry tentatively ventured, or maybe it won't. Hermione replied, Moody always says hope for the best, plan for the worst. Harry ruminated for a moment before turning to Flora. I'm going to loan you my invisibility cloak. Harry paused, turning to Ron. You know where I keep it, in the bottom of my chest. At Ron's nod, Harry continued, meet us by the lake. Flora can use the sea loke to sneak out to the Whomping Willow, and then get out to the Shrieking Shack. It's the only secret way out of Hogwarts that I know of. Are you certain you want to let her do that, Harry? Ron asked. I'm not talking about borrowing your cloak, but the Whomping Willow is mean. And Flora might be a Slytherin, but she was also a very petite girl, and Ron had had chivalry drilled deep into his psyche by his mother. She's a talented duelist. She will have no trouble hitting the knot. But she doesn't know where it is, Hermione contradicted. I'm going to have to go with her. She glanced at the other girl. Flora nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do this. Moments later the teens scattered, flying back out of the chamber and going to their separate tasks, Harry and the girls to wait anxiously by the lake while Ron ran to the dorms. MLC. An hour later, Hermione and Flora left the two boys sitting by the lake, looking for all the world like they were just taking a stroll. Over this way. The tree cover gets pretty thick over here. Flora led the way, through the pines. She had spent enough time out here to know the route least traveled. As soon as they were out of sight, RMI1 pulled out Harry's cloak and draped it over the two of them with a quick toss. "Is it covering all of us?" Hermione asked, shuffling awkwardly to stand closer to Flora. "Yes. Don't worry. The cloak was big enough for both Harry and me," Flora mentioned. Though Harry had been standing a lot closer, so it wasn't really relevant, she had just said it to needle the other girl. "Okay, hold on to your end and let's go." They walked in lockstep towards the Whomping Willow. I'm not going to ask about when she was with Harry under his cloak. Not right now. Hermione resolved to stay focused on the task at hand. The cloak, Harry. Flora gave her a quick sideways glance. Last year, after Dumbledore's funeral, I couldn't bear to deal with any of the well-wishers or other idiots. Harry walked me home. Hermione didn't reply, and they walked in silence until she stopped them just outside of whomping distance. "Disillusion yourself, and I'll freeze the tree." Flora nodded and cast the spell. Just as she was about to dart out from under the cloak, Hermione took her arm. "We should talk about Harry at some point." "Are you planning to stop dating him?" "No, but," Hermione replied, "then there is nothing to talk about." Flora wrenched her arm loose and ran for the tree. MLC. By the time Flora reached the Shrieking Shack and apparated home, it was almost noon. She carefully unlocked her apartment building's lobby door and headed up the stairs to the 6th floor. It was a Muggle building, so it had an elevator, but she didn't want to risk it. In such close confines there was no way that her disillusion spell would hold up. In full daylight, it would only work if she kept still or the other person wasn't really paying attention. Once she reached her apartment, she listened for several minutes at the door. Working up her courage, "There's nobody home. Our stepmother was taking a siesta." Flora finally unlocked the door and slid inside, pulling it shut immediately. She breathed a sigh of relief. The apartment was indeed empty. Flora quickly made her way over the scattered clothes to her stepmother's room and opened the well-stocked medicine cabinet. There were rows of little vials standing all along the shelves, as well as two large ones of headache relief potion jammed in back. Flora went through them quickly. She didn't recognize most of the names, but there were 2 bottles of sleeping potion, a regular strength sleeping potion as well as a little vial of wormwood potion. If she remembered correctly, that was like the drought of living death but only lasted for the one night. Flora grabbed both. She carefully arranged the medicine cabinet back to the way that she had found it before going to the room that she used to share with Hestia. She paused as a sense of melancholy hit her. The room had a Spartan feel, with only basic furniture and blank walls. It looked more like a guest room than someplace 2 girls had lived for almost 17 years. "I should never have come back over the summer. This wasn't home." She had known that it would be pointless, but stepmother had hammered obedience so deeply into her that she had come crawling back despite knowing what awaited her. The room had little in the way of personal effects, but Flora went to the bureau and pulled open the top drawer, digging in the back until she had Hestia's favorite hair clip. She then reached under the bed and pulled out a small photo album that the 2 girls had collected from their time in Hogwarts. She slipped those 2 items into her robes. "That's all the stuff from my childhood that I want to keep." She shook her head in sadness. She was just turning to leave when she heard the front door opening. Flora's heart started to hammer so loudly that she was certain that she would pass out as she froze by the bed. For a moment she considered crawling underneath, but that would make too much noise. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She was still disillusioned, and she could hear stepmother slamming around in the kitchen. "She's making breakfast." Stepmother never ate before noon, and she typically had some French pastry. Once she is done, she will either go out for the afternoon or go into her room. "I can sneak out then." The apartment didn't have a separate room for the kitchen. It blended into the dining room area, which ran into the living room. If Flora tried to leave now, Alexandra would see the front door opening at the very least. Flora glanced at the clock on her nightstand. 12:30. Gentle noises continued from outside Flora's room. At one point Alexandra walked by, and Flora couldn't breathe until she had passed. But she didn't come into her room, instead walking back to the living room area. 1:30. Flora could just hear Mother muttering something to herself as she paced. Flora shifted from foot to keep from stiffening up. She looked longingly at the bed, but she didn't dare sit down. The bed would creak. Flora glanced at the clock again. 2:30. I'm a coward. A deep self-loathing welled up from inside her. How long will I hide in my room when Harry needs me? Pushing all her thoughts aside, she gently shuffled forward until she could push her door open enough to peer out. Alexandra was standing in front of the full-length mirror, a script in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other as she recited her lines. Who's there? Alexandra began to turn as she noticed the door moving. Stupefy. The charm dropped the ultud. Flora took a moment to collect herself. Her stupefies were powerful also that she had at least an hour before stepmother woke up, and probably more. Alexandra was not particularly strong-willed. I need to make this look like a robbery. Flora ran back into her There's bedroom and scooped up handfuls of cheap jewelry into an emptied pillowcase. Reducto. She smashed the wardrobe for verisimilitude. She pulled the mattress off the bed frame and used a cutting curse to slash it open. She pulled both paintings off of the wall like she was looking for a hidden safe. The one of the dogs playing poker she dumped on the floor, but the hideous one that was just splashes of paint she smashed. That looks good. She shrank the pillowcase and shoved it into her pocket before calmly walking out into the living room. Stepmother was still out cold. She listened at the door. Nothing. She quickly opened the door and stepped outside. Fortunately, stepmother had invested in extra strong sound dampening charms on her bedroom, so nobody was likely to have heard the smashing of the furniture. She calmly strode down to the foyer. A middle-aged Muggle woman walking her tiny dog shied away when the front door swung open, apparently on its own, but Flora had Joe GGED down the street to the closest alley before the woman could puzzle out what she had not seen. Flora apparated back the shrieking shack in plenty of time. MLC. That evening, right after dinner, the 3 Gryffindors waited for Flora in the room of requirements. I was worried that it would be occupied, like last year, Harry stated self-consciously. He knew that it had to be done, having his friends watching him all day had been stifling and strangely tiring. I guess Malfoy didn't tell the other Slytherins where it was. It wouldn't be much of a secret if he did, now would it, quipped Hermione, trying to hide her nervousness. What about his 2 goons? Goyle and Crabbe can barely remember their names, much less the location of the room of requirement, Flora pronounced as she entered. Are we ready? She glanced around the room. She had fond memories of this place from 5th year, but it was now laid out in a different configuration, with overstuffed chairs circled around a work table on one side, and a pile of blankets stacked up on the other. Ron snorted. You know, I think I could get to like her, he commented to Harry as Hermione pulled out a list. We have the sleeping potions. In case we need to use them. I took Harry's wand, just in case. Dobby brought up a self-heating carafe of coffee, so we can take turns watching Harry. You know, people will talk. You're going to be a Scarlet Woman for being out past curfew, Ron joked, wagging his eyebrows suggestively at Hermione. Don't be a prat, Ron. This is important. Thank you for going to this length for me, all 3 of you. Harry interrupted the incipient argument. In the meantime, I'm going to start on my homework. He pulled his book bag over. Apoxamize. Harry looked up in surprise as the spell him. That will keep your trousers stuck to the chair, Flora explained, in case you switch when we aren't paying attention. She was taking the risk more seriously than the other 2. On some level, Ron and Hermione still didn't believe that their friend would turn into Voldemort. Maybe you should put me in a cage, like Remus. We're not putting you in a cage, Harry. Hermione replied angrily. Now everybody act naturally. Do homework or whatever. MLC. As the evening turned into night, the teens finished up their work and Ron pulled a deck of cards out of his pocket. I wonder what Seamus and the guys are doing. Ron sighed. We should have told them where we are, so they don't worry. I'm not certain that telling them would have made them worry any less. Speaking of, Harry turned to Flora. How about you? Are your housemates going to cause you any trouble over this? I don't care anymore. I can sleep in the room of requirement for the rest of the school year if I need to. Everybody else looked at Flora, at the finality in her voice. She finished her potions paper with an angry jab of her quill and pulled out a book to read without looking up at the others. It wasn't like she had cultivated contacts among her housemates to help her in her career or anything Slytherin like that. She was a pariah, and always had been. The only reason the our girls hadn't bullied her was because she and her sister had looked out for each other, and they had always gotten revenge for any slight. Always. As 11 o'clock rolled around, Flora went to the far end of the room and curled up on the stack of blankets. Wake me in a couple of hours and I'll take my turn watching Harry. That's not a bad idea, Harry smiled, making a show of stretching. I should get some sleep too. Can you unstick me for a minute so I can lie down properly? Hermione nodded absently, motioning with her wand. The moment Harry was free, he darted to the side, wordlessly. Summoning Ron's wand from his back pocket. Reducto, he jabbed. Protega, Hermione cast automatically, blocking the spell before it could take Ron's head off. Her training with the DA had made her reactions fast and her instincts good. But she nevertheless hesitated, unable to bring herself to attack Harry back. Avada Kedavra, Harry shrieked as a pain curse impacted with his buttocks. Stupefy, Hermione cast as Flora got up from behind Harry. Quick, get the sleeping potion. Flora yelled. Which one? Ron grabbed both, bringing them to Hermione. She grabbed the wormwood potion. She didn't want this, not Harry waking up again. The hatred in his eyes when he had looked at her, and the way he had casually tried to murder Ron. She spilled 3 drops of the potion into Harry's mouth as Ron held his mouth open. With a wave of the wand, Flora caused Harry to reflexively swallow the liquid down. I am training to be healer, she explained at the others' puzzled looks. Incarcerus, Ron cast for good measure. So, now we know. Hermione sat down, still in shock. Flora sat down next to her and took her hand in sympathy. That wasn't Harry. Harry would never cast those kinds of spells at you. She sounded like she was trying to reassure herself as much as Hermione. So what next? We have maybe a half-dozen doses of the wormwood, and it's a little over a week until the halls. We potion Harry every night until we can get him back to the burrow. We can ask the order for help then, Ron volunteered. Why is there so little of the wormwood? Hermione asked nervously. They only sell it in small quantities. It's dangerous to take it for too long, Flora explained. But we have to keep Harry potioned. Hermione sounded desperate. He'll be okay. He had to be. They didn't have any other options. MLC. Harry awoke, feeling groggy. He tried to rub at his eyes, but he couldn't move. His hands were tied behind his back. Moi? He asked, as intelligently as he could. Oh, you're awake. Ron rolled off of his bed and staggered over to the one that Harry was laying on. Let me get that for you. He gestures with his wand, and the ropes disappeared from around Harry. What happened? Did I turn into Voldemort? Harry asked anxiously. I'll tell you if you tell me what happened with Flora, Ron asked warily, holding his wand too casually. I'm not talking about that. Harry blushed crimson. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, you turned into Voldemort in the middle of the night. We don't know when exactly, but I think you're going to have to take a sleeping potion. And every night until we get back to the burrow. Harry groaned and rubbed his cotton-filled head. I think I need breakfast. And coffee. I hope I don't feel like this all day. We have an exam this afternoon. MLC. The day passed uneventfully, but as evening approached, both Ron and Hermione started giving Harry wary looks. And when he went to put his arm around Hermione as they walked back to the Gryffindor dorms after dinner, she shied away. I'm sorry, Harry. It's just. Do you, Ian? Just in the evening, until we get back to the burrow. She looked apologetically at Harry. He swallowed and nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Not that making sense stopped it from being hurtful. After finishing up his homework, he nodded to Ron. I think I should turn in a little early. As Ron got up to go with him upstairs, Hermione shook her head. You should sleep in the room of requirements again. And I'll keep watch this time. Harry nodded, smiling bitterly. Under a different circumstances, leaping in the same room with his girlfriend would have been something to look forward to. They made their way up to the 7th floor. As soon as they were inside, Hermione held out the potion. Here, take it quick. Harry could see the fear in her eyes. He took the 3 drops and lay down on the bed. Hermione didn't relax until his breathing evened out and it was clear that he was asleep. She carefully arranged his arm so that it would be more comfortable and pulled the blanket up to his chin. She then took a seat at the table opposite Harry and pulled out her class notes to revise. Harry had turned into Voldemort by 11 p.m. last night. She would wait until midnight to go to bed, to make sure that he didn't wake up. She hadn't told the others, but she wasn't certain if the sleeping potion affected the body or the mind. If it was the latter, a different personality might not be affected. When midnight finally rolled around, she cautiously approached Harry's bed and listened. His breathing remained deep and steady. She gave him a slight shake. Nothing. He barely shifted. With a deep sigh, she retreated back to her own bed. I hope he stays asleep for the whole night. She didn't want to admit it. But she was scared of Harry. The wormwood potion was supposed to be good that way. As long as you took the correct dose, it didn't matter when you took it. It lasted exactly until morning. MLC. Finally, the Hell Week was over. When the Hogwarts Express finally pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry was half asleep. Sleeping potions provided for a deep sleep, but not a restful one. He wouldn't be surprised if he had bombed all his exams. On the ride home, he had barely been aware of who was sitting in the compartment with him. As they walked off the train, Hermione and Ron flanked him like a pair of bodyguards, and Flora brought up the rear. Arthur Weasley had been waiting outside, by the car. When he saw his son and friends, his face lit up, but it shifted from joyful to pensive. As he watched them come closer. As soon as they got to the car, he pulled the door open. Is everything all right? No, nothing is right anymore, Hermione answered. Please sign in before leaving a review. I often respond. But I can only do that to signed reviews. A beautiful mind. I wish I knew something about Horcruxes, Remus sighed. He was in Molly's kitchen for an emergency meeting of the Order. Molly's worried. Voldemort is not dead. Had gotten an even quicker response than her. Voldemort is dead, from over the summer. The room was filled with all of the usual wizards and witches, as well as several younger members, such as the Weasley boys, who were sitting with Harry, Hermione and Flora and trying to cheer them up a trifle. This time around Flora had insisted on coming with them to the burrow, saying that she needed to make sure that Harry was okay. She sat on the far side of the table, but she never took her eyes off of Harry. If Snape were here, he would know more, Alastar Moody grumbled. The potions master and current headmaster had not communicated with the Order in months, but then again the only person he had been close to had been Dumbledore. Minerva, H.M. Med. Dumbledore was the expert on such esoteric magics, but he always kept things close to his chest. Too much so. But let me at least take a look at the ritual that the Revenant was trying to cast. It might give us a starting point. Hermione handed her the notes that Voldemort had been working from, as well as Harry's translations of the Parseltongue bits. As she perused the knot, the meeting paused and several of the Order members started debating amongst themselves what it all meant. Remus, have there been any Death Eater attacks since September? We are pretty isolated up at Hogwarts. And I'm not certain if I should be trusting what I see in the Daily Prophet. Harry interrupted. He wanted to know if things really had become peaceful after all the attacks of last year. Actually, this time they're not wrong. Things have been fairly quiet. There have been a couple of incidents of Muggle baiting. And the Wizengamot is trying to push through a Muggleborn Registration Act. But at its most recent reading, the Pureblood faction has been forced into compromising to the point that it's toothless. Other than low-level stuff like that, there hasn't been anything. It looks like Mr. Riddle was most concerned with the blood wards protecting Harry, Minerva pronounced as she finished her examination. But I thought that those collapsed when Harry reached his majority. Oh no, that was just the ones on his family residence, as that was no longer his residence. There is a second component of the wards that cover Harry himself. They are a lot weaker from having deflected the killing curse back when he was an infant, but they are still there, They will most likely last a lifetime. I spoke to Bathsheba babbling about them back when I first learned about their existence from Dumbledore. She said that the main effect would be to maintain the integrity of Harry's personality. So mind control spells like the Imperius, or the Veil's Allure will have less effect on him. Or in this case, Horcrux possession. Minerva considered, I think the best way to counter Tom's machinations is to repeat the ritual that he found, but casting it correctly. With the blood wards at full strength, it should be impossible for him to take control of Harry. The drawback is that this will take some time. The potion is the central component of the ritual, and it takes several months to brew. Additionally, you need to have the blood of a maternal figure, somebody that would be willing to give their life to protect you. Left unsaid was the fact that Harry's family tree had a paucity of people willing to risk their lives for him. In the meantime, Harry's going to have to keep taking the sleeping potions. Molly asked, those aren't good for a growing boy. I can brew a sleeping potion, Fred volunteered. Something better than the wormwood potion, at least. That stuff is awful. I'm surprised Harry could function after taking it for a week. That will be great. Arthur interrupted before his wife could get up ahead of steam. She could be a touch overprotective when it came to children, and she hated the idea of taking medications unless absolutely necessary. But over the past year Arthur had come to trust Fred and George's craftsmanship when it came to their potions. And what about you, dear? Molly turned to Flora, permitting herself to be derailed. Will you be staying with us this time? I can fix you up a room. With everybody gone after the wedding, we have plenty of room. Yes, please, Flora replied softly. Molly, all the Weasleys, really, were overwhelming. I will stay to keep an eye on Harry. Though the Weasleys probably would do a better job, they seem to know how to take care of people, something Flora didn't have any practice in. But Harry gave her a smile of appreciation when she said it, and that was all that counted. Arthur turned to Harry, it's good to see that you have so many friends that will look out for you. Nobody noticed Hermione's scowl. MLC. The winter break was stressful. Fred was as good as his word and brought over several flasks of sleeping potion, but the first time Harry took it, they weren't certain if it would work correctly. Yet again Harry slept under guard, with Ron and Arthur taking turns. Hermione had volunteered to take one as well, but Molly had quickly quashed that idea. It was inappropriate for a young lady to be alone in the Samahay slept. It was only on the last day of break that everybody was finally starting to feel comfortable with this new reality. It's good to be back to normal, Harry mentioned as they sat down to dinner the night before they had to head out to King's Cross Station. Molly beamed at him as she brought out the chicken soup. She loved having family at home, and Harry was family. It made her happy to finally see him comfortable. Though that Caro girl, Flora dear, are you certain you don't want any soup? No thank you, ma'am. I had a big lunch, Flora replied quietly. She had gotten more self-confident in dealing with Mrs. Weasley, but the over-the-top hospitality was still hard for her to accept. It had taken all of her willpower to not spend all of break hiding in the guest room. She made a point of reading down in the living room several times. And she even went for a walk with Harry and Ron once. The rest of the table was occupied with Arthur, Ginny, Ron and Hermione. Hermione was seated opposite Harry, as was proper. Molly didn't approve of how so many young people would practically sit on each other's laps nowadays. And she was happy to see that Hermione didn't cause a ruckus about the seating arrangements. I'm glad you ended up staying. This time, Arthur turned to Flora. I'm always happy to meet more of Ron and Harry's friends. Arthur didn't know much about the Caros. Ron was usually a good judge of character, but he still wanted to know a little more about who his son was hanging out with. Especially, why when it came to girls and this particular girl was from Slytherin house. Flora nodded. I'm sorry for how things ended up last time. I had hoped that I would be able to work something out with my family. Were you? Harry asked. No. She paused before adding, they aren't my family anymore. Ginny slid out of her chair and walked over to Flora, giving her a hug. Molly nodded her approval. She had raised her daughter properly. Arthur decided to change the subject. Did Minerva say how much longer it will be until the potion is ready for you? It's going to be a couple of months, probably sometime in May, Harry grimaced. The sleeping potion that Gred and Forge had developed didn't leave him groggy the way the wormwood did, but it was a hassle having to take it every day. And it tasted nasty. What about Umbridge? Is she still acting strange? Yerm, Arthur said around a mouthful of noodles. I forgot to tell you, she put in her resignation last week. She didn't even bother giving 2 weeks' notice. That can't be good. Harry and the others exchanged glances. We need to have somebody keep an eye on her. Arthur sighed. It's hard to motivate some of the others. Why feel that with Voldemort apparently gone, that the battle is over? Even with this, he waved vaguely at Harry, they feel that everything is under control. I can ask Remus. He's always very responsible. And I think Mundungus said that he's out of work right now, so he may be able to pitch in. Harry rolled his eyes. Mundungus wasn't the most reliable wizard, which might also explain why he was chronically out of work. After dinner, as they finished putting the dishes into the sink, Harry turned to Hermione. Do you want to go for a walk? It's still pretty early, and we haven't spent a lot of time, just the two of us. The burrow was a place for family, not privacy. Which made Harry wonder how Arthur and Molly had found enough alone time to have 7 kids. Maybe Arthur had borrowed a time turner from the ministry. Yeah, I would like that. Hermione smiled weakly. As much as she loved Harry, being alone with him still made her very nervous, especially in the evenings. Her palms were clammy as she took Harry's hand and they went to grab their coats. MLC. They walked out into the snow-covered fields, out to the low fence that ran around the Weasley property. In this part of Devonshire the light pollution wasn't too bad, you could see all the stars. It's beautiful, Harry breathed, but it's hard to take time to appreciate things like this, with everything that is going on. Hermione was silent for a moment before replying. Harry, I think we should put our relationship on hiatus for a little bit. I mean, I like you a lot, but with Voldemort, you didn't see it. But having him looking out your eyes as he tried to kill Ron and me, I just can't do it. Harry took her hand. I'm sorry. He couldn't say he was surprised. Hermione had been avoiding him ever since that horrible day when he discovered that he was sharing his body with Voldemort. His hands clenched on the fence. Though it would have been nice if she worried a little about how he was feeling. He was the one sharing a body with the blighter. But he was used to coping with stuff on his own. There's nothing to be sorry about. You didn't do anything wrong. Harry and Hermione stood silent for a couple of minutes before Harry replied. Okay, but we're still friends. Always. Hermione gave Harry a quick hug. They stayed out together, looking at the stars awkwardly for another minute or two before Harry turned to go inside. Hermione waited until he was inside and followed after. MLC. The ride back to Hogwarts was a lot more pleasant than the ride in the other direction had been for Harry. Though the situation with Hermione was awkward, he didn't know how he should act around her. Fortunately, the compartment was crowded with Neville, Ginny, and even Colin Creevey, who had somehow snuck his way in. As well as Flora, Ron and Hermione, so Hermione mostly chatted with Ginny. It got even more rambunctious as over the course of the trip several other students came by to chat with Harry or one of the other occupants. It wasn't until the train was pulling to the station that Harry had a moment to turn to Flora. I hope you won't have any trouble from your housemates for sitting with us. And here was another complication. Harry glanced at her as the others packed up the card games and books that they had been passing the time with. She seemed happy to spend time with him. But was he okay with spending time with her? Or was he still technically dating Hermione? And as Ron loved to point out, nobody really knew what Flora was thinking, maybe not even Flora. I'll be fine, Flora forced a smile. What's the worst that they're going to do? Ostracize me. I don't particularly want to hang out with them anyways. Once the train came to stop, she grabbed her trunk and was one of the first to leave. At a confident stride, by the time the others had made their way out of the train, her thestral carriage was long gone. But once she was back inside the castle, Flora's pace slowed to a shuffle. The Slytherins could do a lot worse than just ostracize her. Not all of their venom was social. She had heard rumors about Zambini, and how his mother's husbands kept mysteriously dying. And Zambini was Nott's best friend. If Nott decided that if he couldn't have her, that nobody else would either, there was no telling what Zambini would slip into her food. or sprinkle on her pillow, or any of the other myriad ways that there were of delivering poison. And of course she couldn't trust the current administration to do anything to help her. She had reached the stairs adding down to the dungeon when she turned around and headed up to the room of requirements. When she opened the door, it had configured itself as a cozy reading room, with a pair of padded chairs clustered around a school desk as well as a recliner with a little end table for putting your book down on. And hidden behind those was a bed filled with cushions and stuffed animals, things she had never had as a child, but had heard other girls talk about. She dropped her trunk at the foot of the bed and fell into the bed. It was cozy, but just a little lonely. Flora considered for a moment before making up her mind. "Dobby," she whispered. Nothing happened. She sat up on the bed and focused herself, pronouncing in a regular voice, "Dobby." "Yes, Miss Flora," the house elf replied as he popped into existence. "Can YP of hot chocolate?" Dobby nodded enthusiastically, causing his ears to flap. Dobby is not supposed to bring food and beverages except to Great Hall, but Miss Flora is Harry's friend, so Dobby will do so. But only when other elves aren't watching. He disappeared with a pop. It was less than 5 minutes later that he returned with a carafe and a small mug on a serving tray. "Just call Dobby when Miss Flora is done." He put the tray on the desk and then, after a quick smile to verify that Flora didn't need anything else, disappeared with another soft pop. Now if she could just find some way to deal with the sense of aloneness that had slammed down on her when Dobby disappeared. Winter break had been nice. She had been surrounded by people who were kind and friendly. She had forgotten what that was like. She hadn't had that since last spring, when she had been able to hang out with Harry and his friends. And there had been Harry. The real Harry, not the cold-vold Harry. Get a hold of yourself, Flora. Pull out a book and get a jump on. Classes. Talking to herself sounded weird. She had never done it before, but at least it broke up the silence. And YBE she could sit with the Gryffindors again. MLC. Harry quickly finished scribbling down the notes from the board. The spring term classes were starting out all right. Hogwarts didn't feel like the warm, welcoming home that it had been his first year, but at least nobody was trying to kill him, which, with Snape as headmaster, was honestly a surprise. And the Newt level material was demon ding enough that he could pour all of his concentration into that and ignore the fact that Hogwarts had turned into another drumstang. Harry was one of the last to finish, so when he turned to leave, the Transfiguration classroom was almost empty. "Harry, can you stay a few minutes after class?" McGonagall asked from behind her desk, where she was arranging the buttons for the fourth years who were coming in next. "Sure." Harry approached the desk. "I was reading up on the Blood Ward's potion, and it will be most efficacious if it is brewed by somebody with a family connection to the recipient. But I don't have any magical family." Harry's stomach fell. He didn't want to be stuck taking sleeping draughts for the rest of his life. "You can do it yourself, Harry. It does not say that the recipient can't brew their own. I have collected and prepared most of the basic ingredients, but I think you should be the one to brew it, under my direction. It is within your capabilities." The Transfiguration professor frowned, adding, "It is unfortunate that we don't have a potions master to rely on for this, though. You don't think we could go to Professor Slughorn for help with this?" Harry didn't at all trust the portly little man, but he wanted to hear McGonagall's reasoning. She shook her head. "I very much like Horace Slughorn, but he always has his own agenda. I would not rely on him for something of this magnitude." Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he nodded. "Okay. I can come after dinner for an hour each night. Will that suffice?" "Yes, that will be perfect." The elderly professor beamed. Harry had matured into such a responsible young man. MLC. She watched from the unnatural shadows that enveloped the entryway of the upscale office building as the blond man lead high palsied son to the Muggle establishment across the lane. She frowned. This was the third time in his May weeks that he had done so. With a disgusted snarl, Umbridge levered her bloated body out of the shadows that she had cast and waddled away. To think that 20 years ago Malfoy had seemed like such a perfect recruit. What had happened to him in the intervening decades that he would be fawning over his defective son to the point of taking him to a Muggle shop of some sort? She was not certain what service it provided. there was no flashing neon sign or painted awnings to advertise its wares, as was the typical Muggle way. This was a very upscale neighborhood, even if it was Muggle, and they had nothing so crass. Instead, there was a discreet sign on the door, announcing Daniel Highland, physical therapist. Nevertheless, he was clearly a Muggle. Wizards didn't. Physical therapy, whatever that was. Umbridge staggered away. She would need to find another disciple to help her complete Voldemort's return. He growled. He couldn't go to the likes of Mulciber or Goyle. They were useful as muscle, but they lacked the intellect to understand what had happened to him, and what needed to be done. Also, both were incapable of following any instructions issued by a female. Maybe Avery. Both father and son were loyal followers, if he could just convince them that she was indeed Lord Voldemort. MLC. So what's going on with you and Hermione? Are you still dating? Ron asked. He and Harry were working on their charms project. Every Newt-level class had a final project in place of a final exam, so as not to double up with the nasty exhausting wizarding tests that were administered by the Ministry, though some were more involved than others. For charms, Flitwick had his students pair up at the start of the spring term and spend most of the semester working on it. Which is why Harry and Ron were in an unused classroom, brainstorming what they should do. Except this was typically the sort of thing that Harry would do with Hermione. She dumped me, Harry replied. He knew he was being a little unfair. She had had a perfectly good reason to break up. And she had been polite about it. She said that she was scared I'd turn into Voldemort on her. Which was fair, but it still hurt that she was scared of him. Harsh. Ron nodded as he tried to think of something to say. This sort of touchy-feely thing really wasn't his strong suit. I think Lavender and I might be getting back together again. Seeing Harry's slightly hurt expression, he quickly added, what I mean is that you never know. Maybe after we've straightened you out, the two of you can patch things up. Harry sighed. I'm not certain that I want to patch things up. I'm kind of pissed at her. Yeah, I can see that, but maybe you can go back to being friends. Maybe. How about we modify Ascendio so that it allows full flight, like a boom, except without the broom? Harry changed the subject. That would be wicked. Ron was more than happy to drop the personal discussion. MLC. You won't be needing your coats, Amicus Caro cackled as his students gathered in the courtyard outside of the castle. Today is the day. The students looked at each other, puzzled. It was the first week of February, and even with the wards around Hogwarts blocking the wind, it was still frigid. Today we will start learning the Fiendfire spell. The normally reserved professor was prancing with excitement as he circled around his students. Watch carefully. This is indeed a very dangerous, but a very puissant, very efficacious spell. He froze in the middle of the courtyard, and pointing away from the students and all the buildings, he pronounced a word, twisting his wand in a tight helix. A flare of bright fire leapt from his wand, extending like water from a hose. The professor gently rocked his wand, causing the stream of fire to weave. After a few seconds, he gave his wand a sharp jerk, cutting off the spell. The perfect way to warm up on a bitter winter day, Amicus chortled like a child. He was covered in sweat and smiling like somebody had just given him a new toy to play with. You will not be pronouncing the incantation today. You will only be practicing the wand motions. Professor. Hermione raised her hand. Is there any way to counter Fiendfire? Very good, Miss Granger. Amicus was not above giving compliments to Gryffindors, though he rarely awarded them points. There is a spell, in case your Fiendfire slips out of your control. And it can be used to dispel another's Fiendfire if you are of a particularly strong will. But we will be covering that later. Today, we will start with the wand motions. It was clear that and anything to come between him and his Fiendfire again. The rest of the class was pedestrian, but Harry still waited in trepidation for when their lunatic professor would have them cast the spell themselves, for real. Maybe I'll call in sick that day. MLC. Harry was sitting in his charms classroom, scribbling away. Class had been over for a half hour, but he needed to get as much of the paper done before dinner as possible. Between his work with McGonagall and needing to go to bed potioned by 10, he didn't have much time for school work. He discovered that if he started his homework right after class, while it was fresh in his mind, it didn't take as long. He was just finishing up when he heard somebody running by in the hall outside. A moment later there was the pounding of several more feet. Harry put his quill down and grabbed his wand. Something was not right. There shouldn't be students any running around this part of Hogwarts. Not right before dinner. He cautiously opened the door and peered out. A pair of fifth-year Slytherins were at the end of the hall, standing around a suit of armor. Their posture indicated that there was something or somebody caught between them and the armor. Harry sighed and drew his wand. Care to explain what you're doing? He stalked down the corridor. The two boys turned to face him, revealing a Ravenclaw second year squeezed into a nook behind the plate armor. Attempting to hide, "We're just having a discussion with Robert about showing respect for purebloods," said the large boy on the left. "Do you want we can explain it to you as well?" asked the smaller rat-faced boy on the right. Harry sighed again. Whatever he did, there was a good chance the Inquisitorial squad would get involved, and they would check his wand for what spells it had cast. So he had to do this fast and with minimal violence. Impedimenta. Harry whipped his wand up and cast at the larger boy. The Slytherin tried to get out of the way of the spell at the same time as he drew his wand. And in the end did neither. The spell sent him tripping into his companion. Incarcerus. Harry eased back on the spell, so only a few strands of rope bound the two boys together. Facing each other awkwardly, their faces inches apart, they would be able to get out of those on their own. Eventually. Now that's a picture that's worth 1,000 words. Maybe I'll send up Colin to take your photo. Harry quipped as he turned to the Ravenclaw. It's not very smart to try to hide in a spot without any exits like that. The boy climbed out of from behind the armor, stuttering his thanks. Harry just waved him on his way and went back to collect his schoolwork before the two Slytherins could work their way free. He was actually surprised that this sort of thing was more the exception than the rule. There was more pureblood bigotry than in previous years, but Snape came down hard on anybody who tried to physically bully the Muggleborn. And while the Inquisitorial squad took points from any non-Slytherin at the slightest provocation, they did little else. Their actions all but guaranteed that the Slytherins would win the House Cup this year. On the other hand, that just meant that nobody else really cared about it anymore. The only real problem were the Carrows. Electo was bad enough, but most of the students didn't take her any more seriously. They took bins. Her class was something to be suffered through, but as long as you could spit back the correct facts on the exams, it had no real impact on your life. But Amicus was slowly encouraging the students to enjoy causing injury and pain. And while most realized this, he was still normalizing a level of brutality that British wizards had not seen in decades. "We need to do something about Professor Amicus," Harry voiced as he sat down next to Ron at dinner that night. Ron had already been discussing the merits of the various teachers with Hermione. "Maybe we can get Luna to write an exposé. Her father will publish anything that's from her," Hermione volunteered. "That's a good idea." Harry perked up. "I'll talk to her after dinner." Hermione smiled back at her boyfriend, T. He smiled soured as she remembered that Harry wasn't her boyfriend, currently. "This is awkward. MLC. Luna, have you got a minute?" Unsurprisingly, the blonde girl was in the library, in the zoology section. She had an array of books spread out on the table in front of her, and she was comparing a picture in one against descriptions in the other two. The perpetually distracted Ravenclaw turned a vapid-looking smile towards him. "Yes, Harry, what do you think of Amicus Carrow, as a professor? He is destroying the character of our generation." Harry nodded. Despite her appearance, Luna didn't miss much. "I was thinking we could, I don't know, discredit him." "How?" "You could have your father print something about him in his paper." Luna looked shocked. "I'm not going to make up stories. That goes against all journalistic integrity." "Not make up," Harry quickly countered, though given all the stories about Snarkak and other made-up animals that the Quibbler printed, I didn't think that their journalistic integrity would hold more than a thimbleful of water, but maybe point out all of his negative behaviors all in one report. I bet a lot of parents wouldn't approve of how he is acting." Luna tapped a fingernail against a metallic radish earring. "Maybe, but I don't know. I think many parents like how he's teaching. It's all very old-fashioned, blood and guts, like in the Middle Ages. And the wizarding world was stuck in the past. though Harry wasn't certain that it was that far back in the past. Well, we can give it a try. Luna nodded. Also, you should hide, like in 5th year. What? Harry didn't remember hiding. Why? It's almost Valentine's Day, and I have heard several girls discussing stalking you with a level of detail usually reserved for a major naturalist expedition. Luna paused to examine Harry. Harry hunting. It could be a new sport. Harry blanched, a sudden image popping into his mind of Dudley dressed like Flora, chasing after him. Thanks for the warning. Do you want a complete list of girls and the methods that they plan to employ? Luna pulled out a spare sheet of parchment from her bag. Whatever else you could say about Luna, she was a Ravenclaw. Ah, no, I'm good. Harry quickly walked back to his dorm, trying not to blush. MLC. And then it was February 14th. To make it worse, it was a Saturday. That meant that Harry had to watch all the romantic or, in the case of the younger years, awkward shenanigans as they played out in front of him, in the common room, in the Great Hall, and even out by the lake. There was no escape, even though Harry did follow Luna's advice and stayed in crowded areas where nobody was going to proposition him. Ron, on the other hand, had managed to disappear to Somme. Where Ginny had mentioned that he had indeed gotten back together with Lavender. But here he was, in the Gryffindor common room, with no classes to hide behind, with what felt like half the female population eyeing him speculatively. This was far worse than in previous years, at least back then he had been mostly oblivious. And as an underclassman, not having a girlfriend didn't automatically mark him as either prey or in the minds of the gossip girls a loser. But 7th years were almost adults. In a few short months most would be going out into the real world and getting jobs and tea. Here was a desperate scramble to hook up before that happened. With an annoyed glower Harry grabbed his potions homework, and carefully dodging a 4th-year girl that turned towards him a little too eagerly. He made it out the portrait hole without being accosted. 10 minutes later found him outside the room of requirement. Flora, he knocked. The door opened a crack. Harry, how did you know where I was? You have your ways of tracking me, and I have mine for tracking you. Do you mind if I hang out with you for a bit? Flora smiled, blushing. I'm glad, much to do here, except homework. Apparently Flora did not feel up to being social today either. Speaking of, have you finished the potions essay? I'm almost done, but I wouldn't mind going over it with you. Flora showed Harry in, pulling a second chair over to her desk. After Flora helped fix up Harry's potions essay, they went over some of the transfiguration theory that McGonagall had dropped on them last class. It was pretty dense. And it took them a couple of hours to work through it all. Harry looked around the room, recalling the last time he had been here. You know, I never thanked you for saving me from being possessed. Flora shrugged self-consciously. I will always be there for you, Harry. Always. Even though I could turn into Voldemort at any moment. You won't. Not during the day. And at night the potions keep you asleep. But what if the potions stop working? Or the blood wards don't work right? Not that Harry wanted to push Flora away, but he didn't know if it was right for him to just keep ting like normal when he could be putting his friends' lives in danger. Then I will die. Harry blanched at her calm statement. That isn't something normal people accept so calmly. I am not saying I want to die. I don't. But if you end up killing me. She shrugged awkwardly. It's your right, for everything I did to you. She held up a hand to forestall Harry before he could say anything to contradict her. Flora opened and closed her mouth like a fish as she struggled to find the right words to express what was going on inside her mind. Finally, she concluded with, I know you don't want to hurt me. You're a good person, but what I am saying is that I am willing to accept the risk. Harry nodded, not certain how to respond to this statement. They sat without speaking for some time after that, putting the finishing touches on their respective homework. Finally, Flora looked at the clock. We should go to dinner. Harry looked down at the floor awkwardly before standing up and holding out a hand to help Flora up. It's Valentine's Day. Flora remained seated as she tried to puzzle out what Harry meant by that non-statement. So do you mind us going to dinner, together? Stupid. Harry, she's a stalker. She doesn't really know or care about you. Flora's breath hitched. What about Hermione? We broke up at the start of the semester. A smile spread across Flora's face and she gave a small nod. I would like that. MLC. When Harry walked into the great hall holding hands with Flora, there were a number of surprised looks, especially from the Slytherin table. Theodore Nott in particular was scowling and looked ready to lunge out of his seat before Zambini leaned over and whispered something to him. As the pair sat down at the Gryffindor table, Hermione did her best to smile at them despite everything. It wasn't a surprise, after all. Just another awkwardness between her and her former best friend. But before she could say anything, Ron glanced up from his fried chicken. You guys going down to Hogsmeade tomorrow? Lav and I can walk down with you. I thought you found her baby talk annoying, Hermione asked, glad for the interruption. She's matured a lot since 5th year, Ron replied defensively. And there weren't a lot of options at Hogwarts. So, are you? Before Harry could reply, Flora nodded, unable to contain herself anymore. Yes, Harry will take me. Harry blanched at her phrasing, quickly adding, yeah, and I need to stop off to purchase some more bear claw for the blood ward potion. I was hoping we could do something more. Couple sigh. Flora sounded dejected. Harry, Hermione interjected at the same time, looking incensed. You can't go running errands during a date. It's not romantic. Harry had a sudden flashback to the disastrous date with Cho Chang. What have I gotten myself into? Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Flora smiled. I am just a normal girl, I just want a normal date. Ron snorted at the idea of Flora being a normal girl, and started to cough as a piece of chicken got lodged in his nose. MLC. Harry glanced at the timer on the workbench. He was in McGonagall's office, stirring the potion until it turned back to a milky white. It wasn't hard, but coming in every day to adjust the potion was frustrating. He had so little time, for schoolwork, for working on the potion. He hadn't even done anything about hunting out Umbridge in weeks. And now Flora. I bet it's going to be a disaster. She's going to want to be all lovey-dovey, and I have no idea how to do that. Harry took a deep breath and focused himself, trying to think positive. At least McGonagall had laid in a good supply of everything that he had needed, so far. Though where he was going to get the blood of his mother was not clear. He glanced around the room. McGonagall wasn't there, but the office very much reminded him of her. It was compact and filled to overflowing WITH reference books and spellworking materials, all carefully shelved in order. Harry wafted some of the air from above the potion towards his nose like Flora had taught him. It smelled of iron, like the notes said it should. Another 5 minutes of stirring and I'm done. And then, should he prepare for the date tomorrow? The only date he had gone on had been a total nightmare. He couldn't ask Hermione for help. That would be super creepy. And Ron, he would be no use. He was dating Lavender. He had probably gone over to the dark side of cologne and fancy clothes. Why did I agree to this? Harry sighed. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Flora wasn't Cho, but she wasn't Hermione either. MLC. Harry handed Flora into the Thestral carriage, holding the door open and hamming up the roll. Drawing on every butler he had seen in snippets of Victorian-era movies, seen through the doorway of the Dursleys' kitchen, as he pretended to clean the dishes. When he joined her in the carriage, she was beaming. Okay, so now what? Harry asked, sulkily. He wasn't certain why he was annoyed. This was his idea, after all, but he was. And he was also annoyed that he was annoyed. We do date stuff, Flora replied brightly. This was a dream come true. But the problem with dreams is that they were typically pretty vague about the details. She had no idea what came next. She just knew that going on a first date was supposed to be the high point of any girl's high school career. The ride down to Hogsmeade was quiet, as Harry stressed. He knew what he should do. He just really didn't want to. When they finally rolled into the village, Harry turned to Flora. So, you want to go to the tea shop? You mean Madame Puddifoot's? I would love to. Harry steeled himself and led the way into the kitschy, cloying place. As they walked in, Flora scanned the place in amazement. The shop was full of Hogwarts students sitting two to a table, gazing soulfully into each other's eyes or chatting quietly. Some were snuggled up to each other. Do you mind if we take a table towards the back? It was a little too crowded for her. Once they sat down, Madame Puddifoot, a stout woman with a glowing cherubic face, came over. "And what would you dears like?" She beamed cheerfully. It wasn't as bad as fifth year, but only because he knew what to expect. "I would like tea," Harry ordered stiffly. "Make that too." Once the beverages arrived, the two teens sat and drank quietly. Harry tried to make his last, drinking it in small sips so that he wouldn't be required to start a conversation. Nevertheless, 5 minutes later, the tea was done. Flora put her cup down and looked at it. Now what? She surreptitiously glanced at the other teens in the rooms for a cue on what to do next. She immediately looked back down at her hands. They were all acting like they were in their own private bedrooms. "Should I order more tea?" Harry stressed. He didn't want more tea. It would just make him need to go to the bathroom. And that wasn't romantic. But what else did one do at a tea room? Do you want to get going, knowing what else to say? "Yes, please." Flora waved Madame Puddifoot over, but before she could pay, Harry pulled out his wallet. "I've got this." Flora nodded her approval. At least this was as it should be. Well, that was a fail. Harry desperately racked his brain for where to go next as the two teens exited the tea shop. What would I do if this was Hermione? You want to go to Tomes and Scrolls?" Flora considered for a moment. It didn't really seem like the right sort of place to go on a date. But on the other hand, she had never been on a date before, so maybe it was normal. And she really didn't know what she wanted to do. Well, actually she did. No, she wanted to have a magical first date with Harry Potter. She was just a little fuzzy on what that entailed. She was about to point out again that it was Harry's job to come up with entertaining things to do on a date when she noticed a shimmer in the air. A person-shaped shimmer. She leaned in towards Harry and whispered, "Somebody is following us," disillusioned. Harry nodded. "This way," and turned towards the alley behind Madame Puddifoot's. As soon as they took the corner, he pointed to the side. "You hide near here and watch my back." Flora stepped into the closest back doorway and disillusioned herself while Harry continued on down the alley. He was halfway down when Flora yelled, "Duck!" Harry dropped and rolled to the side, letting an orange curse whiz over him. As he regained his feet, he was confronted with a now visible Umbridge dueling with Flora. Stupefy, Incarcerus, Impedimenta, he cast quickly, avoiding any spells that would do permanent damage. He didn't want NT to be responsible for wrecking Hogsmeade. Umbridge whirled with a snarl to block his spells. She was disheveled, and her hair was a ragged mass that hadn't been touched by a comb in months. Despite her appearance, her spell work was precise. Harry dodged a yellowish spell and retaliated with another barrage of his own. Umbridge's casting lacked power, and her footwork was stiff, as if her body didn't move quite like she expected it to. Despite that, if she had been facing a single opponent, her technique could have compensated enough for her to win. But Harry and Flora fought in synchronicity, their hours of training together coming through. Umbridge was barely able to get any offensive spells off. She was too slow to dodge the incoming attacks from the teens, forcing her to waste time deflecting or countering each one. She finally managed to duck under a blinding spell from Flora and with a slashing motion cast a cutting curse at Harry, who was caught by surprise and barely managed to get out of the way. "Yes, blood," the toad hissed. Harry glanced down to see that the cutter had managed to graze his arm, and a small trickle of blood was now running down towards his hand. "Accio blood," Umbridge pronounced at the same time as Harry cast Evanesco, vanishing the blood as it flew through the air. "No." Umbridge lumbered out of the way of Flora's Reducto, letting it splat teared into the wall where she had just been, spraying her with shards. Umbridge was forced back on the defensive as Flora, her eyes glowing in anger, switched to using Bomardas and other kill spells. Ith a vengeance. That horrid woman had injured Harry. Reducto, Defindo, Flipendo, Bomarda. Her wand danced as the motions for each spell fluidly melded into the next. Umbridge was forced to raise an umbrella shield, trapping herself as Harry maneuvered to her flank. With a snarl of frustration, Umbridge snatched off a button from her tattered lime green blazer and disappeared with a pop as the portkey activated. "Is she gone?" Flora asked, scanning the alley. "Finite Incitatum," Harry cast. That spell wouldn't do much against a more powerful caster, but it should suffice to cancel out any disillusionment that Umbridge was hiding under. "Yeah, She is. So that was the second Voldemort that we faced, Flora quipped excitedly. I don't think that's the usual sort of thing that couples do on dates. That's not funny. It kind of is, Flora replied, stepping closer, pressing into Harry, her face tilted up towards his before drawing back a little to examine his injury. Here, let me take care of your arm. I'm training as healer, remember, she added before Harry could protest. After she spelled the cut shut, Flora added, we should head back to Hogwarts. Who knows when that woman will make another attempt. I'm sorry that our date was spoiled. Don't be. I had fun. She linked arms with Harry as they walked out of the alley. So you like Madame Puddifoot's? No, I hated it. But I like dueling. Harry became aware of exactly how close Flora was walking. As soon as they got into a carriage, she threw herself across the carriage, crawling up his lap to press against hard as she kissed him with a passion that would have made the couples in the tea shop embarrassed. They only came up for air once the carriage approached the castle. Let's go, Flora managed huskily, pulling at Harry. Wait, I need to do something first. It has to do with the attack, Harry slurred. He knew that if he didn't go now, he wouldn't. And it had to be done. I have to pick something up from Aragog's grave. And run an errand. I'll be in the room of requirements, Flora replied breathlessly. MLC. Harry woke up in the room of requirements the following morning, groggy from the potion. His stomach churned as he recalled that he had barely remembered to take it before going to sleep last night. He glanced at the clock on the nightstand. He still had an hour before his first class. So he hadn't messed up too badly. He finally looked to his left, at the girl sleeping next to him. This is one messed up relationship. Harry was no expert, but he was pretty certain that falling into bed with a girl that you never really talked with was not a good idea. It's like Ron and Romilda last year, and that ended as a disaster. And despite knowing each other for several years now, he had never had an actual conversation with Flora. We don't even have anything in common. She's from some crazy pureblood family, and I grew up in the cupboard under the stairs. But she was pretty and she loved him. And that counted for more than it should. He quietly slid out of bed. He would wake her after he had gotten dressed and used the facilities. He froze with one leg in his trousers. When did I start thinking of her as pretty? MLC. During breakfast, Flora sat with Harry and his friends, like she used to last year. But just like last year, she almost never talked. She quietly answered the few questions that Harry directed at her, but otherwise she was happy just to listen. And the group sitting with Harry was boisterous enough that unless you made an effort, people would talk over you anyways. Oi, we got to go. It's time for class with your favorite professor. Ron jerked his thumb in the general direction of the defense classroom. Flora paled as she got up next to Harry. Are you okay? Harry asked as they walked, lagging slightly behind the others. Flora nodded yes. No. Do you want to talk about it? No. Yes. But how could she? Harry nodded his agreement. He didn't want to talk about it either, whatever it was. But as they got to the classroom door, he quietly added, I want to help with whatever is bothering you. Flora turned to face him. Pretend we're not a couple when he's around. Flora nodded her head towards the classroom, please. Okay. But this isn't normal. Harry felt like a hypocrite. It's not like he was an expert on normal. Flora shrugged noncommittally. Please ignore me. Flora needed to be invisible. That was the only way to escape. She took a moment to visibly settle herself, adjusting her robes and standing straighter, before going inside. Professor Amicus paid no special attention to Flora. Today was the first time that the students would be casting Fiendfire, and he focused on watching each student as they, one by one, attempted the spell. Most of the class failed at the casting, either from poorness. Of those that succeeded, Amicus cancelled the Fiendfire out with the Finis Ignis counter spell within moments. So as not to risk the student losing control of the aggressive spell, Fiendfire was malevolent, actively seeking to burn people and things. It required an icy calm to control. As the class was letting out, Amicus called out, Hestia, please stay behind. Harry glanced anxiously at his girlfriend, but she didn't look his way, instead sitting back down in her chair and folding her hands to patiently wait for the rest of the class to leave. MLC. That was unacceptable. You have embarrassed the Caro name. Amicus didn't yell, but his voice was angry and venomous as he paced around Flora. "I am sorry, sir." She did not ask what she had done wrong. Amicus would either inform her or he wouldn't. But she no longer cared what he thought was unacceptable. Or so she told herself. But her heart was beating faster and her palms were sweaty. "You will cast Fiendfire correctly before you leave this classroom, young miss." Flora breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't about Harry. She nodded as she stood up. She stepped away from the desks, out into the open part of the classroom and cast the spell. A small flame burst from her wand, whipping about like a candle flame in the breeze, a foot-long candle flame, before resolving into a general bird shape. "Very good," Amicus spoke softly. "You did not want to distract somebody working with Fiendfire." He did not show a surprise or pride at the accomplishment. "Finis ignis," he dispelled her fire before asking more forcefully, "and why did you not demonstrate this talent in class?" "I did not wish to draw attention to myself." Amicus rumped, but after a moment nodded. "That is acceptable. Keeping your skills hidden from others was a laudable, i.e. Slytherin trait. You may go." As Flora turned towards the door, he clutched her shoulder hard enough to drive his dirty fingernails into her flesh and leaned over, hissing into her ear, "And Hestia, stay away from the Potter boy, or there will be consequences." The melancholy of Flora Caro. Flora glanced around the corner, trying to not look suspicious. Her next class was Transfiguration, and the most direct route led past the defense classroom. But T.S. was not the most direct route. She had gone up a flight of stairs and over to the east wing before heading back down. It would take an extra 5 minutes, if Flora was lucky, but the chances of meeting one of the Caros was greatly decreased. Seeing the corridor empty of either Caro or their Slytherin minions, she took off at a jog. She should make it to class before the bell. It was all manageable, except she hated lying to Harry. This time, she had told him to go on ahead without her as she needed to go to the bathroom. MLC, Mr. Potter, why can't your theoretical work ever match up with your practicum? Minerva returned the latest assignment to Harry. Another, acceptable. He sighed. It was almost the end of the school year, and he was still having trouble with this. He was certain he had gotten it right this time. Unlike in defense, where he could easily explain the why of the spells and techniques that they were learning, in Transfiguration something just wasn't clicking. He had become quite adept at the actual magic. He could even do permanent transfiguration more often than not, but he didn't quite understand what he was doing to get the transfiguration to last like that. It was a good thing that McGonagall weighted the practical spell casting at 80%. He glanced over to where Hermione was concentrating on the clutter piled onto her desk. The instructions for today were that they were supposed to transfigure all of it into something that was neat and orderly. With a single spell. She clearly knew what she was doing, but Harry wasn't going to ask. He'd muddle through on his own. Just to prove that he could. "Harry, you just need to think of it all as one object," Hermione interrupted him before he could cast. She had noticed him glancing over. "I know. McGonagall already said that." Harry frowned. He jabbed his wand at his mess and concentrated. The wadded-up pieces of paper stretched and flowed, transforming into an array of knights facing off against each other in 2 neat lines. The scattered paperclips and pencils turned into swords and spears, while the erasers became shields. "What I don't know is why I can do this so easily, but I can't do that." He pointed to Hermione's desk, containing a neat stack of papers, a Muggle stapler and a red apple. None of which had been there a moment before. It should be easier to turn school trash into fresh school supplies. "But I can't do it." So much for not asking Hermione. "You have to stop thinking in a literal way." Hermione perked up immediately. "I know that sounds really weird coming from me. But transfiguration works on a semantic level, not a scientific level." It had been too long since she had had a chance to lecture Harry. She had missed it. "You need to think of the common themes connecting the objects. Those will be different for everybody, but as long as your visualization is strong, you can transfigure it." Harry nodded along. As Hermione continued to hypothesize about other applications of transfiguration, his brain switched off. He really wanted to pay attention, but a small quiet voice in the back of his head asked, "Will it be on the exam?" And the answer was, "Not at all." Click. "Miss Granger, Is your assignment complete, Professor? McGonagall asked. We have only a few minutes left of class. Oh, shoot, no. Hermione's eyes got big as she dived back in to put the finishing touches on her own work. MLC. Harry leaned back and stared pensively at the library ceiling. As was now their common practice, he and Flora had met up in the library after dinner. Flora, what's your relationship to Professor Electo? This wasn't the first time Harry had asked her this. And like every time he asked her anything about her family, she replied, I don't want to talk about it. Flora continued working on her charms project, not looking up. The two teens were at a small work table hidden at the back of the stack, diligently working on their essays. It wasn't exactly a secret spot, but it was well back from the area frequented by the younger students. Only the most studious made it back here, or upperclassmen prepping for their newts. Which is why Flora had felt comfortable enough to kick off her shoes and clasp Harry's shin between her ankles. Okay, but I was thinking that Electo might know how to find Umbridge. Flora looked up. Why? Because Umbridge is dangerous. She's probably trying to raise Voldemort from the dead. I know that. Flora rolled her eyes. It was completely out of character for her. And cute. Harry didn't reply for a moment, distracted. Seeing his look, Flora blushed and looked back down at her paper. Why? She repeated. Why Electo? Because she has a lot in common with the Toad. And she's one of the few female Death Eaters. If Umbridge needs help, maybe she will reach out to somebody who's a kindred soul. Harry shrugged awkwardly. If I could, I would chat her up myself, but I suspect that she won't trust me because of who I am. I'll do it. Flora's scowl spoke volumes about how much she was looking forwards to that conversation. Thanks. Harry glanced at this watch. I think we should call it a night. I need to get back and take my potion. He smiled apologetically at having to leave so early, but Flora just nodded absently as she grabbed her books. By the time Harry had his stuff all packed up, she was already gone. MLC. Harry, have you finished your Transfiguration homework? Hermione asked during dinner. Meals were one of the few times she, or anybody, really, saw Harry, otherwise. He secluded himself to try to cram in as much schoolwork as he could. Technically, she could probably search him out, but she was doing the same thing. Newt year was brutal. I have a first draft done. But it's awful. I can't make it all come together. Harry managed Art Loaf. Ron bobbed his head in agreement. This assignment was very complex. As in he had no idea what McGonagall expected. He had a bunch of random facts scribbled down on his parchment with a few connecting words to hold them together. How about we work on it together? It's been a while since we did that. Ron opened his mouth to agree and paused, looking over at Harry. Yeah, that would be great. He missed hanging out with Ron and Hermione, despite everything. With the insanity of 7th year, it was impossible to find time for much of anything. Harry was very much aware that he had let his search for Umbridge fall to the wayside, and he felt guilty about that as well. Lavender won't mind losing you for a couple hours a week. Hermione quipped. I'm right here, you know. Lavender snipped from Ron's other side. And this is important. You have been friends since forever, and this is your last chance. Once Hogwarts is over, we'll all probably never see each other again. Lavender finished glumly. Obviously this was something that had been dwelling on her mind, and then Ron turned to reassure her that he would be able to stay in contact with Parvati even after graduation. She's a little, Harry began as a whispered aside to Hermione, shallow. Insecure. Hermione finished. Shish. Harry glanced down the table. But it didn't look like Lavender had heard. Everybody has their neurosis. Speak of, how is Flora? Harry snorted, not bothering to dispute the designation. I don't know, and I mean to. Sincerely, she really doesn't talk much about herself. I think something is bothering her, but she hasn't told me what it is. Harry noticed that Hermione's hand was resting on his arm. He didn't remove it. Have you asked her, Harry? Girls like to have guys ask about stuff like that. Yes, of course, I think so. Hermione looked skeptical. Maybe I should try talking to her. Not that she wanted to. You don't have to. Harry was surprised. That was bound to be an awkward conversation. Personally, he would never volunteer for something like that. He glanced anxiously at his watch. I got to go to McGonagall's office. I'll see you guys in the common room for the Transfiguration essay in a half hour. MLC. Flora hated this part of the day. All the other students were heading towards their dorms. But she was heading for an unused corridor in the middle of the 7th floor. That was not suspicious at all. She made sure to take less traveled corridors, as to avoid any questions about where she was spending the night. She was just turning to go up the stairs when Professor Slughorn came out of the stairwell. "Oh, Hestia, just the person I was looking for." Flora froze. "I was doing a presentation to all the 7th-year Slytherins, and I noticed that you were absent. When I asked around, it came out that you have been absent from the dorms for some time. I know many young women your age are thinking about marriage, but it is against the school rules for students to be sharing a bed, so to speak." His walrusy face showed his discomfort with this topic. "As your head of house, I have certain responsibilities, and if you are not sleeping in the dorms, we will have to contact your guardian." Flora paled. If she was forced back into the Slytherin dorms she would die. Maybe literally. She didn't know what Nott would do if she was within his reach. "I'm not. I mean sleeping around." She shook her head. "I'm studying to be a healer, so I haven't been spending a lot of time at the infirmary. There is a cot there." Slughorn gave her a hard look, lacking his usual warmth. "I will speak to Madame Pomfrey about this. If I find that it is not the case, there will be a letter sent home, mark my words." Flora stood, wringing her hands as he turned to go. She waited until the professor was 10 feet down the corridor before silently drawing her wand. Memorii. As the spell hit the professor, she rushed over and looked him in the face. "Hestia is sleeping in the infirmary, so that she can train as a healer," she stated slowly and clearly. "There is no need to check up on her. Now repeat it back to me. Hestia is sleeping in the infirmary, so that she can study." "I don't need to check up on her," Slughorn muttered. Flora nodded and ran up the stairs, leaving her head of house to stand befuddled in the corridor. "What was I doing? Oh, I must have had a senior moment." He shook his head in exasperation. MLC. All of the 7th-year Gryffindors sat or lounged, as was their wont, in the common room as their head of house assembled them. "I know most of you have already started making plans for after graduation, but I want you to know that I am available to help if you need it. As usual, we will have a job fair at Hogsmeade the first weekend of June, and listing of available jobs will be posted in my office starting at the end of May. If you need help with writing resumes, I will be available during office hours." McGonagall was giving the pre-graduation talk to the 7th years about planning for their future. This was the second of two. She had already talked to them in the fall, targeting those continuing on to university. "Any students that are going to continue on to the Oxford Magical College, please come up and talk to me." As Hermione went up to talk to McGonagall, Harry turned to Ron. "So, you still planning on the Auror Academy?" "I'll apply at least," Ron muttered, "or maybe I'll go to work at Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. I don't know. I've been thinking that it might be nice to work with family." "What about you?" "I just want to be done with this Voldemort thing. But other than that, I guess I'm going to continue on to Auror School. That way maybe I can help people so that they don't have to deal with their own Voldemort thing." Harry paused and glanced across the room. "What about Lavender?" She wants to work in Diagon Alley. She likes being around all the people." Ron turned a bright crimson, and stuttered out, "That's part of why I'm thinking of working for my brothers. I bet FLO Raw is getting this same spiel right now. And I didn't even think about what her plans might be before deciding mine." Harry felt slightly guilt, but only slightly. Flora never wanted to talk about stuff like her future. Harry only had a very general sense of what her family situation was, and that was mainly gleaned from listening to what she didn't say more than what she did. "Well, she will do her own thing after Hogwarts. And I'll do mine. So you and Lavender are pretty serious." Ron nodded. "Yeah, I guess. Don't tell my parents, but she's been talking about us moving in together after graduation." "That sounds nice." And it did. "I bet Flora isn't going to want to do that. It's strange to think that we're almost done with all this." Harry wasn't certain if he was happy or sad. Hogwarts had saved him from the Dursleys, and he had some wonderful experiences here, but he also had some truly awful ones as well. Yeah, I guess we grew up, Ron stated, a bit uncertainly. MLC. Good evening, Professor. Flora walked into the little office behind the wizarding etiquette classroom. Alecto had been expecting her, and had set a doily-covered table with a fancy tea set. There was a delicate, cat-shaped teapot and little teacups. It all looked like a grown-up version of every little girl's play set. Flora had timed it for 5 so that she would have an excuse to leave as dinner was served at 6 in case Professor Alecto decided to ramble on to her favorite topic, criticizing everybody who was not Alecto. I was hoping we could chat, like we used to, back when you were in Azkaban. But Flora didn't say that part. She sat down at the table, and attempted a smile, which was greeted by a rictus which may have been Alecto's attempt at the same. Oh, that is so sweet. I would love to. Don't put your elbows on the table. Catch up and see how you are doing. Take smaller sips, dear. Ladies do not gulp. Professor Alecto held the tiny cup daintily in her meaty hand. I am doing. Flora pretended to take a sip, and you? Have you kept in touch with your lady friends? I hate this. Oh, you know how it is. Work has been keeping me so busy. Alecto made a shooing motion as if to dismiss all the difficulties. Oh, did you ever meet Professor Umbridge? She taught here a few years back. Her sense of style was very similar to yours. Flora pointed at the bookshelves filled with artfully arranged tchotchkes. There was not a book in sight in the professor's office. Do not point, Hestia. It is rude. Alecto took another dainty sip. I have not met her. But thank you for letting me know. What about you? I hear that you have not been taking your duties as the future Caro matron seriously. You need to practice hospitality, socialize with your peers, invite them to tea. If you need a space, I can let you borrow my classroom. Alecto beamed at Flora. Flora controlled a shiver of revulsion. I hate this. I hate her. The non-stop criticism. The pressure to conform. It was worse than stepmother. And she couldn't escape. Every class, she could feel the hag's eyes on her as she harangued the students. And of course by peers, Alecto meant Slytherins. Thank you, that is very kind. She carefully replied only to the second part of the statement. Speaking of kind, you have been very unkind to young Nott. He is quite besotted with you, and your coldness to him has hurt him to the quick. You should remedy that soon, or your reputation will be ruined. Flora scowled. How does this old hag know all the school gossip? He's worse than a 13-year-old girl. She was more than tired of people telling her to date Nott. I will consider it. Once he was dead. Flora glanced at the wall clock. 5:30 only. She had misjudged. Oh, look at the time. I really do need to run to get ready for dinner. Which involved her walking down to the Great Hall, but let the horrid woman assume that she would need to spend a half-hour putting on makeup or something. She couldn't stand being here for another minute, much less 30. She stood up, exchanging empty pleasantries with her biological mother. As she headed for the door, she turned and added, oh, and if you manage to get in touch with Professor Umbridge, do let me know. I've been meaning to catch up with her as well. She smiled brightly and fled. The things she did for Harry. She didn't notice Alecto eyeing her speculatively as she closed the door. MLC. You know, just because Hermione is talking a mile a minute is no reason you have to be quiet. You just have to interrupt her. We all do it, or we would never have opportunity to get a word in edgewise. Harry was walking with Flora after Transfiguration class. He didn't know how it had happened. But during every Transfiguration class. Now, Hermione assisted Harry, lecturing him on theory, practice and anything else that she could think of. She was like a broken fire hose. Information spraying everywhere, too rapidly to absorb. Since it was on topic, Professor McGonagall permitted it except when she was giving instructions at the start of class. She remembered what it was like to be a spring semester 7th year. It was also the only time the two of them talked anymore. But at least they talked, as opposed to his nominal girlfriend. Flora hadn't said a word during all of Transfiguration class. Despite working at the same workbench as Harry, she had cast periodic glances his way, but had refused to be drawn into the discussion. No, I'm fine, really. Flora was walking with her shoulders hunched. And she wasn't holding Harry's hand the way she usually did. You look tense. Flora forced her shoulders to relax. I'm okay. Are the other Slytherins bothering you? Even though she was living in the room of requirements, and eating with the Gryffindors, she was still technically a Slytherin. Harry didn't know if there was some way for them to interfere with her. Flora shook her head. Nothing I can't deal with. Harry nodded. He wasn't certain what else he could do. Even when he visited her in the room of requirements, they either did homework or just made out. I remember we used to chat back in 5th year. Usually after dueling. Though the idea of attacking his girlfriend felt wrong somehow, he should be protecting her, not trying to take her down with a spell. Flora, how about we practice dueling? MLC. Flora sat with her head on her knees. Hey, you're just a little rusty. Harry sat down next to her. It was an hour later, and they were up in the room of requirements, which was configured for dueling, and they had spent the time doing just that. And Flora had lost spectacularly, 3 times in a row. Before, whenever they had dueled, her technique had been as good as Harry's. He would still usually win, but that was due to having more power. Now, you were too stiff. Yeah, came the muffled response. After the 3rd match, she had just thrown herself to the floor and pulled her knees in, so that she was sitting wadded up against the wall. You want to talk about it? Harry put an arm awkwardly around her hunched and shoulders and tried to pull her in for a hug, but Flora pushed him away. No. Harry sighed and leaned his head back against the wall. This is stupid. I'm stupid. I should just break up with her. Flora was still sitting, hunched over. He couldn't tell if she was crying. After the newts, only an asshole would do it this close to them. He put a hand on her back and gently rubbed at it anyways. MLC. Luna's article on Amicus Caro finally came out in the Quibbler, to a resounding silence. Apparently very few of the student body and none of the staff were subscribers. Maybe a few of the parents did read it. But the Quibbler was something you read purely for the entertainment value, and Amicus, behavior just couldn't compete with whatever absurd creature Xenophilius Lovegood decided to profile that month. Or they already knew the situation in the school, and had decided to grit their teeth and accept it. It was in late April when Professor Amicus finally announced what the final project for his class would be. Harry had been dreading it. He was certain that it would to torture some poor animal to death. But no, it was actually somewhat reasonable. For your final exam, you will duel me, one-on-one. Anything short of Avada Kedavra is fair game. Hermione's hand shot up. But Professor, a rogue cutter or bludgeoner can cause a very serious injury. You do not need to worry about that. Miss Granger, I have enough control to prevent a mishap of that nature. But what if the student doesn't? She interrupted. I have enough skill to control the combat. You need not worry. Everybody come up and draw a number to determine the order. He held up an inverted skull filled with folded over pieces of paper. I hope I remember how to actually duel. Ron muttered as the students lined up. Because we certainly didn't learn that in this class. True. The past semester had been focused on casting Fiendfire exclusively. Though I'm not certain I want to be using the pain curses from first semester either. Quote, I was referring to the DA. That was the only real defense class we've had. Ron slapped Harry on the back. Harry nodded as he drew his number. He was 10, right in the middle of the group. After class, Hermione came over to walk with him. If you want help studying, you know that I'm available. Not that you'll need help with defense, but for other subjects, I mean. Harry smiled. The two of them had settled back into a comfortable relationship, though it wasn't as close as it once was. Thanks. I might take you up on that, at least for transfiguration. Flora was already helping him with potions, and his collaboration with Ron in charms seemed to be doing the trick, strange but true. You know, I would like to give us another try also, maybe over the summer. When it's less stressful, Hermione tactfully left out that it would also be after the blood wards were reinforced. Harry paused, conflicted. Hermione was a good friend. She was nice, but he was still peeved at her abandoning him over winter break. And after life with the Dursleys, that was very hurtful. Yeah, I'd like that. Maybe we can get together for a graduation party. But at least he knew what she was thinking, unlike with Flora. He didn't have to be a legilimens just to know if she was angry with him or something. MLC. As the school year drew to a close, and the Blood Ward potion finally approached completion, Harry became more and more anxious. He glanced at the calendar above the blackboard as he walked into Slughorn's classroom. It had just 2 more weeks to go. Harry sighed, knowing his luck, that would be when the sleeping potion would stop working. He considered not sleeping in the Gryffindor dorms, but the only other place he knew of that he could get a bed was the room of requirements, and he didn't want to put Flora at risk either. It didn't help that all the other 7th years were also stressing about the upcoming Newts and their future. The only reason he wasn't completely losing it was that finding himself in a life-or-death situation at the end of the school year was a normal part of his routine. He would be more surprised if something didn't try to kill during finals time. TH's sort of mindset can't be healthy. He spent all available time studying, rotating between Ron, Flora and Hermione. The last was surprisingly pleasant. His ex-girlfriend never handled exam time well. She was so stressed out that her hair was starting to frizz again, from her overheating brain, but she made an especial effort to be cheerful despite that. And they worked together well. As always, she made him dive deep into transfiguration theory, and he quizzed her on everything else. But another oddity was that Aura had suddenly become a lot more relaxed in the past couple of days. This was nowhere more evident than in Charm's class. She was a completely different person. Maybe it was Flitwick's boisterousness and a cheerful personality. Or maybe it was a class that came naturally to her, but she actually smiled as she worked. I guess she does communicate. It's just mostly through body language. It made working with her a lot more pleasant. As they walked out of the Charms classroom, he half waved to her, expecting her to run on ahead to the next class under the excuse of going to the bathroom between classes. But today she instead turned to walk by his side down to the potions classroom. You certain you don't need to run to the loo?" Harry teased as Flora stalked silently next to the Gryffindor group. "No, I'm okay. And getting better with each day as the end of school drew closer." Harry shrugged and headed for the dungeon. As they went down the stairs he tentatively reached out and took her hand. Today as usual, Harry took the cauldron next to Neville. In 7th year, everybody was working on their own potions, but it was still nice to work next to somebody who you could share ingredients with or ask advice from. Last semester he had been sharing a workbench with Hermione, but that would have been awkward at the beginning of the semester, so instead he had shifted to a workstation towards the back of the room. And without Snape breathing down his neck, Neville wasn't bad at potions. Of course, he wasn't great either, but Harry didn't mind if he spent more time at Vici. Than vice versa. It allowed him to pass on some of the skills he had learned with Flora and Hermione. "Do you mind if I join you?" Flora surprised Harry, putting her stuff down at the cauldron on Harry's other side. Before Harry could do more than nod agreement, Slughorn called the class to order and got everybody started on their Wolfsbane potions. Halfway through class, once the potions re-simmering and would need minimal attention for the next 10 to 15 minutes, Flora turned to Harry. "What are your plans for after you graduate?" Harry stopped, flabbergasted. "I've been planning on the Auror Academy. What about you?" He wasn't certain what had prompted Flora to bring it up. She had never before expressed an interest in future plans. When Flora didn't reply immediately, Neville contributed from his seat across the aisle. "I'm planning to apprentice with a herbologist. Gran has already put out feelers through her network of friends. I'm thinking of doing some traveling. On the continent, or maybe even the States." Flora forced out. It felt like her throat was closing off. This was something she had never verbalized before, had never allowed herself to even think about before. As Harry nodded, she quickly added, "Maybe you could come with me." Neville opened his mouth and quickly closed it, turning to focus on his potion as he realized that despite the setting, this was actually a private conversation. Not that he didn't listen in with half an ear. He wasn't a gossip, but Hannah had been asking him about what was going on with Harry and Flora. Over the summer. Yeah, I would like that." Harry stumbled to answer as he processed what Flora had said. "But I'm not certain how much I have in my vault, so it might be for only a couple of weeks. What am I doing? It will be a disaster. The traveling will end up with us walking awkwardly side by side, not talking, except it will be for days on end. And what about Hermione? And he needed what little money remained in his vault for Auror Academy. A junket like this would break all his plans. Flora chewed her lip as she pondered Harry's response. This was not what she had planned. No, planned was too strong a word. She didn't have a plan. She just needed to leave England and never come back. Maybe she would go to India and live among the Rakshasa. Whoa, your potion. Harry pointed at the liquid as it started to froth. Flora scowled as she stirred it back down and added a fine sprinkling of fire newt. She had almost spoiled her potion. She hadn't had that happen in, ever. MLC. As class let out, Harry glanced at his watch. I need to go check in with McGonagall about the potion. He smiled apologetically at Flora. I'll go with you. That would be great. It was almost dinner time, and the Transfiguration classroom was in the opposite direction from the Great Hall. As they walked, Flora continued to look pensive. Harry, after school is over. If you're short on cash, I can get a job and help pay for the Auror Academy. She again stumbled over her words, like she wasn't certain what she was going to say until the words actually came out of her mouth, but she persevered nonetheless. Harry stopped. They were in a rarely used corridor, so it was a private area. Are you implying? Harry considered what he wanted to say. On the one hand, it was really nice. Not just what Flora was offering, but to know that she wanted to stay with him after graduation. On the other hand, this was the first time that he ever knew what she was thinking. But before he could say anything further, Theodore Nott strode in. Potter, get away from Hestia. As Harry turned to face him, he stopped so that they were inches away. I don't want you spending time with her anymore. I don't think that's for you to say. Especially since you can't be bothered to talk to her even when she's right in front of you. Oh, you think you're so funny. If you don't stop spending time with my girlfriend, I'm going to punch you so hard that you'll be drinking through a straw. Nott pushed Harry hard in the chest, causing the smaller boy to take a step back. What is this, elementary school? Harry drew his wand, but before he could do anything more, he was interrupted. You keep away from Harry, Flora snarled, a blue jay-shaped spark of fiendfire leaping from her wand to hover in front of Nott. One tiny wing brushed his outstretched hand, leaving a burn. Nott screamed in pain, clutching his injured hand as he staggered back, away from the fire jay. Flora remained stock still except for small motions of her wand as she controlled the fiendfire. I was never your girlfriend, and if you ever try to hurt Harry again, I will kill you. Nott pulled out his wand in, don't threaten me, little girl. But before he could do more than raise his wand, the fire jay flew right through it, reducing it to ash. As Nott recoiled, the fiendfire followed him, turning to fly in a lazy circle around him. Nott staggered to a stop and swallowed nervously. He stood very still, so that the fire jay wouldn't brush against him again as it circled his body. Sweat beaded up on his forehead. I wasn't threatening you. I can burn you into an ash so fine that you will blow away in a slight breeze, and they will never, ever find your body. Your friends will look at one another and ask, whatever happened to Theodore? And then they will shrug and move on with their lives. Flora's voice was a venomous hiss as all the pent-up anger leaked out while her attention was focused on the fiendfire. Her eyes never left her fire jay as she became one with the spell, holding it back by force of will from consuming everything that she despised. Even though she really wanted to let it fly free. Harry watched, not certain what to do. He didn't want Flora to accidentally burn Nott, but he didn't dare interrupt her concentration. He turned to face the Slytherin boy and mouthed at him. Shut up. Harry wasn't certain if his message got across, but Nott didn't say anything further. Harry glanced at Flora. She was still glaring daggers at the Slytherin boy as the fire jay started to circle him in smaller and tighter loops. Nott was sweating from the heat, and his clothes were beginning to char. Harry stepped up to Flora, gently putting his hand on her shoulder. Flora, it's okay. He used his most soothing voice. He got the message. You can let him go. The fire jay quivered and slowly drew away. Nott swallows nervously. Yeah, I'm sorry your sister had to die, he stuttered. The fire jay swerved hard left, right into his chest. Theodore Nott opened his mouth to scream. At the same time Harry yelled out, Finis Ignis, pushing with all of his will to dispel the fiendfire before it had A chance to do more than burn through Knott's robes and pink his flesh. The now bare-chested teen collapsed to the floor, passed out from fear. I almost killed him, Flora whispered. Harry pulled her into a hug, before taking a moment to stupefy the junior Death Eater. You're fine. Nothing happened. It was the fiendfire. It's malevolent. You didn't do anything wrong. He gently pulled at Flora, to lead her away from the downed Slytherin. Anywhere else would do, but she pulled out of his arms to stare back at Nott. I hate him. If it wasn't for him and his cronies, Hestia would still be alive. He never even liked Hestia. He was just dating her so that nobody would know that he was gay. Harry nodded, standing silent for several seconds before replying. I understand. I almost killed Malfoy when I found him attacking you. I'm not proud of that. That's not the sort of person that I want to be. But on some level, I still think he deserved it. Harry put his arm back around Flora. Right now, we should leave. You can go now. It's okay, Flora replied as this time she allowed herself to be led away. I am not leaving you alone. I'm a murderer, just like my horrible, horrible parents. You are not. I have seen you duel before, against Umbridge. You were meticulous, you didn't use disproportionate force. You just chose the wrong spell here. Towards the end, I wanted to kill her too. Oh, Harry, Flora sobbed. I just get so angry whenever somebody tries to hurt you. I have no self-control. You know what my biological parents, the professors, Caro, are like. They didn't join Voldemort because they believe in his cause. They just wanted to have license to hurt people. My mother hates everybody who doesn't conform to her standards, and my father is a sexual predator. I hate them, and they are always watching me. Nowhere in this stupid school is safe. I can try to hide, but every day I have to go back to their classes and sit there before them, meekly, not saying a word that they might disapprove of for fear that they will have me expelled. Harry gently rocked Flora. He had been all but certain that the Caros were related to her, but this was the first time she had confirmed it. Or even talked about them at all. He looked around. They had stopped walking next to the Transfiguration classroom. A third-year boy rushed by them, glancing curious. Why but quickly deciding that it was none of his business. You're almost free of them. 2 more weeks under their eye, and then you can leave Hogwarts. Wanting to leave this magical castle was a strong-NGE idea. Despite all of the dangers he had faced here, his time in this school was still the best in his life. I'll come touring with you, if you're still okay with that. Flora finally looked up at Harry, her face tear-stained. Yes, I want to be with you. Always. Harry was taken aback at Flora's intensity. I'm not certain you know how that sounds, he began when Flora interrupted him. Yes, I do, but why are you surprised? It's the same thing I have been saying since 5th year. Though this was the first time she said it outright, with words. She reached up to touch Harry's face. Quote, do you mind if I go with you to work on the potion? I don't want to be alone right now. MLC. The following week was hell. All of the class projects were due, and Harry also had to study for THE-NEWTs which were held last week of June, and he had to work on his potion. All before 10 p.m. The only thing that saved him was Flora. Ever since the incident with Nott, she was spending all her free time quizzing him on his newt material and helping him with anything else he was working on. And as a complete inversion of their interactions previously, this was now his only stress-free time. You certain you should be taking this much time to help me? What about your own projects? They were sitting in the depths of the library, with a silencing charm to make extra sure that they were not disturbed. Harry and Ron had just presented their modified Ascendio to Flitwick. That had been Harry's next to last project, just leaving defense, which he was currently blowing off preparing for in favor of cramming for the newts. I realized that what grade 1 get on the final project has absolutely no meaning, Flora replied. All that matters is the actual newts, and we're taking most of the same ones. So helping you study is also helping me. Harry paused. I guess maybe grades don't matter for you, but I need to get into the Auror Academy. I know, silly. That's why I'm here, helping. She gently poked him in the chest with her finger for emphasis. Harry put his book down and looked over at Flora, who eventually noticed and looked up. What? Her face lit up when she saw Harry smiling at her. How come you only open up when I am so insanely stressed that I have no time to talk? Flora bit her lip before replying, because you were right. Despite how stressful it is right now, I finally don't have to worry about my family. I take my newts and then I am free. There is finally nothing that they can do to me. Even if I can't find a job, I can go live like a hermit up in the LPS in the cabin until I do find something. They will wash their hands of me, and I of them. Harry nodded. Did I ever tell you about the Dursleys, how they kept trying to beat the magic out of me? Maybe he did have time to talk. At least when it was important. That's awful. At least stepmother never tried to deny me, us, Hestia and me, that is, our magic. But she tried to deny us everything else. The two teens spent the next hour trading horror stories about their childhoods. Somehow, it didn't turn into a competition. At least for Harry, he just wanted to hear about Flora's past, and in turn it made him feel safe enough to share some of his own stories that he had never told anybody about. You know, if it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it to graduation. Flora had pulled her chair around so that she was sitting next to Harry, her head resting on him. I know I haven't really said thank you before. I aided with anybody except Hestia, and she always knew half of what I was about to say. Anyways, well, you're making up for it now. Flora leaned over and gently kissed him on the cheek before snuggling back into him. Thank you for saving me. An hour later Harry started up. Dislodging Flora from her spot snuggled into his shoulder. Shoot, I have my duel with Professor Amicus in 10 minutes. I'll walk with you. The two teens took off at a pace that was just shy of a run. They were just rounding the corner to the defense classroom when Harry had to dance aside to keep from colliding with Professor Electo. I'm sorry, he said as at the same time Electo turned to Flora. Oh. Just the person I was looking for. I am going to go meet up with Dolores. Dolores Umbridge, remember you wanted to meet with her. Flora looked askance at Harry. Go, he nodded. I'll meet up with you for dinner. He walked the remaining few feet to the classroom. Hello, Professor Amicus. He peered inside. The classroom was empty. He carefully closed the door and pulled out his wand, so that he would be ready. I'll be out in a minute. Take your position in the dueling circle, the professor called out from his office. The classroom had been expanded and a 50-foot circle inscribed into the center of the floor. The combatants were required to stay inside. It was a small-ish area for a duel, but it made sense for a classroom exam. The duelists would have fewer options. Therefore less could go wrong. Harry casually stepped into the circle. As he did, the office door slammed open with a loud bang, and a push-screen spell came flying at the surprised Harry. He barely managed to weave to the side before a second and a third spell came at him, followed by Professor Amicus, who leapt into the circle, casting yet another spell. Harry deflected all of them with an overpowered Protega. The large shield spell gave him a moment's respite, which was enough for him to recenter himself and go on the offensive. Professor Amicus cast smoothly, but he wasn't any faster than Harry. And he lacked the passion that helped drive Harry to push himself harder, to take risky moves such as dodging attacks instead of blocking, so that he could go on the offensive faster. And he lacked Harry's reflexes. That allowed him to pull off the evasions. Professor Amicus took a step back as another of Harry's bombardas impacted on his Protega, shattering it in a burst of light. Before the professor could cast through the blaze of light, Harry dropped to one knee and cast a tripping jinx under the edge of the fading shield spell, causing Amicus to stabber back. He PTLY bounced back to his feet to follow up with a bombarda. Professor Amicus blocked it, but with his feet no longer solidly under him, he fell out of the circle. Harry stopped, panting, a smile spreading over his face. So, what grade do I get, Professor? Amicus slashed his wand at the floor with a frown, causing the entire circle to flare around Harry in a red light. Harry cast a Protega, but to no effect. As he was bathed in the unnatural light, he collapsed. MLC. Flora felt like she was floating. It was all over. She still had to sit the newts, but that was administered by the ministry, and her unnatural parents would have nothing to do with that. She was free, and she had Harry. A small smile quirked the corners of her lips as she followed Electo to meet with Umbridge. I'd to concentrate. I can't relax quite yet. This is important for Harry. She didn't see any point in trying to stop another Voldemort, but Harry's saving people thing was part of what she loved about him. So she would interrogate the toad for him. You go in first, dear. Alecto held the door open for Flora. As she walked into the classroom, Flora heard Avada Kedavra. Flora had no time to dodge, as the spell was cast at point-blank range into her back. MLC. Harry regained consciousness. He was outside, and the scene was depressingly familiar. He was in a graveyard at sunset, with a huge cauldron bubbling away. Next to it was the gravestone inscribed, Tom Riddle Sr. Little Hangleton, I presume. He carefully tried to adjust his position so he could get a view of something other than the mausoleum in front of him, and he was tied up. Of course he was. And to make matters even better, whatever Amicus had hit him with was still giving him a splitting headache and making him nauseous. Ah, our guest awakens. Harry turned to see Umbridge waddle towards him with her characteristic rolling gait. That is good. This part of the ritual works best when the prey is awake and struggling. Her voice was soft and had a pronounced lisp, almost a hiss. You know, it is unfortunate that you are such a good duelist. This was from another, male, voice. Harry craned his neck. Standing behind him and off to one side was Amicus Carrow. I was planning to just stupefy you during your final examination. That would have been simpler, but oh, no. You had to make my life difficult. Though I should have expected it, as the gossip in Hogwarts was that you were a match for Voldemort. Herm, the toad made punctilious throat-clearing sound. For the first Voldemort, Amicus corrected. So I had to use something a little more guaranteed, and now there will now be traces, he tisked. This re-resurrected Voldemort didn't seem to inspire the same fear that the original had. Maybe it was the rumpled pink dress. Or the shambling gait. The ritual, hissed Umbridge. Yes, Master. Amicus rushed over to the potion. As he adjusted the flame, Umbridge lumbered over to Harry and peered into his face. Close enough so that he could smell her fetid breath. Will this boy suffice? He is not a very impressive specimen. Oh, yes, your, previous incarnation considered him to be his chief adversary. Once Dumbledore was no more. And he did foil several of your predecessor plans, such as at the Ministry. Amicus didn't understand Voldemort's fixation on the boy, but it undoubtedly had existed. Now, they could make use of it for the ritual, and then finally get rid of the boy. He didn't like how he was corrupting his pure daughter. He also didn't understand the ritual that he was participating in. But if it failed because he had gotten something wrong, well, it wouldn't cost him that much. But if it succeeded, he would be the new Voldemort's right-hand wizard. He would have more influence, more power, than he had ever before dreamed of. He wouldn't need to teach at that school in order to be surrounded by teenage girls. Continue with the ritual, Umbridge roared. Amicus clears his throat and began. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. He waved over the grave. Accio. Nothing happened. Amicus gave a frown and repeated, Accio. More forcefully. Finally, a finger bone burrowed its way free of the dirt and flew to his hand. He carefully dropped it into the cauldron. For a moment, he had been worried that idiot Pettigrew had used up the entire cadaver last time. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed, you will revive your master. He walked over to a small silver tray that was balanced on top of a neighboring headstone. Without hesitation Amicus placed his hand on the tray and, with just a trace of a small grimace, cut off a pinky which he also promptly dropped into the potion. He took a moment to bind the injury, waving his wand over it until it was firmly bandaged. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. This time Amicus walked over to Harry and smiled cheer, fully before stabbing a knife into Harry's arm, letting blood dribble down the blade. With a wave of the Death Eater's wand, the blood formed a ball which he flipped into the bubbling cauldron. Umbridge watched with a critical expression. Yes, that is good. Don't let him bleed to death as yet, he will be useful as a demonstration. She gave a hideous smile. Therefore we must now call my acolytes, so that they may greet me as I return. She stepped up onto a broken headstone that helped prop up the calm over her surroundings despite her paltry height. She then bent down and grabbed Amicus' proffered arm, digging her fingers deep into his dark mark as she pronounced several words in sibilant Parseltongue. The Death Eater spasmed in pain. They will be here in minutes, Master, Amicus smiled weakly. They wouldn't dare not to come. Umbridge nodded, and clutching the locket to her ample bosom, calmly stepped off of her perch, dropping into the cauldron of potion. Harry watched the drama. He was having trouble concentrating. Whatever Amicus had hit him with was still affecting him, making his thoughts slow, his mind sluggish. But as long as he concentrated on one thing at a time, he was okay. He had already summoned his wand, but now he had to aim it right to sever his bonds before Amicus noticed. Or before the other Death Eaters arrived. He whispered, "Emancipare." Nothing. The spell had hit the ground. Harry twisted so that he could splash the spell off of the stone beneath him. Emancipare. This time the edge of the spell caught the ropes binding him, and he could feel them thin and loosen. Harry's vision swam and he was certain that he had momentarily lost consciousness. His arm was burning in pain. Emancipare. He forced out again. As the ropes thinned to nothing more than strings, there was the crack of apparition as the Death Eaters started arriving. They came masked, first one, then two more, then a flood. Unlike back after the third task, they had been waiting for the summons. They were ready, but as they arrived, they looked around in confusion. "Where is the Dark Lord?" asked one. Before Amicus could respond, the cauldron exploded into a dark, greenish mist from which arose a skeletal figure. "I am here, my followers. And I am ready to lead us into a new future." Harry smirked. "Not for long." MLC. February 14th. Harry raced out of the castle. He knew it was the right thing to do, despite. He tried not to think about Flora, partially dressed, waiting for him in the room of requirements. Stop thinking with your libido, she's not at sort. She's just going to want to make out, at most, and that's all. Except she probably wouldn't even be there when he got back. She probably hated him for ditching her. "I need to do this. It could be a matter of life or death." His life or death. Accio Broom. He hadn't tried this since fourth year, with the dragons, but he really wanted to finish this quick. A minute later, his firebolt flashed through the sky and to his hand. He flew down to the spot behind Hagrid's hut where they had buried Aragog. Looking down at the huge mound, Harry took a deep breath in trepidation. This is going to be gross. Accio Aragog, and he visualized just a small shard of one leg. The ground quivered and rippled, like the ocean, but Harry kept his balance and continued to visualize what he wanted. After another moment, a shard of Acromantula exoskeleton as long as a finger jumped up into his hand. It was less gross than he thought it would be. Next step was, he flew down to the Whomping Willow, and then down the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack. It was Hogsmeade weekend, so he could have gone out through the front door, but this was faster, and he didn't want to waste any time navigating past the other students on the way. Though it was a lost cause, why would any girl wait for a loser that ditched her halfway through a date? I should have asked Flora to come along. As soon as he was in the shack, he apparated to the graveyard. In his mind, there was only one, the graveyard, and walked over to Tom Riddle's senior grave. Accio Tom Riddle. He concentrated until he had pulled the entire skeleton out. After this many decades, it had decayed down to just bones. Now what? Harry looked around for some place to hide them. With a shrug, he tossed a cutting curse. To shave off the tiniest sliver of bone, and the rest he transfigured into a small bundle of wooden sticks. He crammed the bone into the Acromantula exoskeleton and then, taking extra care, transfigured it into a finger bone. He had gotten pretty good at transfiguration. He fairly was confident that this one would be permanent. Or at least last for several years. He then buried it back in the DRT and repaired the grave. It didn't look quite right, but it was winter, so there was no telltale damage to the grass to show that it had been tampered with. Harry nodded in satisfaction and headed back to Hogwarts. On the way up to the room of requirements, he stopped off at the Gryffindor common room and threw the bundle of sticks into the fire that was burning merrily in the large fireplace. He was just heading out when he spotted the drooping flowers that somebody had left on side table a few days back. He grabbed those, a quick reparo, and transfiguro. Later, they looked like a passable bouquet of roses. MLC now. Harry strained to see the figure in the green mist, but despite the tension, Harry couldn't keep his eyes open. Do I have a concussion? Was his last lucid thought. It was so much more peaceful when he closed his eyes. His last glimpse was of a cadaverous figure standing with arms outstretched before the cauldron. It had sickly gray skin, and there was something wrong with its face. Several Death Eaters exchanged glances. "Robe me." The creature swept an over-long clawed arm at Amicus. As the man stepped forwards, there was the popping of apparition. "Freeze. You're all under arrest," boomed a voice from all directions. At the same time the twilight gloom was filled with a thick fog that erupted from the periphery of the graveyard, obscuring from view the new arrivals. Tendrils of fog reached into the heart of the graveyard, where they mixed with the green mist emanating from the cauldron, creating a vile-look pea soup. "Kill them, so commands Lord Voldemort," the creature roared, scuttling forward as it waved its wand, dispersing the concealing mist from around it. As it did, the Death Eaters recoiled from the spider-like humanoid that was revealed, which exploded into gore as a reducto struck it in the torso. "I am the one true Lord Voldemort, not that failed abomination," Harry roared as he stepped forward, his wand raised for combat. "Kill the interlopers." He swept his wand out in a semicircle, sending a massive, overpowered banisher to dispel the obscuring fog. "It's a bunch of teenagers," called one of the Death Eaters as he cast a reducto at one of the new arrivals. "Make an example of them, so all will fear my name again." Harry stepped forward, casting Avada Kedavra. "We're almost at the end. One more chapter after this, I think." The final battle. Earlier. Avada Kedavra. Flora had no time to dodge, no time to think, as the spell was cast at point-blank range into her back. So she did the only thing she could: she threw herself backwards, slamming the back of her head into Electo's nose as she also pushed her wand askew. The Dark Witch wasn't able to finish the wand motion of the killing curse. As her mother staggered backwards, Flora spun around and stepped into attack. Stupefy. Incarcerus. The surprised Electo did not put up any resistance, collapsing from the first spell. With her opponent down, Flora levicorpused her into the classroom and locked the door before crouching down next to her. "Enervate. Why?" Flora demanded as soon as Electo's eyes fluttered open. "Why kill me? Why now?" Flora didn't bother pretending to act hurt. The fact that her mother would try to kill her did not surprise her. It was a feeling she understood perfectly. While Flora didn't want to kill her parents, she had spent most of her evenings this past year wishing that they would just die of some magical illness with no known cure. Or barring that, leave the school and never step into her life again. Lecto didn't even feel like family. That was stepmother, whom she hated almost as much, but the difference was that she felt guilty about hating Alexandra. Electo, on the other hand, was just a hateful, controlling hag that layered on absurd expectations and attempted to caught providing anything in return. Electo just glared at Flora. "You were in the way." Flora's eyes got huge. "Harry. This is about Harry. Stupefy." She ran for the door before turning back and transfiguring the unconscious Death Eater into an overly crocheted cushion for good measure. She kicked the cushion into a corner and ran back out. She raced for the defense classroom, pushing a pair of thirsty girls out of the way so hard they bounced off the wall. "I need to get to Harry." The classroom was empty, but there was a strange sensation, as if somebody had just released a large reservoir of magic. Flora darted to the office door in the back, and bounced off. It was locked. She looked around in a panic for some way to open it. Reducto. The door shuddered as a basketball-sized hole was torn through it. Flora reached through and grabbed the inside doorknob, pulling the door open. The revealed office was also empty. Flora leaned back against the wall and slid down to the ground as she racked her brain for what to do next. "Is everybody okay?" Flora turned to see Neville rush in. "Flora. I heard a crash. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. But Amicus took Harry somewhere, and he is in danger." "Are you certain? Maybe it has to do with his newt." Flora shook her head. "Electo just tried to Avada Kedavra me to get me out of the way. They want Harry." Neville grabbed Flora's hand and pulled her up. "Let's go get Professor McGonagall." They ran to the Transfiguration Professor's office, but it was empty as well. "Where is she?" Neville asked, rhetorically. "Maybe there is a staff meeting." Flora vaguely remembered that the teachers went up to the headmaster's office for those a couple of times a month. "I don't think so." Neville considered. "Let's go get Hermione. She'll be able to come up with a plan. They ran back down to the Gryffindor common room. Flora stood outside, anxiously shifting from foot to foot until Neville came back out the portrait hole. She went down for dinner. They finally found Hermione, eating dinner with their usual group in the Great Hall. As soon as they ran in, Hermione knew something was off. What's wrong? Harry's been taken by Professor Amicus. He was supposed to be at his defense final, but when I entered the classroom, it was empty. I think Professor Amicus portkeyed him somewhere. Ron quickly wiped his hands on a napkin. Okay, let's go. Go where? Little Hangleton, Hermione replied without hesitation. That's where the first Voldemort was resurrected, and there's no reason that this one won't use the same location. He's probably going to use the same spell, and it's the best place for it. Hang on a minute, Lavender interrupted from her spot by Ron's side. I thought you were smarter than that, Hermione. You all jumping to conclusions. What if this isn't about Voldemort? With Harry, it's always Voldemort. He's like a lodestone, Ginny replied. Besides, Voldemort is a creature of habit, Luna added. Just like last time, he wouldn't have had Harry taken until he was ready to cast the resurrection ritual. And he will cast it in his special place, where he likes to play. Okay, let's go get the teachers and the Aurors. Neville turned to go towards the head table when Flora caught him by the scruff of his neck. They will want an explanation, and they will want to argue. And that's assuming that Snape is willing to do anything for Harry. We don't have any time. As soon as Amicus raises Voldemort, he will kill Harry. We need to do this now. By ourselves, if necessary. And, besides, McGonagall wasn't up there, and she was the only one that Flora trusted in the least, as she was Harry's head of house. Ron nodded. Who's with us? Hands shot up. Neville, Hermione, Luna and Lavender, Ginny and Colin. How? Follow me. Neville glanced up to the staff table where many of the teachers, including the headmaster, were still eating, before walking out of the Great Hall. The others followed, trying to look casual. As soon as the group was outside of the teachers, though, they broke into a run. I have the password for the gargoyle. We can flew to Little Hangleton's owl post office. How do you manage that? Snape is tutoring Hannah in healing potions. She wants to be an apothecary. In that case, what are you waiting for? Flora put on a burst of speed, pulling ahead of the others despite her shorter stature. MLC now. The graveyard at Little Hangleton was filled with flashes of spell fire as the Death Eaters spread out to confront their teenaged attackers. They assumed that since they had superior skill in numbers, that it would be an easy victory, but instead it was turning into a running battle as the teenagers used the tombstones for cover and sniped at them whenever they moved. Several Death Eaters had already been knocked out of the fight, hit in the opening bout of spellfire as they were unprepared for such a concerted attack. Voldemort grimaced. His grip on this body was still weak, and his head was pounding. But he was a powerful Legilimens, and that meant that it was child's play for to break through into a mind that was as near to him as Harry's had been and take control. All that he had needed was one opportunity, and Harry's concussion, or whatever he had been suffering from, had finally given him that. He would establish his dominance permanently. He ducked as a rogue spell sliced towards him. Neither side was targeting him. The Death Eaters were not certain who exactly he was. But they were giving him the benefit of the doubt until the battle was done, and the teens were specifically avoiding casting near him. He had no memory of how he had come here, but he immediately grasped the situation because he was a genius. Dumbledore's order was so weakened that they were reduced to using children to attack him. The light side was as pathetic as always. Yet despite that, his Death Eaters were dueling like idiots, getting in each other's way as they raced to be the ones to kill or capture the teens. It's not like there was a reward for each enemy killed. He would only Crucio, the most incompetent of his followers. He grimaced as yet again one of his followers managed to stumble into Amicus' line of fire. Fools, he shrieked. Work together, and concentrate on the red-headed boy. He's the one directing them. Why were all of his followers always complete morons? They all needed him to do their thinking for them. He felt an overwhelming need to Crucio somebody that would teach them not to think for themselves. He watched a pair of his followers, one of them must be Mulciber, judging by his size and lack of coordination, corner a dark-haired boy against an over-large monument. The teen dueled furiously. He was very impressive, but there was no way he could hold out against two skilled opponents for more than a few moments. Suddenly a small, mousy girl ran past behind Mulciber, slashing his hamstring with a wave of her wand. Mulciber toppled, flailing and catching his partner in the side of the head with a meaty fist. The red-headed boy, a Pruitt or a Weasley, no doubt, directed the two teams to cover behind a mausoleum, giving them a clean line for fire at the cluster of Death Eaters attacking a younger boy and a red-headed girl. While another pair of girls bombarded Mulciber and his associate from the side, distracting them from pursuit. The teams kept ducking behind cover and moving about, making it impossible to keep track of them, or even tell how many there were attacking. Finally, two of his Death Eaters did actually follow his instructions and charged the Weasley boy, only to be hit by an Expelliarmus from a pretty witch who popped out from behind a headstone at his side. One of the Death Eaters went down hard, flipping head over heels, while the other had to duck to the side to avoid getting hit by the flailing limbs. "Why the hell were you so close together?" Voldemort shrieked, Crucio-ing the one that was still standing. "Did they never learn how to fight as a team?" He grit his teeth. "Do I have to do everything myself?" He raised his wand, and Watarm swung to the side and his cutting charm took out Goyle's shoulder. "What? No." He tried to force his arm to obey his command, but the harder he concentrated, the smaller his world got. Tunneling into just one spot, "You will not take control of my body again. I am a genius Legilimens." He pushed the Potter child back into the recesses of his mind. "Is it truly you, Master?" Voldemort turned to see the rat, Pettigrew, standing unctuously at his side. Only Pettigrew could ooze obsequiousness without moving. "I mean no disrespect, but I would expect Master to participate more in the battle, and not to spend it all shrieking like a shrill teenage girl." But Peter didn't say that part. He never said that part. "Are you testing me, Wormtail?" "No, Master, I would never dare." In other circumstances, it would have been funny to watch a grown man drop to his knees and grovel before a teenager. "But I saw our spell go astray just now, and I grew concerned for you. But I do not want to interfere with your duel if you wish to be the one to slay these children." Peter's eyes glittered as he stared up at his master from an almost prone position, examining him. Yes, Wormtail was testing him. He felt a sudden rage, almost enough to blast the man here and now. The Voldemort shard forced back the anger. He didn't remember being so quick to anger before. Something was wrong with him, but he would determine what it was later. "Get up." He looked up at the sound of pops. The teams were apparating away, as they realized that they were encircled and had no chance of winning. Why did nobody put up an anti-apparition ward? That should have been the first thing you cast when you realized that we outnumbered them. Which of you was in charge of this fiasco? He roared. Wormtail froze, but his prone form still caught his master's eye. Crucio. But he held the spell just for a second. He had more important things than punishing his deceit. Plus for incompetence. That would come later. He sighed. It appears that we missed our opportunity to rid ourselves of some nuisances. But that is of no consequence. He stood and looked around before demanding, "Where is Malfoy?" "Here, my lord." The smarmy politician bowed deeply, to hide his grimace of distaste. "I will need to set up a base of operation. Your mansion will do, sir." Are you going to stay like that? I mean in Harry Potter's body." This was from Amicus. "It is healthy and young. I see no reason why I would not keep it." The other Death Eaters gathered tentatively around Voldemort, trying to judge if it was really their master. There were whispers flowing back and forth through the back ranks. Voldemort frowned and stepped up to Amicus. He grabbed his arm and jabbed it with his wand, hissing. All of the Death Eaters collapsed in pain. "I will not be questioned or second-guessed. I expect unquestioning obedience. Is that understood?" There was a chorus of agreement, and as the Death Eaters staggered back to their feet. At the same time as the Dark Wizards were distracted by internal matters, a disillusioned Blur bolted from behind a mausoleum, running straight for Harry. Amicus saw it at the last moment as it passed him. He didn't have time to use his wand, so he raised his arm, clothes lining the runner. The Blur spilled to the ground 10 feet from Harry, revealed as Flora. Something stirred in Voldemort at the sight of the girl. He could feel his vision swimming again. "No, not again. I am the Maester now. You are inferior." Single quote. Flora continued the roll, trying to get to her feet before her opponents could target her, but a stunner clipped her, putting her leg to sleep. Before she could recover, Amicus kicked her back down with a sneer. You have always been a disappointment, girl. I will no longer tolerate your abnormality. He turned to Mulciber. Kill her. Mulciber was limping from the damage to his leg, and he leered as he raised his wand. It wasn't often that he got to snuff a pretty little girl like this. Avada K. And his head exploded. As the Death Eaters turned in shock, Harry flew past them, out to the periphery of the crowd, powered by his modified Ascendio. No, you fool! Voldemort screamed at the other. How had he taken control? He had the sniveling little brat locked away. Help me or we both die, Harry projected at the other. He wasn't certain how it had taken control this early in the evening, but they couldn't afford to fight each other right now. Your Death Eaters don't care who you are, at this point. Chihei will kill anybody who provokes them. Voldemort snarled. The other was correct, this once. Why hour left? A masked Death Eater had stepped from behind a 12-foot-tall obelisk, a CA redo. He began as Harry blasted the obelisk, spraying shrapnel at the Death Eater. He flew quickly sideways, bare inches above the ground, firing off more reductor curses interspersed with bombardas. Most missed their targets, but they then hit the stone grave markers, spraying gravel into the air and sowing confusion. The Voldemort shard had never been awake when the other was active, but he had to admit he was impressed with how well he moved. Maybe you are a worthy opponent. Single quote. As the Death Eaters recovered, Harry switched to raining cutting spells that slashed between the headstones and monuments. Several Death Eaters were hit before they hunkered down behind shield spells. And always Harry stayed in motion, weaving between obstacles at a speed close to that of a fast broom. The majority of the Death Eaters took cover behind things, but one decided to jump up on top of a headstone in order to rain spellfire down on Harry, only to immediately take a cutting curse across the chest and fall back down. Let me take control, you cannot defeat them. You will die. Voldemort could not stand the thought of his life, his destiny, being in the hands of somebody else. And it led him even more that the somebody in question was doing a competent job. He reached out with his mind, pushing, causing Harry's flight to wobble. They almost plowed into a stone gargoyle, scraping their shoulder and arm at a good 40 miles an hour. Harry dropped to the ground from the sudden pain. As he lay in the mud, gasping, there was a sudden explosion from behind the group as a curse too. A grave marker into a huge spray of ragged shrapnel. Several pieces hit Death Eaters in the back, gouging into them. It was chaos as they scattered and whirled to see where the reductors were coming from. It was a small form hunkered behind an ornate mausoleum on the far side of their battle line. In the course of the melee, they had managed to lose track of Flora. Ascendio. Harry pushed himself back into the air. They two teams were greatly outnumbered, but the Death Eaters were still packed close together from when they had come to see whether Harry was really Voldemort or if their number was going to kill him as an imposter. As Harry circled the group, bombarding them with spells, they panicked, not certain where the attacks were coming from, and pushed into each other even more as they sought shelter. Getting in each other's way and preventing the more level-headed ones from getting a clear shot off at the two teams. Flora cast a piercing curse into a large Death Eater's kidney. As he staggered forward, she took the opportunity to duck around a tombstone and race for a mausoleum that promised enough cover for her to take stock of the battle. As she did, Harry swooped down and grabbed her from behind. "It's me," Harry whispered before she could blast his head off. She instead cast one last reducto over his shoulder. She missed, but the cloud of gravel went straight into a Death Eater's face, tearing his mask off and sending blood down from a gash on his forehead. Before she could do anything else, Harry apparated mid-flight. Harry, I thought it was dangerous to apparate while moving," Flora asked as Harry held her clenched tight against him, hovering a few feet over a street in Hogsmeade. He released the Ascendio, dropping the two of them clumsy. "I said that it was dangerous to apparate from a moving vehicle." Harry gasped out, "There's no vehicle, I had complete control over how my body was flying." He almost collapsed or catching himself on a nearby trash can. I actually asked 2 questions, Flora insisted, her wand raised as she eyed the hunched figure before her. Are you Harry? Yes, Flora, Harry emphasized. Her name as he looked around. He had managed to apparate them to the alley behind Ms. Puddifoot's tea room. He could hear the noise from inside as the servers worked, but back here it was empty. His legs felt as weak as noodles from the adrenaline, his side burning from the earlier collision and his head throbbed as the other, Voldemort, renewed his attempt to ruin his life. Harry grimaced as He tried to stand straight. He didn't want Flora to see him looking as pathetic as he felt. When we were last here, you dueled Umbridge. And almost took her head off. Harry smiled viciously. Thank you for coming to rescue me. Though usually it's my job to be reckless. He quipped, forcing a smile despite the pain. Flora ignored his statement, instead pulling his head down and kissing him as hard as she could. I thought you were dead. Ow. Harry gasped and almost collapsed. Flora's eyes got big. I'm sorry, I didn't think. Where are you injured? My side. I scraped it pretty bad. Laura quickly cast analgesic charms that cooled the pain. Is that better? Yeah, some. I hate to say it, but this sort of thing happens to me pretty often. You're going to have to get used to it. Harry tried to smile rakishly, but it was spoiled by a grimace as a spike of pain was driven into his brain. We need to get back to Hogwarts. I should take a sleeping draught right away, in case Voldemort tries to take control again tonight. Flora nodded, smiling up at Harry. I guess I'll have to get used to rescuing you. Did you hear what I said? We need to hurry to Hogwarts. He swayed. Laura realized with a start that Harry was in a lot worse shape than he was letting on. She stepped to his side and draped one of his arms over her shoulder. Let's go. Harry nodded. As they walked, he continued muttering. And we need to see if the rest of your rescue party is okay. And I should check on the potion. He stumbled, almost knocking both of them to the ground. Harry, stay awake. I'm trying. He slurred as he staggered back up. He used all his willpower to force his eyes open, but they fluttered back down immediately. There was a pressure in his head pulling at them. He didn't care now if it was a remnant of Amicus' curse or if it was something that Voldemort was doing, but it took all of Harry's efforts to not let them close. Flora slapped him. When that didn't seem to help, shush. He cast one of the many pain curse that they had learned this year. That did the trick, as Harry's eyes snapped open. She started up the road, dragging Harry. Do we tell anybody about what happened tonight? There was no way she could get Harry all the way to the castle on her own. Instead, she steered him off to the side. He was so far out of it he didn't even notice when they left the main road. Harry's head bobbled up and down. We tell McGonagall. She can send the order to Little Hangleton to check it out. And maybe I should go to Madame Pomfrey. I'm not feeling so good. He admitted, pulling, pushing and prodding. Flora guided him towards the shrieking shack and the secret passage back to the castle. Whenever he started to sway, she would send a stinging hex at his backside with one hand as she pulled him back up with the other. As soon as they were inside the decrepit building, Flora yelled, Dobby. Dobby, Harry needs you. Dobby. With a pop, the elf appeared in the rundown room. What is Miss Flora needing? Harry. Flora began before interrupting herself and taking a calming breath. She was so worried that it was hard to speak. Dobby, please bring the sleeping draughts from my school bag. Quickly. Harry needs them. The elf popped away. Flora lowered Harry to sit on the ground. Are you still Harry? He nodded. I can feel him, scratching at my mind, he whimpered. He pulled Harry against her chest and hugged him tight. A moment later, Dobby returned, holding a potion bottle. Flora quickly examined it. She was a healer in training, after all, and gave Harry the correct dose. She made sure that he swallowed the whole amount before allowing herself to relax. As the tension ran out of her, she drooped to the floor, still cradling Harry's head. Does Miss Flora needs anything more? Can you get us some bedding? I think this is as far as we're going to get today. Wait. Flora sat back upright. Actually, can you stay with Harry until I get back? At Dobby's nod, she ran up the passage. She had to tell McGonagall to adjust the potion. If it wasn't done every day, it would be ruined, and months of Harry's work would be lost. MLC. When Harry woke up, he felt awful. His head was crammed full of cotton from the sleeping potion. Fred and George could make a killing as apothecaries, theirs is so much better. He had been expecting to wake up in the shrieking shack, so he was mildly surprised to find himself in the infirmary. At least I made it through the night. The light streaming through the windows showed that it was already morning. He turned groggily to look at the wall clock. 7:30 a.m. Why yeah, that's when the potion should wear off. Every little bit normalcy was reassuring. After last night, Harry took a moment to recall the faces of his friends. No strange sensations. No voice telling me to kill. Hello, Harry. He looked up blearily at Madame Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall brought you in late last night, along with Miss Carrow. I had to shoo her away, but she said that she will be back in this morning. Harry coughed and forced his voice to work. I need to see Professor McGonagall. I am aware of your concerns, Harry. His head of house replied as she walked into the infirmary. As soon as Madame Pomfrey gives you the once over, we will head to my office. Miss Carrow managed to rescue the potion. Harry nodded in relief. He asked quietly, what? Did Flora tell you what happened? About the battle at the graveyard. Yes, I asked Remus and Arthur to go investigate, but by the time they arrived was nothing there except for scuff marks in the dirt and a number headstones that were damaged. They repaired what they could to keep the Muggle authorities from having a conniption. Harry didn't know if he should be relieved or not. On the one hand, he was fairly certain they had killed at least a couple of the Death Eaters, so he had been worried that the Ministry would try to press charges. But on the other, there was now nothing to connect the Death Eaters with a kidnapping and attempted murder either. A half-hour later, Madame Pomfrey had released him from the infirmary and he was in McGonagall's office. The elderly professor examined the potion that was bubbling on her sideboard along with Harry. All that remains is to add the blood of somebody whose love will be strong and protective, to give power the blood wards. A maternal figure such as Molly Weasley would be best. Harry shook his head. No, Flora. Incidentally, where is she? Madame Pomfrey had said that Flora was going to meet him in the morning. After yesterday, he was surprised not to see her. Minerva pursed her lips in concern. A teen crush would not suffice. It was too delicate. I don't think that is going to work. Maybe in a few years. Once you have both matured a little, and grown closer, but not right now. No, I've thought about it. I trust Flora to protect me. Last night she fought against Death Eaters, against overwhelming odds. To protect me, and then she fought to get me safely home. I admit that I don't quite understand her all the time, but I trust Flora with my life. With anything, really. Harry was too embarrassed to admit that he didn't necessarily feel the same way back for her. But like Professor McGonagall had said, maybe in a few years, once they had grown before Minerva could reply. There was a knock on the office door. Professor. The door opened and Lavender popped her head in. Flora was just detained by the Inquisitorial Squad for attacking Professor Electo. What? Harry demanded. Why would she do that? It has to be a setup, as revenge for what happened in the graveyard. I do not think we should theorize without all the facts. McGonagall swept out of her office. Calling over her shoulder, let's go. Investigate. She led the way to the headmaster's office, walking in a brisk no-nonsense fashion that made all the students melt out of her path. Harry was pulled along in her undertow. When they arrived at the headmaster's office, they found Snape standing next to Electo Carrow, glaring down at Flora Carrow. Flora glanced quickly at Harry and then away, making it clear that he wasn't to approach her. Harry froze, dithering by McGonagall's side. Snape spared them one glance before continuing on with his diatribe. It was clear that he had built up quite a head of steam and now needed to vent. Assaulting a teacher is a very serious charge, Miss Carrow. And given your delinquent behavior all year, I cannot take this leniently. You will be expelled from school as of this moment. And your name will be withdrawn from the list of Newt candidates, meaning you will not be eligible to sit the exam. Electo HRRMED in approval. You are lucky we are not getting the Aurors involved with this. If you were not from a good family, Snape let that hang. So you will punish me, but not in such a way as to embarrass my family. Flora's tone was angry but accepting. As if she didn't expect anything different from the world. Though it was partially her fault. She had forgotten that human transfiguration only lasted for a few minutes unless the target was willing. But at least it had been satisfying to kick Electo as a cushion across the room. Obviously. Why should they suffer for your lack of self-control? Wait, what about evidence? Harry interjected. Oh, we have that. Poor Electo was found stunned in her classroom, with a good-sized bruise forming around her nose. And I already told you that I had to defend myself because she was trying to avada kedavra me. Snape's just scowled. If you keep on like this, we will have to bring in the Aurors. Fine, do that, Reducto. Flora whirled and cast a Reductor curse at the ceiling, raining plaster on everybody as she dived for the headmaster's flow. She was gone before anybody could get through the dust. I think that's an admission of guilt, Electo simpered at Snape. No, that was Flora. I'm not believing that she can get a fair trial. Did you even check Professor Electo's wand? Harry interrupted. Yes, we cast prior incitatum. There were no traces of dark magic in her wand. Snape smiled condescendingly. This would be a wonderful opportunity to show how impartial his new administration was. He was willing to strictly punish a pureblood Slytherin. Nobody was above the law, only under Dumbledore and his constant coddling of Potter and his accomplices. Then use a pensive. That way you can see what actually happened. As Harry said that, Minerva's face lit up. Even if Mrs. Carrow was here to provide the memory, the school does not own such an expensive piece of equipment. And I will not turn this into a circus by attempting to borrow one from the Department of Meister. I.e.s for a basic matter of school discipline. I have a pensive, and I will bring Flora back so we can see the memory. By all means, Snape waved at the fireplace with a sour flourish. It's not lick. You ever felt that the rules applied to you? Harry eyed the headmaster strangely. If he truly did not approve of Harry, he could expel him. There was nobody to stop him anymore. With a shrug he reached for the flow powder. One moment, Harry. Minerva held up her hand. Severus, I would like your word that whatever the outcome of viewing the memory, you will not detain Miss Carrow. If necessary, I will take custody of her. Snape considered his deputy for a moment before nodding his acquiescence. Hogsmeade, Harry called out and stepped into the fire. From there, he gathered his memories and apparated. MLC. Flora was sitting on the cot in the little raw timber cabin, pushed up against the wall with her head hidden between her drawn-up knees and arms. Hey, she looked up to see Harry in the doorway. How did you know where I was? Because I know you. This was the third time he was here, but the first of his own volition. He didn't know if he should attribute some deeper meaning to this, or if it was just happenstance. Harry sat down next to Flora and put an arm gently around her shoulders. I want to say thank you for coming to my rescue. Some rescue. We got driven off before we accomplished anything. Flora hunched into herself as she relived her perceived failure. Hey, don't do that. Harry gently pushed her back up. You saved my life. I am here, and I am still Voldemort-free. Maybe I'm biased, but I think that is pretty amazing. Flora perked up a little. I'm still getting expelled. And just when I was so close to finally being free. It was all that cow's work. She wants me to hurt. The last came out as an angry hiss. I have a pensive, and Snape has agreed to view your memory. I know he's a slimy git, but he's been pretty fair since he became headmaster. Harry's response came out all in one breath, as he didn't want Flora to stew in her depression. Wait, you don't even know what really happened. How do you know that will exonerate me? Flora asked incredulously. Harry shrugged awkwardly. It hadn't occurred to him that Flora could be in the wrong. They sat like that, as Harry tried to think of an explanation, and Flora watched him, a small smile starting to quirk up the corners of her mouth. Okay, let's go. Flora pushed herself up off the bed. What's the worst that could happen? He'll expel me again. MLC. Electo was still in the headmaster's office, chatting with Snape when the two teens returned with Harry's, formerly Dumbledore's, pensive. He put the small cup onto a desk, and with a tap of his wand, it sprang back to full size. Snape turned to Flora. Think of the memory, and raised his wand towards her temple. As he did, Electo jabbed out her wand. Reducto. Protega. Harry, who had been expecting something like this, deflected the spell away as Professor Snape immediately sent a stunner at the rotund woman. A moment later he incarcerated and then revivified her. Electo Carrow, I am very disappointed in you. It seems like we are going to have to involve the Aurors now. Am I free to go? Flora asked quietly, not able to believe this quick turn of events. Snape considered the situation with a scowl. Very well, your standing in the school will remain intact, but I expect you to be available to make a statement to the Aurors when they request it. Harry took Flora's hand and led her back down the stairs. Let's go. I need your help to finish the potion. And then what? I don't know. As long as it doesn't involve any more Voldemorts, I'm open to suggestion. That sounds perfect. Flora leaned into Harry as they walked. I'm going to end the story here because it's pretty clear where it's headed, even though there wasn't any big climactic finish. This story definitely spiraled out of control. It was supposed to end somewhere around chapter 4. Then I was going to end it at chapter 7. Yet it somehow held on until now. 3 years after. I thought I was done with this story. I was wrong. This will be a 2-chapter conclusion, followed by an epilogue. Start. I want you to drop the case. Head Auror Roberts looked like a bull mastiff crouching behind a spotless mahogany desk. A small inbox stood on one corner, and in the middle one lone folder sat opened in front of him, almost like a decoration. But sir, I have evidence that Yaxley is smuggling zombie dust, Junior Auror Potter insisted. Zombie dust had arrived on the scene out of nowhere a couple of months ago. It was potion from the Caribbean that worked like the Imperious CTO trace, and you didn't need any special talent to use. It had become a huge problem in the club scene as a date rape drug. A few drops despite the name. It was a liquid, not a powder, slipped into something else, and the drinker would follow any instruction for the next hour. And who knew what it would do in higher doses? Roberts growled. And I said drop it, Potter. The word came down from above. The Office of International Cooperation will take care of it. Usually, being called into the head Auror's office was a rare, nerve-wracking experience. But Harry had faced worse than an angry boss. He just nodded. Yes, sir. Will that be all, sir? When his boss's response was to look down to the paperwork on his desk, Harry walked stiffly out of the office. Maybe it was corruption, maybe it was bureaucracy, but whatever it was, Harry hated it. This was the 3rd investigation that he had been ordered to drop. The other 2 had been when he was a trainee, so he had had to follow his instructor's lead, but now this was his first big case as a full Junior Auror. How am I ever going to get promoted if I keep dropping cases? Not to mention that this zombie dust was bad news. Harry went back to his desk and dropped into his seat with an annoyed sigh. He shared the office with 5 other Junior Aurors. Harry suspected it was just to show them their position in the hierarchy, because the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had plenty of space. It's just that most of it was designated as unused meeting rooms. Several of the other Aurors glanced his way, but kept their distance. Everybody knew that Potter was career poison. The upper echelons, most of whom were political appointees, had it out for him. Harry swept the papers from his desk into a stack and dropped them into his briefcase. He wasn't quite ready to bin the case yet. He never had been good at following rules. He glanced up at the clock. It was 4:15, close enough. Harry locked his desk and strode out of the office, his robes billowing behind him. There's at least one thing I learned from Snape, Harry smirked. He may have been a horrid instructor and a cancer of a human being, but Snape certainly knew how to make an entrance. The foyer of Ministry was still only partly filled this early into the evening rush, so he was able to walk right up to an open fireplace and call out, Potter Flat, Aberdeen, and step through. Thank Merlin for magic. Aberdeen was in the frozen north of Scotland. Most of the year, it was only slightly more hospitable than Azkaban, though he had to admit that during the brief summer, it was quite beautiful. But it was cheap. Aurors didn't get paid much, especially Junior Aurors. Hello, he called out as he stepped out of the fireplace. The living room was neat as always, but a still moist travel cloak hung on the hook by the fireplace. And somebody was moving around in the bedroom. Harry was just hanging up his own robe when a pair of arms enveloped him. He turned to face Flora. How was your day? He asked, giving the petite woman a quick kiss. Neville had me out in Wales, collecting bleeding tooth fungus. Flora was working for Neville Longbottom, who had borrowed money from his grandmother to start up his own magical plant business. In this weather, it's been raining cats and dogs all day. Flora shrugged. That's what magic is for. You still got wet. Harry pointed accusingly at the still damp travel cloak. Flora smiled, changing the subject. I also got a letter from Alexandra. Alexandra was the woman formerly known as stepmother, or, in Harry's case, the Wicked Witch of the West End. She wants me to come over for breakfast this Sunday. Of course, the invitation was for Flora alone. Harry sighed. Alexandra had been hammering at Flora to get married to one of several politically advantageous suitors for years now. You should just tell her that we're together. He pushed a strand of hair out of Flora's face. Flora had avoided her stepmother since graduating, save for exchanging perfunctory letters out of a, in Harry's opinion, misplaced sense of filial obligation. She hadn't been to visit Alexandra or any of the rest of her family since they finished Hogwarts. She had rented a room from the Lovegoods for a couple of months before moving in with Harry. Actually, Harry and Flora hadn't gone much of anywhere. Auror training was pretty grueling, and Flora never wanted to go out on the rare occasions that he had an evening free. Harry wasn't certain if that was because she was nervous around strangers, or if she just wanted to monopolize all his attention when he was home. They hadn't even gone on that trip around Europe that Flora had been talking about back in Hogwarts. They couldn't afford it. She knows. She's not stupid. She just doesn't care. Then why don't we scandalize her and come together? He was mostly joking. He had not the slightest desire to meet the woman that had traumatized Flora. But if they did, the resulting confrontation might shake Flora out of her guilt about avoiding Alexandra. Flora's mouth quirked up slightly. I don't think that spending Sunday morning with her and whatever Death Eater wannabe she invites over to meet me will be worth it. Remember, she's a skilled actress. You are unlikely to get the better of her. I guess you're right. Harry sighed as he disentangled from his girlfriend of 3 years and went to put his case notes away. He was pretty certain that Alexandra wouldn't really try to matchmake the first time she saw her daughter in 3 years, but he knew better than to court Flora. There was still a lot of pent-up anger and pain there, and he mostly avoided talking about her family. How was the case? Harry sighed. All the crooked politicians that got used to lining their nests with bribes from Death Eaters are still taking handouts, except it's now from anybody who has money. I've been told to back off of the Yaxley case. Actually, I bet it's mostly the same people handing out the bribes. Flora knew firsthand how entrenched the old money pureblood families were, and how they felt that the ministry should be serving their narrow, bigoted interests above those of anybody else. He rubbed Harry's shoulders. She knew this case was important to him. He had been complaining about it for weeks now. Are you going to be home for the evening? Harry considered. He had already lined up an appointment with an informant on the Yaxley case for later this evening, before he'd been ordered off. He made a snap decision to stick to it. Sorry, but I have something I need to look into. I will be out until late. But I have time for dinner. You better. I ordered it special from Pizza Hut. There was no wizarding community in Aberdeen, so they mostly dealt with the Muggle world when it came to takeout. Harry smiled affectionately. Of the two of them, he was the cook. Oddly, Flora's potion skills did not carry over to the culinary world unless you count making food poisonous. He set the table as Flora took a moment to take her potions, one for anxiety and one to help stabilize her magic. The first Harry blamed on Alexandra, but the second was due to Hestia's death. Apparently Flora's belief that they shared a single soul wasn't complete nonsense. After dinner, he dressed Muggle and apparated to London's nightclub district. Once there, he took a few minutes to take his bearing, wandering around the block to familiarize himself with the area before going into a venue labeled Car Wash, of all things. I hope this is the right place. Ari didn't have much personal experience with the nightclub scene, since Flora hated crowds and they had no money for such things anyway. Looking around, it was still mostly empty this early in the evening. But at least he appeared to be dressed appropriately. As he bought an atrociously overpriced beer, he told the bartender, I am waiting for some friends to join me. If anybody comes looking for Harry Potter, tell them I'm over there. He pointed to a quiet table with a good view of the bar. The club was dimly lit, clustered at one end of the dance floor, swaying to the pumping music. The tables were up on a raised dais around the periphery, screened slightly with a waist-high stucco wall and columns. Over the course of the next hour, the club started to fill up, with some people coming in large clusters. And others filtering in 1Zs, 2Zs. Hey, is this seat taken? Harry looked up to see an attractive blonde slide in opposite him. He was just opening his mouth to politely turn her away when he recognized the woman. Greengrass, I wouldn't have expected you here. And I wouldn't have expected you to recognize me right away, she pouted, put out that her surprise was spoiled. So are you with the oars working the zombie powder? Yes, Harry took a sip of the beer he had been nursing all night, and you're the one who flew in the tip. Yeah, the guy's show. I'll be here soon. I see him here most nights. I wouldn't have taken you for the sort to frequent muggle clubs. Harry pushed the bowl of chips over for Daphne to share. You'd be surprised, Potter. A lot of young purebloods come slumming to the muggle side for the nightlife. She glanced disdainfully at the proffered greasy snacks and pushed them back. Given how tightly her dress clung to her, it was clear that she watched what she ate with the sort of fervor that Hermione reserved for her revision schedules. You look good, Greengrass. Daphne quirked an eyebrow. You too, Potter, though. I suspect aura training had something to do with that. She eyed him appreciatively. Harry had always been skinny, but now that she took a closer look, she noticed that he was a lot more ripped than when she last saw him at school. You still seeing that Caro girl? I'm surprised you remember who I was dating back then. Honestly, he thought most of Slytherin House had forgotten that Flora existed. Well, unlike you, some of us weren't oblivious for 7 years. She leaned into his personal space. Enough chit-chat, Harry interrupted, flushing slightly. Are you keeping an eye out for your suspect? Yes, he just came in. Daphne's voice dropped to a whisper as she pointed to a balding man in his late 30s. He was dressed like he was in a 1970s disco. Okay, I'll take it from here. Thank you for your assistance. Harry smiled and nodded to his former schoolmate before letting his face slip into his official aura persona. The man had made it to the bar, and was leaning in next to an attractive 20-something. Excuse me, sir. He held up his aura's badge. Can I have a moment of your... The man pushed off of Harry, knocking down bar stools as he raced for the back of the nightclub. Damn. Harry's wand unobtrusively flew into his hand as he stumbled over the chairs, giving chase. He didn't have anything of the man's for a point-me spell, but he could see the wake of outraged customers trailing towards the dark corridor at the back marked, restrooms. As Harry pushed his way past confused club-goers, he slammed his badge against his chest, activating the anti-apparition ward stitched into it, a little something that Bill and Fleur had come up with. Harry had tried to interest the rest of the department in ordering some, but he had gotten shot down by, guess who, Roberts. Because the Weasleys weren't on the department's list of approved vendors. Around the corner, past the bathrooms, Harry saw an emergency exit door swinging shut. Protega, Harry, cast a shield as he slammed through the door, but nobody took a shot at him. He jumped down the 3 steps to the trash-strewn alley, glancing right and left trying to see which way the suspect had gone. He's to the left, Daphne yelled from the top of the steps. Harry jumped over the pile of trash bags and ran. He could just see somebody ducking behind a dumpster. The alley took a dog leg. Buffo, re-ending in a cul-de-sac that wasn't wide enough for a car to back into. As Harry rounded the corner, the man lunged at him, his knife skidding along Harry's protega. But the impact was enough to knock Harry off balance, sending him staggering. As the disco man stumbled back the way they had come, Harry managed to fire of a simple tripping jinx, knocking the suspect to the ground. It was in situations like this that he really wished he had a partner. At the same time as Harry pushed himself off of the wall that he had collided with, Daphne ran up to the disco man and kicked him in the side before he could get back to his feet. She followed that up with a shaky bludgeoner at his face, followed by another kick. Greengrass. Daphne, stop. Harry ran up to restrain the furious witch before she could hit the man again. He deserves it, she yelled back. Harry had never seen the Ice Queen of Slytherin lose her composure before. Daphne, I'll take it from here. I'll get him charged. The man in question was laying in the mud, moaning. Charged. I want this shit-stain dead. I want to rip his testicles off and shove them up his ass. What's gotten into you? Harry tried to end the enraged woman without either one of them getting injured. What's gotten into me? You weren't the one who was raped. Do you know what it's like to wake up half naked in a nightclub bathroom, with your privates aching and no memory of the past hour? I'll handle this. Harry turned back to the suspect, stupefying him. He hadn't realized. Daphne had given no indication that she had been victimized by the zombie powder herself. He took a deep breath to calm down before kneeling down next to the unconscious man. A quick search turned up a pair of small vials, just an inch long, filled with a thick purple liquid. Daphne, thank you for your help. I'll make sure that he gets what he deserves. Daphne smiled coldly and nodded, back to her usual controlled persona. Was she always like this? Harry wondered as he checked to make sure that the perp was restrained before pinning a portkey to his chest and triggering it, sending them both to the Orr Detention Center. MLC. Molly invited us to the Burrow to have dinner with the Weasleys, Harry began tentatively. It was the following morning, and the couple was having breakfast and going through the morning mail. You go without me, Flora replied, as expected. That was her response every time he asked her to come visit his surrogate family. It's okay. Hermione won't be there, Harry reassured her. Hermione had decided to studying abroad at the magical campus at Brown University. She had transferred there after a year. She hadn't been able to stomach the elitism of Oxford. And she claimed that of the American magical universities, Brown was the only acceptable choice. Princeton was no better than Oxford, and Harvard's magical campus was tiny and inbred. Of course, she hadn't been willing to consider some Ace like the University of Chicago. It wasn't an Ivy, after all. Flora shook her head. Hermione wasn't the problem. She actually had made her peace with Harry's ex. The problem is Ron. He hates me. Ron doesn't hate you. Harry sighed in exasperation. He was a little immature when he was at Hogwarts, but he's gotten a lot better. Lavender probably had something to do with that. Flora shook her head. Back at Hogwarts, Ron had stopped being an ass, sort of, after they had rescued Harry from the Little Hangleton graveyard together. But after graduation, he had been unpleasant the one time. She and Harry had joined him and laughed for drinks. He had taken Flora aside and told her to stop stealing Harry away from his friends. In his defense, he was more than a little drunk at the time, but whenever Flora considered going to the Weasley, all she could think of was Ron's hateful words. I don't know. Flora hugged herself, biting her lip as she debated which would be worse, disappointing. Harry or having to deal with Ron and the chaos that was the Weasleys. Molly is a little overwhelming as well. Harry ran a hand through his always messy hair. You need to talk to a therapist. This was another argument that they went around in circles on. During Auror training, he had the mind healer that the department had on staff, and it had been a surprisingly pleasant experience. Of course nobody in the Auror department actually ever made use of him. That would show that you lacked the toughness to do the job, but the concept was surprisingly modern. Fine, I'll go to the Weasleys with you, Flora acceded. If you'll go with me to Alexandra's brunch. Wait, I thought you didn't want to go to that. Harry hadn't thought she would actually take him up on it. It had just been a joke. I feel guilty just ignoring her. You're right, we should confront her this once. You think she will stop harassing you, after? Maybe. At the least I will have given it my best shot. And I can go my own way without worrying. Harry sighed and gave Flora a hug. As much as she claimed that she wanted to have nothing to do with the evil witch that was her stepmother, Flora refused to give up on her. It was part of what made her Flora. I guess I better get my Auror armor for when we go, he quipped. MLC. So what's the news on the perp that I brought in yesterday? RRY sat down opposite the Auror manning the booking desk. She was a skinny, frumpy woman in middle age. Harry thought her name might be Phoebe. She looked up from her crossword to give Harry the stint. This wasn't part of the job, but after a long-suffering sigh she did rummage through the inbox and pulled out the relevant file, skimming it quickly. Name's Lawrence O'Toole, squib from up north. They charged him with assaulting an officer and resisting arrest, though if I'm reading this right, the judge will end up tossing the resisting. What about possession of a controlled substance? That purple stuff had definitely been zombie dust. Nope, nothing in there about that. Before Harry could say anything further, a pair of oars came in dragging an incarcerated woman. What's she in for? Phoebe pivoted to do her actual job. Fortune-telling for a bunch of stockbrokers. Harry grimaced, slipping out while phone was processing the woman. This would take some time. Fortune-telling was where a witch or wizard made it appear that they could predict the future to bilk gullible muggles. The successful cons were always time-consuming to untangle. The question in Harry's mind was what had happened to the zombie powder. He had just gotten to the door when he turned and called over his shoulder to Phoebe, "Was Roberts down here earlier today?" "He wasn't in his office when I was looking for him." Actually, he hadn't gone looking for him. A day when he didn't see Roberts was a good day. "No," she replied shortly before turned back to the intake forms. Nobody liked doing those. Personally, Harry dreaded manning the bookings desk, but every had to take a turn. His was coming up in a week. So that means somebody else is covering up the zombie powder. As he got back to his desk he considered his options. Ideally, he would get somebody he trusted to help him dig into this, but Dora was out on maternity leave, and the only other that he trusted implicitly was Shacklebolt. But he was working internal affairs. Harry shuddered. All dreaded internal affairs. Any attention from them could ruin a career. I should take this to Shacklebolt. Because this was starting to sound exactly like the sort of corruption that they were supposed to investigate, but if word got out, who was to say that Ia hadn't been taken over by politics as well? In that case, they would end up investigating him instead. Going to Ia was like playing Russian roulette with your career. Still, Shacklebolt had been part of the order. "I'll get some evidence first." To make a convincing case, Harry wished that his life could be simple just for once. A job that he believed in. A beautiful woman that he loved. Well, technically he loved being an It was the politics he hated. And he did have a great girlfriend who loved him. It's just that her family was all insane. Baggage, Harry sighed. "Potter, my office, now." Why started to see Senior Roberts glaring down at him. As soon as the office door was closed, Roberts lit into Harry. "What is this I hear you asking about zombie dust? I thought I made it. Perfy. Clear that it would be handled above your pay grade, Potter." "I wasn't looking into zombie dust, sir. I was investigating a rape case. We leave Muggle crimes to the Muggle police, Potter." "The perp and the victim were magicals, sir," Harry responded, trying to sound calm and reasonable, despite how much his boss made his blood boil. "It's still going to be her word against his. It's not worth our time. With Veritaserum. Not admissible, and you know it. To protect the dignity of the suspect, Veritaserum can only be given for a capital crime or with a court order. I don't like it any more than you do. But that's the law." Roberts gave deep sigh. "Potter, I know you mean well, but we are dreadfully understaffed. The Wizengamot hasn't approved a budget increase for us in 10 years. If you keep wasting time with your idealistic little adventures, you'll just end up making it that much harder for us to do our job. Our main job is to prevent violent crime and to maintain the statute of secrecy. That is all, and we can barely manage to keep up with that." Harry wanted to argue, to say that if the department was seen as something other than a fist that protected the to do at the expense of everyday wizards and witches, that they would be able to recruit more But he'd had that argument, and it hadn't done any good. And Roberts wasn't wrong. The department was desperately short of people. A junior like him should be working with a partner. Instead, most junior were flying solo. "Yes, sir." He saluted and waited to be dismissed. Weren't big on saluting. And Harry knew that it subtly annoyed Roberts when he did it. "Get out of here, Potter." MLC. Flora wandered through the streets of Hogsmeade. It was a quiet place when it wasn't Hogsmeade weekend. And Flora liked to come here when she had a break in her schedule, just to wander about and window shop. She wasn't certain if it was because it was a familiar place, or if she was trying to relive the good parts of her high school experience. What should I do? This wasn't how she had expected her life to be. Honestly, she hadn't really put much thought into her life. But she had assumed that after graduation, everything would be miraculously better. That her family would cease troubling her, that she would have a great job and that she would live happily ever after with Harry. But she was drudging at a menial job, well below her talents, and Harry was busy most evening, like tonight. He pushes himself too hard. That would be okay, but she suspected the reason why he worked so hard was to avoid being home. She had to face reality. Harry doesn't love me. She kicked a pebble down the street before being distracted by a group of students spilling out of one of the shop, Gryffindors. If she had to guess, they had clearly snuck out. They were laughing and chatting, as one of them waved around something he had purchased from the joke shop. Why can't I enjoy my life like that? MLC, hold your horses. I'll be with you when I'm good and ready. Daphne staggered down the stairs from the loft to the main floor of the apartment. It was barely 10 o'clock a.m. Far too early for any sensible woman. Don't you know I need my beauty sleep? She opened the door to find Harry Potter darkening her doorstep. Hi, she breathed as she stood up straighter. Despite being in just her dressing gown, she still managed to look sultry. Hello Daphne, I was hoping you could help me out some more with my investigations. He resisted commenting on the fact that she looked like she had just rolled out of bed despite it being a workday. I guess when all you do is party all night, your day doesn't start until later. The blonde beauty adjusted her face into her usual cryptic smile. I'm not certain what I can help with, pick the scumbag out of a lineup or something. Lawrence O'Toole, and no. I was wondering if you knew about any other attacks like the one you experienced. Daphne whirled on her heels and stalked away, leaving Harry standing in the doorway. Daphne, I didn't give you leave to call me by my first name, Potter. She spun and stalked back towards him, angry. And second, what makes you think I want to relive about what happened? I'm not asking for that, Harry replied, trying to calm the Ice Queen down. I just want to know if you heard about any other similar attacks. I don't have any connection to the nightclub scene, so you are my only source of reliable information. Daphne sat down on a couch, adjusting her dressing gown to cover her knees. So his name was Larry the Tool, She paused to examine Harry. I hate to put it so bluntly, but what's in it for me? I can ask around, but if the wrong people hear about it, I could get into trouble. It's not that she was some sort of gold digger, but Harry's request was so out of left field that she needed to stall while she gathered her thoughts. Helping your community isn't enough, Harry asked with a cynical smile. Get real, Potter. Not all of us are cut from that cloth. I learned early on to keep my head down. Was that in Slytherin? Harry asked curiously. Flora never talked about her experiences from she was in school. No, before that, my father taught me. The coldness in her voice dissuaded Harry from pursuing the discussion. Harry sighed. There isn't much I can offer you. Other than the obvious. Taking these scumbags off of the streets will make everybody safer, including you. Harry paused. Maybe especially you, if you frequent the clubs that are their typical hunting grounds. Quote, oh, gee, that's so enticing. Daphne rolled her eyes, before a small Mona Lisa smile poked through her mask. You're still such a boy Scout. She stood up and walked into the kitchen, returning a moment later with a mug of coffee. Fine, I'll ask around, but don't expect miracles. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Harry beamed at the bemused witch. He didn't. She noticed the slight flush that rose to her cheeks as he turned to leave. MLC, Harry, come in, Fleur called out as Harry staggered out of the flow. He still had some trouble with it sometimes. Ron is outside with, oh, she paused as Flora made an appearance. You must be Flora. I have heard so much about you. Fleur's accent had faded significantly in the past several years, to the point that Harry didn't even notice it anymore. Or maybe it was that he had become accustomed to it, as he saw her once a month for the Weasley dinners. She and Bill as well as Ron and Lavender were always there, with other Weasleys making an appearance when they had a chance or, in the case of the twins, when Ron guilted them into coming. Hi, Flora tried on a smile. It firmed up and gained life as Harry put an arm around her. She didn't really want to be here, but unless she wanted to turn into a total shut-in, she needed to learn how to deal with people. And the Weasleys were safe. No matter what happened, Harry could put in a good word with them afterwards, and they wouldn't hate her. Probably. Flora glanced at her boyfriend. And that was the other reason she had come. They were drifting apart. If she didn't start participating in his life, some other witch could snatch him up. Or worse, he would realize that she was useless and that he didn't love her. She shuddered. Ever since going to Hogsmeade, That thought wouldn't leave her, that her relationship with Harry was all a farce. He was just humoring her, because he thought she was too emotionally unstable to be in her own. "Come, I will take you to the kitchen," Fleur began when Harry interrupted. "Why don't I show her around the grounds first, and reintroduce her to Ron and whoever he's playing Quidditch with?" Fleur rolled her eyes at Harry's accurate guess. "No, it's okay. You go and say hi to your friends." Flora gave Harry's hand a squeeze and turned to follow Fleur. "It's a lot less intimidating than I recall from the last time I was here. That was right after our confrontation with Voldemort. The place was filled to overflowing with Order members. You can be forgiven for being a little nervous after that." Harry waved as he went past the kitchen, where Arthur was assisting Molly, and out into the back. Outside, Ron and Bill were passing a quaffle as they chatted. "Hey, look who's here." Harry took in the scene in front of him. Why the long faces? Ron especially was looking morose. The redhead in question gave a long sigh. "Mom is pressuring me to get married, so I'm trying to get a married man's perspective." Bill shook his head in bemusement. "It's not that big a deal. You and Lav are serious about each other, so it's not like there is going to be any real change in how you act." He tossed the quaffle to Harry. "And she's already practically part of the family, with how often you come to the Burrow for dinner. So why get married then? I mean, Lavender and I have a good thing going, we're having fun. And we're still young. None of that is a reason not to get married. Getting married is about being honest about how you feel for the other person." Harry paused, considering how that could apply to himself. He finally ended with, "What are you scared of? Getting married is what old people do." Ron moaned, at which point Bill beamed him in the side of the head with the quaffle. "Oi!" Ron charged Bill, who axioed his broom and took to the air, still laughing. Ron followed him up a moment later. As Harry watched their antics, he considered his own situation. Did he want to marry Flora? It was the right thing to do, but if he and Flora got married, he would have to have these sort of family get-togethers with people who, not too long ago, had tried to murder him. Some of them may have been involved with killing Sirius or other people he cared about. He was still distracted by these kinds of thoughts as he sat down to eat, but fortunately dinner was a lot less stirs. SFUL that Harry thought it would be. Flora chatted cheerfully with Fleur and Lavender, and she was even polite to Ron. Ron nattered about some of the customers he encountered at WWW, and retold Anne C.D. Oates of the antics that his brothers got up to testing products. "Hey, Harry, I was thinking," Ron interrupted himself, "you want to come with me to play some Sunday Quidditch? A bunch of the local lads have a team, and we play casually. It's fun." Harry hemmed. "I don't know, I'm very busy." "You should. You always loved Quidditch." Flora surprised Harry by coming out strongly in favor. "Maybe in a few months. Once I've established myself. I'm still a very junior or. Don't take too long, or you'll forget all your skills," Ron quipped, sliding another piece of pumpkin pie onto his plate. And Lavender promptly intercepted it, giving him a small shake of the head. "Why can't I have the pumpkin pie?" Ron demanded petulantly. "Sweetheart, we discussed this, it's not on your diet plan." Lavender replied with a smile as she whisked the offending food back onto the serving tray. "But it's made from pumpkin. I'm allowed to have as many vegetables as I want." Ron had gained weight since the end of Hogwarts. And he did agree that he need to go on a diet, but still, fine, he grumbled. Harry had researched Flora's family in the Auror files. She was related to a half-dozen Death Eaters or suspected sympathizers. As he ate, he tried to imagine this same sort of scene, except with Flora's family in place of the Weasleys. MLC. Flora, I was thinking that maybe we shouldn't go to Alexandra's brunch thing. It was the following Sunday, and Harry was supposed to hold up his end of the bargain. Flora turned to scowl at Harry. "I already flowed her to tell her that we're coming. And it's a little too late to cancel, we're supposed to be there in 15 minutes. Seeing Harry's stubborn face, she added, "You agreed that you would come if I went with you to the Weasleys." Flora wasn't certain if she would the courage to schedule this brunch if Harry hadn't agreed. "Yeah, but the Weasleys are actually nice people. I know it will look bad, but I just don't think that this is the right time." Harry didn't want to admit that he was scared, not scared for his safety, but for his peace of mind. There was no telling who else Alexandra would invite. after all, and he could feel his anger building. Envisioning Bellatrix or Dolohov sitting across a little table filled with crumpets and teacups on doilies. And he didn't want Flora to go either, but there was no he could say that to her. Despite her claims, she had been feeling guilty about abandoning her family for years. This is important to me, Harry. She may be an awful woman, but she is the only family I have ever had. She raised me. Really? You call that parenting? It is just shy of neglect. Even the Dursleys were better. Harry retorted. He thought that he had his anger under control, but the idea of confronting former Death Eaters was sending him into a murderous rage. She raised my sister and me, Flora continued, ignoring Harry's outburst, even though she had no obligation to do so. I owe her for that. Not this much. Flora looked puzzled. I thought we were in agreement on this. What changed? Nothing changed. I just don't want to go to lunch with that woman or any surprise guests she may decide to invite. He retorted mulishly. She's not going to invite anybody. She agreed to just have the lunch with the three of us. But Harry just glared angrily and refused to compromise. Fine. Flora was angry. She couldn't believe Harry had betrayed her like that. She threw a shawl over her shoulders. I'll go by myself. She paused at the fireplace to glance back at Harry, but he just shook his head no. MLC. Hello, stepmother. Flora stepped into an apartment that she hadn't so much as visited since she was a child. That was how she had reframed her life here, as that of a powerless child. And she had now matured into a self-confident adult woman. She walked in with large, confident strides, attempting to not show her nervousness. It was just a lunch, to try to mend broken connection. How bad could it be? Good morning, dear, Alexandra replied, as if the intervening years had not existed. Thank you for coming. I took the liberty of inviting Blaise. You remember him from school? I believe he was in your year. She gestured to the young man already seated at the small, stepmother preferred to call it, intimate, dining table. Go ahead and take a seat. Flora frowned. How could stepmother do this, after she had explicitly told Harry that Alexandra would behave properly? Flora opened her mouth, to explain to stepmother about Harry. But Harry hadn't showed up. She closed her mouth, not certain what to do. She always felt so powerless around stepmother. Blaise, this is my daughter Hestia. Sit, and I will bring out the food. Maybe Blaise can tell you about what he has been up to recently. Flora sat down, feeling like a little girl. The young man in question had taken the opportunity to examine Flora Caro. She appeared a lot more personable than back in school. She was far more animated, and her clothing certainly flattered what little figure she had. What's to tell? I work for Yaxley Imports. I've only been there a couple of months, but I'm already very respected. I take care of all the ministry relations for the company. I get all the import permits, organize all the inspections. I am Mr. Yaxley's right-hand man, he preened. You know Mr. Yaxley personally? Quote, oh, yes, he has me over for dinner at his mansion every Friday so that we can plan out the following week's business. Oh, maybe you'd like to bring along Flora next time. Alexandra volunteered. Stepmother. Flora hissed in shock. How could she treat her like she was property? And this felt an awful lot like a matchmaking appointment. How could she Oh, that when she knew that she was with Harry, suddenly a thought occurred to Flora. Harry said something about a Yaxley case. Maybe I can salvage something from this fiasco. Blaise glanced between the two women. While he was pleased by Alexandra's proposal, it appeared that Flora was taken a little bit surprised. Mind if I use your restroom? He retreated to let the two ladies discuss their differences in privacy. He was raised to have impeccable manners. It was part of what helped his mother win her 4 husbands, after all. And him to score with almost every Slytherin girl in his year. Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. You know that if I don't dip my oar in you will never find an appropriate match. She placed extra emphasis on the appropriate. And he's a far better catch than that Theodore boy. Shameful what happened with him, isn't it? Alexandra leaned in as she passed the rasher of bacon. What? Flora was perplexed. She hadn't heard of not dying, though it would not displease to discover that he had. The poor boy turned gay, she stage whispered. His family has disowned him, completely stricken him off of the family chart. He's working as an accountant now. It's no surprise that he never actually courted you. He never courted me because I was with Harry. And I still am. Flora hissed. Oh, posh. How serious can it be if he didn't even come to meet me? Just talk to Blaze. I shouldn't have come either. Stepmother was using Harry's absence to try to drive a wedge between them, but she had arranged for Blaze to be here before she knew that Harry wasn't coming. She was just opening her mouth to give Alexandra a piece of her mind when Blaze returned, so instead Flora settled for glaring at him, which he took for a look of appreciation and simpered. So, Blaze. Flora forced a smile. Maybe we can get together for drinks sometime. Maybe next Friday. If she could help Harry with his case, he wouldn't be so stressed all the time. And he would realize that he needed her. MLC. Harry paced around the apartment, at a loss as to what to do while Flora was visiting the Wicked Witch of the West End. I might as well get some work done. He went downstairs and apparated to the alley behind Greengrass's condo. When he knocked, this time he was greeted by a fully clothed Daphne. He didn't want to admit it, but he was slightly disappointed. She was a very attractive woman. Hello Greengrass. I just came by to see if you have been able to find any leads as yet. Daphne snorted. Potter, I'm a socialite, not a detective. She eyed him speculatively. Was he really here for work, or, well, unless being a socialite rotted your brains, Harry was certain she was more competent than she acted. He vaguely remembered Hermione mentioning that she had been in her arithmancy and ancient runes classes. Fine. A friend of mine had something similar happen to her. She was out with a couple of guys when it happened. 2 of them were her friends from way back. But the third was a friend of a friend. Did you get a name? No, but I do have the name of the guy who introduced them. John Fournier. He's a muggle, and he lives about an hour from here. Daphne gave an address in an pricey part of London. Or we could apparate. Harry knew an apparition point a block or 2 away. Or we could apparate. Daphne agreed, proffering her arm for Harry to side along her. The apparition point was an alley between 2 buildings. It was just wide enough for one person, so they ended up landing facing the wall. It was relatively clean, as the muggle-repelling charms prevented people from dumping trash into the it. Before they walked out, Harry transfigured his clothes into a muggle suit. Lead the way. They found themselves in another upscale neighborhood, with brownstone buildings that looked right out of some Victorian-era movie. Daphne led them down a block and into a particularly nice building. I think it's here. She shared her scribbled note, pointing out the address. Harry squinted, straining to make out the address. Her handwriting was atrocious. You want to wait in the lobby? I can take it from here. Their team meant 301. Daphne considered. Don't take too long. It's impolite to make a lady wait, after all. Harry made his way up to the 3rd floor and knocked. And knocked again. No response. He checked the address. He was in the right place. Finally, he heard some motion. What do you want? The man opened the door a crack. It was still held by a chain. Scotland Yard. Harry held up his specially spelled OR badge. It could look muggle when needed. Are you John Fournier? At the affirmative nod, Harry continued, I'd like to talk to for a few minutes. The man glanced nervously into his apartment. If you prefer, we can talk out in the corridor, Harry reassured him. He didn't want John clamming up because he had some weed out on the coffee table. Okay, so what do you want? He stepped out into the corridor, but leaned back against his closed door, as if he wanted to be back inside. John Fournier was a fit man in his late 20s, with his hair cut stylishly, though currently he was wearing rumpled sweats. I want to know where you were last Friday evening. John shrugged. What's this about? Am I in trouble? No, sir. I am investigating a situation that you may have been a witness to. Oh, okay. He breathed a sigh of relief. I went clubbing. I do that most Fridays. I think I spent most of it at the car wash, though we went to a couple of smaller places later. The food there isn't so good. Harry hummed, as he jotted down what the man was saying, and who was we. I think it was Alan, Gwen and Stuart. He provided the last names when Harry asked, and how do you know these individuals? Well, Alan and Stuart have been my best mates since we were kids, and I got to know Gwen at university. We were part of the same scene there. Harry took down some More information about the people and where they went that evening, before circling back. Can you give me an address for Alan, Gwen and Stuart? That's odd. John pulled out his phone. Here it is for Alan and Gwen. But I can't seem to recall where Stuart lives. That's funny. We've been best mates since we were kids. Can you describe him for me? Harry took down the description. Do why? Oh, you have anything that he may have given you? No, nothing. I usually see him when we go to the club. He meets up with us. John was looking confused. You know, I never noticed, but he just shows up when we get there. Harry nodded. That will be all for now. If you can remember anything else, let us know. As John stepped back into his apartment, Harry wandlessly axioed a hair from his head and into a small vial that he pulled out of his pocket for that purpose. MLC. Took you long enough. Daphne snapped when Harry came down to the foyer. Nobody was forcing you to wait. I want to see this through. Harry raised an eyebrow, but didn't call her on, not wanting to be a hero. So, you want to go clubbing with me? What's the occasion? We go polyjuiced as your friend Gwen and John from upstairs. I'll ask him to stay home this once. And you think the perp will show up? Maybe. He seems to be pretty regular, and he has invested some effort into setting up John as a patsy. He's gone to the effort of memory charming him. Daphne smirked. This was so a pickup. It was kind of lame, but it made sense if the last girl he dated was that psycho Caro. She took a moment to examine Harry. What? Nothing. I guess I'll go along. It was kind of sweat how much of a nebbish he still was. MLC. So how was Alexandra? Harry asked that evening, as he returned to the apartment. She was herself. Harry snorted. That bad? Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Flora replied distractedly, chewing on her lip, before adding, Harry, I think I have a lead on the Yaxley case. Flora, I'm the one who's trained as an Auror. Let me take care of that. But in this case, it's not something you can do. I can get his information because of who my family is. She held up her hand. And before you say that it's too dangerous, remember that I was there with you whenever you went to fight Voldemort. I can handle myself, and I will tell you everything as soon as I learn anything. I don't know if that is legal. Harry began. Of course it's legal, Flora retorted. You're the one who's constantly complaining that the only laws that the wizarding world has are the ones to protect the purebloods. Well, proper police procedure has nothing to do with the pureblood agenda. Where do you know about police procedure? Harry looked incredulous. You dummy. Flora smirked. Just because I don't talk much doesn't mean I don't listen. She stepped in to give Harry a kiss to take the sting out of her words, which pretty much put an end to the conversation. MLC. Flora lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling in the dark. Harry was making quiet noises in his sleep next to her. Whenever she was with Harry, all of her worries about their relationship melted away. But they came crashing back whenever he left. And he was finding more and more excuses to leave. Like this coming Friday. He hadn't mentioned where he was going, but something about it was off. He's going to meet up with some other girl. But that was okay. She was meeting with Blaze. And once she had the scoop on the zombie dust, Harry would have to take her back. Voldemort again. It was Friday night and Harry was picking up Daphne from her apartment. Ooh. I almost didn't recognize you like that. She wasn't just complimenting him. They were both polyjuiced. The two people they were replacing had been asked to stay home for the night in John's case, that had been accompanied by a subtle stunner, as Harry didn't trust him to keep his word. We look like a couple on a date, Daph. Nay continued to tease Harry as they apparated down to the nightclub. Except that the people were pretending to be or not dating, and we need the suspect to think that you're still an easy mark. RRY was starting to feel a little uncomfortable. He hadn't told Flora where he was going. But this is just an Auror stakeout. Nothing to it, except most stakeouts didn't involve going to a dance club with an attractive non-Auror woman. It's okay. She'll never know. Oh, you're no fun. Daphne stuck out her tongue at Harry, causing him to stop in shock. What, you didn't think that the Ice Queen of Slytherin was all there was to me? Yeah, I kind of did. Harry admitted. Daphne shrugged as they showed their ids to the bouncer at the door. We were all kids, and we all had our issues. That was my way of dealing with mine. In retrospect, it was dumb. She shrugged her shoulders. Ooh, I can see what the appeal of being a metamorpho-magus is. I like this body. It's so jiggly. She pushed up on her breasts, causing Harry to blush furiously. Will you stop that? He hissed as they walked into the main room of the nightclub. We're here for serious business. Maybe this was a bad idea. But who else could he have gotten to help? The oars were stretched thin. I should have asked Flora. Except Flora hated crowds. Harry ordered a pair of drinks, vanishing the alcohol from them as he sat down opposite Daphne. You have the better view of the entrance, so let me know if anybody suspicious comes in. Suspicious? And how will I know? I'm not a trained oarer. Daphne reached out to squeeze Harry's bicep. Harry sighed. Just look for somebody who stares at us too long, like they recognize us but doesn't come over to say hi. Daphne looked at Harry like he was the village idiot. Harry, I'm a hot, slightly over-endowed woman in a too short mini-skirt. Every guy coming in through that door is going to look at me too long. She paused, though not as long as they would if I was my normal self. Harry rubbed at his forehead. This was going to be a long night. MLC. An hour later, and they still hadn't had any bites. Daphne stood up, grabbing Harry's arm. Let's go dance. But we can't see the door from there. It doesn't matter. Dancing is why people come here, and if we want to fit in, we should also. Besides, event it down to the dance floor. If our rapist shows up, he's more likely to approach us on there than in a private booth. Harry nodded. That actually made sense. He should have thought of it. The music had a fast tempo, and everybody was moving. The dance floor was full, but not so much that you had to worry about bumping into other people, except for the one guy off to the left, who looked like he was on the verge of losing all muscle coordination. Careful, I think that guy is high. He's just crumping. Harry wasn't certain what that was. Probably dance hall jargon for drug withdrawal or something. They danced for a while. Harry couldn't help noticing how lively Daphne moved. Even though the polyjuiced form she had was built different than her usual slim shape, she still looked good. Really good. Harry coughed and looked away. Hey, John, my man. Just the person I was looking for. Harry looked up to see a nondescript man grinning at him. Harry smiled like he recognized him. Hey, Stuart. I wasn't expecting to see you here, Harry ventured. If it's not Stuart, I'll have to confundo him. But the guy just shrugged insouciantly. How could I miss my favorite people? He turned to Daphne. Hey, Gwen. Looking good, as always. As he said that, his eyes unfocused, Harry had wandlessly cast a mild confundo on him. Without a wand, he didn't have a lot of control, so he had just a few minutes before it wore off. Can I talk to you, in private? Harry asked urgently. Stuart nodded with a smile, making the gesture a little bit too large. Harry led the way to the back corridor. They passed one guy on the way to the restroom. But otherwise it was quiet here. I need zombie dust. Quote. Wah, you know about that. Stuart tried to get his eyes to focus. He didn't think he'd had that much to drink. Sorry, man, I can't sell you. I'm all out. Do you know somebody who has it? Stuart considered. Where did you even hear about that? He knew there was something weird about this conversation. John was a muggle, but he couldn't quite figure it out. A guy told me that it's great for hooking up with girls, and I'm having a private party up at my place next Friday, and I invited this really hot blonde, but she never puts out. Come on, man, I need this. Harry hammed up the roll. The fact that it wasn't his voice made it easier to not be embarrassed at the desperate wheedling tone. Stuart's head bobbled as he relaxed. That made sense. Look, I'll let you know. The guy the first knew got picked up by the cops last week. But if I see him, I'll pass on your interest. You'll recognize him. He dresses like it's the 70s. Harry nodded, turning to return to the dance floor. He let Stuart go first, hitting him with a very targeted obliviation, this time using his wand. Now he wouldn't have a clear memory of what he'd talked about tonight. He would most likely just assume that he got more sloshed than usual. So, Daphne asked as she joined him as he steered for the door. Nothing. It's a dead end. Well, aren't you going to arrest him and bring him in for interrogation? The two took the corner to the alley. Harry frowned as he took the antidote to the polyjuice. I don't remember you being an Auror, Ms. Greengrass. Oh, so it's okay for you to ask for my assistance, but once you got what you wanted, it's all over. That's so typical of a man. Harry sighed in frustration. He doesn't have any on him, and without that, it's just Gwen's word against his. And all Gwen knows is that she has a blank in her memories. Also, his dealer is the guy the first picked up last week, so arresting him gains us absolutely nothing. Well, what about that Disco Dave? I think you said his name was Larry the Tool. Did you get anything from him? Harry shrugged, not meeting Daphne's eyes. I'm working on it, but the department is too busy to deal with low-level crime. Harry made air quotes. Which is Auror speak for you're letting him out without pressing charges? Harry didn't reply, partly because it was Auror business, but mostly because he was ashamed of the Auror force. I'll see you later, Greengrass. As he turned to apparate home, she called out, I'd like that, actually. Harry paused. Greengrass, Daphne, I like you. But this is work, it's not a date, and he disappeared with a quiet pop. MLC. Meanwhile, Flora arrived at the apparition point of the Bordeaux, an upscale magical dining establishment. They didn't refer to themselves as anything so déclassé as a restaurant, and made her way to the maitre d'. May I help you, miss? Yes, I am Fluid. Hestia Caro, here to join Blaise Zambini. Flora remembered at the last moment to use her sister's name. This detective stuff was more nerve-wracking than she had expected, but it would be worth it in the end. Ah, right this way, mademoiselle. The maitre d' didn't even glance at his notes before he led the way inside. He was very suave and polished, though his mademoiselle did have more of a London sound than French. The establishment looked like a mansion, with ornate chandeliers illuminating each room. The maitre d' made his way past a series of interconnected rooms, each one laid out like a posh dining room, with a dark wood table and elegantly decorated walls. There were paintings on most walls, and small statues were tastefully placed in some of the corners. The rooms gave a sense of privacy and intimacy. The waitstaff passed through small passageways and ensorcelled into the walls, appearing only to take orders and bring the food, or like now, to go from one passage to the next. So nice to see you, Hestia. You look gorgeous as ever. Blaise stood up and pulled out the chair for Flora as she entered their private room. Flora smiled. She knew that she wasn't gorgeous by any measure, but it was Nick. To hear it sometimes. Harry never said it, he was too honest. Have you been waiting long? Oh, not at all, I just got here. Blaise took his seat. They had just had time for a few pleasantries before the waiter arrived. Blaise leaned over to Flora. I would recommend the fish, they do an excellent job with it here. Flora looked round. There were no menus. She usually went to Muggle Resta. Urance with Harry. Was this a feature of magical restaurants, or was it just because this place was exorbitantly upscale? Oh, okay, I'll take the fish, she acquiesced, forcing a smile. Blaise was leaning excessively into her personal space. Blaise placed his own order, in French, before turning his attention back to Flora, still too close. Flora adjusted her seat surreptitiously. Yes. So what is that you do, again? As soon as Flora spoke, she realized it was too blunt. She should have chatted him up, complimented him on something, before getting to her real topic. She had heard Alexandra do this sort of thing when begging Uncle for a larger stipend, but she herself never spoke that way with Harry. She just spoke her mind. I'm not cut out for this cloak and dagger stuff. I manage all of the Caribbean accounts. That means I take care of purchasing all of the goods that he imports from that part of the world. It accounts for a good 30% of his business. Really? Blaise took that as an invitation to wax poetic about the import-export business. Flora tried to pay attention, on the off chance that he would reveal something that would be useful for Harry, but after the first 10 minutes her attention started to wander. I wish that HRE would take me to someplace nice like this. It was private enough so there was no chance of running into somebody connected to her family. She took a moment to compare it to the Muggle family restaurant that they had gone to last week. With a start she pulled her attention back to Blaise, as she realized that he had stopped talking. But work is more than just about the job. How are the people there? She asked as the waiter came in with their food. Oh, Mr. Yaxley is a wonderful person, we are very close as well. And he was off again, talking about some business luncheon that they had gone to recently, only pausing to take bites of his like the sound of his own voice. I know it sounds like I just like the sound of own voice. Blaze interrupted her thoughts, but I get like this whenever I am nervous. Nervous? Why? Because I am with a very beautiful woman, he smiled insouciantly, a little too. Oh, confident for somebody who was supposedly nervous. Flora blushed and looked down at her napkin. I bet you say that to all the women. Only when it's true. So everything you say is true. Of course, even the fact that you are a close personal confidant of one of the most powerful men in Wizarding England. Blaze paused. How about this? Come join me for dinner at his mansion this Wednesday. Okay. Flora smiled tentatively. Yes, this was the sort of thing she was hoping for. MLC. Flora wanted to tell Harry that she was going to Yaxley's mansion, but she was nervous about broaching the subject. What if he got upset that she was encroaching on his job? Being an Auror was important to him. Would he get upset at her for interfering? And buried deep in the recess of her mind was small niggling guilt that she had enjoyed her time with Blaze, and that she should feel guilty about that. I'll tell him tomorrow. Flora repeated that same mantra on Sunday, and then Monday and Tuesday. When Wednesday dawned, she realized that she had to let Harry know what she was doing that evening. Except Harry was gone. There was a note saying that he had to go into the office early, as there was a departmental meeting. Flora got ready for her own job, but she was a bundle of nerves. Everything was distracting her. She wouldn't have much time from when she got home to when she had to go out to dinner with Blaze. Don't think of it like that. So she spent a half hour picking out just the right dress that she could switch into. She was supposed to be in the shop today, processing an incoming shipment, mostly separating leaves from stems and drying them, though any roots would have to be trimmed and put in the cold box for possible use later. When she arrived, she quickly went to the back, to avoid having to talk with Neville, who was manning the counter today. Usually she enjoyed exchanging a few words with him, but today she was too anxious. She cut and dried on autopilot. Until the day was done, she didn't even notice if she ate lunch. I'll see you tomorrow, Neville called out as she apparated away. Back home, she quickly pulled on the dress she had elected and examined herself in the mirror. It's a little frumpy. I better lower the neckline a little. A quick wave of the wand and the dress was a little more daring. Flora blushed at being seen like that, but it was for a good cause. Oh, right, Harry. She quickly scribbled a note and apparated to the address provided by Blaze. MLC. Harry was having a bad day. First off was the Lee morning meeting. They had it at the crack of dawn, so that Aurors working the day shift and the night shift could both attend. And it had lasted over an hour, with Roberts saying absolutely nothing that had any meaning. It was all inspirational team-building crap that he had learned in some seminar. How the department had money to send him to waste-of-time seminars when they didn't have enough Aurors was another question. And then who should show up at the ministry except Yaxley himself? Minister Thickness gave him a tour of the departments, forcing everybody to interrupt their work. The whole time Yaxley acted like a prospective buyer inspecting a slightly dilapidated house that he was considering converting into condos. And now, lunch. Hello Harry, how are you doing? With Percy the Ponce. Harry sat down at the table in the ministry cafeteria and pulled out the lunch he had packed from home. I'm good. How's the wife? Audrey's good. She's organizing a trip to Paris later this month. She wants to make one last trip before the little one arrives. Percy had just recently announced that his wife was expecting, and he still made a point of mentioning it regularly. What about you? Are you and Flora going anywhere over the summer? No, Flora is more of a homebody. Percy frowned, before leaning in and continuing quietly. I don't mean to be telling you how to live your life. You're an exceptional young man, but in order to get ahead in this world, you need to go out and press the flesh, mingle with movers and shakers in the ministry. Otherwise you will end up stuck in a dead-end job like my dad. And you keep turning down all the invitations to ministry functions because of Flora. And she has all those mental health issues. I hate to say it, but you can do better. And this is why Percy was Percy the Ponce. He had somehow managed to combine the Weasley predilection for meddling in other people's personal lives with an arrogance that he had learned working for Fudge. And you know I'm not going to do that. Harry replied patiently, speaking of the high and mighty, have you heard why Thickness was showing Yaxley around like he was his trophy wife? This wasn't the first time Percy had attacked Flora, and Harry had learned that he was too narrow-minded to understand that somebody might not love the same sort of things or people as he did. It was simpler to just change the subject. Percy grimaced and pronounced, I'm sorry, I can't say anything negative about the minister. From his tone, it was clear that he very much could say many negative things about the current mom. After a pause he added more diplomatically, though I hear that Yaxley is hosting a gala fundraiser at his house tonight, so Thickness is probably getting an early start on his glad handing. I wonder if any of that money will make it to the Auror department, or if it will all mysteriously disappear into the Thickness Fund. Harry, you know that there are rules for how these funds are handled. Please don't accuse the minister of misappropriating funds. I seem to recall that those rules were rewritten about a year ago, by the current minister. That's getting dangerously close to slander, Harry. Are you going to tell me that I'm wrong? Percy sat quietly for a moment, glancing quickly to either side before admitting, not on a superficial level, no. Oh, trust me, the rot goes all the way down. Percy sighed, I can't agree. Not in public. Harry snorted, you're still angling for the Department of Education position. Mary Ann S. Impleton announced that she's retiring at the end of the year. I don't see why I shouldn't be the next department head. Good luck with that. Harry wiped his mouth and banished his trash to the bin, but I got to get back to work. Percy nodded, give my regards to Ron and the others, when you see them. And that was the reason he subjected himself to this. Percy still refused to talk to the rest of his family. So he was their only line of communication. But despite everything, both parties did want to stay in touch. The rest of the day was a little better, but when Harry arrived home he found a note from Flora. I have been invited to a function at the Yaxleys. I hope to have useful information when I get home. Love Flora P.S. Don't be angry. Harry threw the note to the table. Why does she think I would be angry? He wasn't. What he was worried. Flora was a smart and competent woman, but she tended not to plan ahead or communicate. Like for instance why she was going to a major gala at the Yaxleys. Did Alexandra strong-arm her into it? She would be surrounded by scoundrels and manipulative bastards who would spend the whole time either trying to get something from or tearing her down for being who she was. She's a grown woman. I'm overthinking it. Harry went to pour himself a shot of fire whiskey, and then reconsidered, just in case. When she arrived home, she would probably be a basket case and would need him sober, to pick up the pieces. In the meantime, he had to find something to do. Flora so rarely went anywhere without him that he hadn't noticed that it was kind of lonely when she wasn't here. Maybe I'm taking her too much for granted. MLC, the mansion on Blaze, armed to find not an intimate dinner party but a large, very large, soiree. Flora started to hyperventilate. This is not what I expected. She took a deep breath, but it didn't really help. She turned quickly to Blaze. I wasn't expecting something like this. I don't think I am dressed right. Her dress was nice, but it wasn't a formal gown the way most of the women were dressed. If she went in like that, she would look like a fool. Stepmother had lectured her at length about clothing. Here, let me go freshen up. She spotted what looked like a bathroom off to one side of the corridor that led to the main ballroom. Once inside, she quickly pulled out her calming potion and quaffed a dose that would start working in a few minutes. She avoided the ones that worked instantly. They always made her feel woozy. She then took the time until it kicked into transfigure her dress into something fancier, but more prim. For once in her life, Flora was grateful to stepmother for something. She had forced both girls to memorize these ball gowns so that they'd Eldent embarrass stepmother if they showed up somewhere dressed improperly, though she was also somewhat surprised that she hadn't as yet blotted the memory from her mind. While the gown wasn't the most chic, it was a classic cut that never went completely out of style. When she came back out, feeling less panicked, she saw a momentary look of disappointment flash across Blaze's face. That bastard did it on purpose. Flora fumed. Not that she had found him pleasantly debonair before, with a certain roguish charm, but he was an utter cad. Shall we go in? She forced a smile. He's nothing like Harry. Harry being the standard against which she measured all other men. The ballroom was about half full of a veritable who's who in wizarding politics, both politicians and affluent businessmen who helped support them. Most of the ministry is here. So, you're a close, personal friend of Yaxley, and you're invited to small, private parties at his house. Flora asked scornfully. But of course, this is a small private party by Mr. Yaxley's standards. Blaze replied disingenuously. HMPH. Flora gave a small snort as she turned to take a little deep fried pastry thing from a proffered tray, nodding politely to the waiter. As she did, but she allowed Zambini to steer her through the crowd, introducing her to people whose names were often in the news. If he was trying to impress her, it wasn't working. As she smiled at yet another friend of Mr. Yaxley, she considered, this isn't too bad. It helped that she didn't care what any of these people thought of her. She could vomit all over, say, that woman with the toxic cloud of perfume that Blaze was making a big deal over, and it would affect her life not at all. She was so far below her that the respected pure-blooded lady would just treat her as an anonymous annoyance. It was quite liberating. She turned towards where Mr. Yaxley was holding forth to a small circle of his admirers, middle-aged men dressed in Innis suits or robes that were worth more than many people earned in a month. When Blaze tried to pull her away to greet yet another one of his acquaintances, she waved him off. Blaze frowned, but he went off on his own, leaving Flora to listen in. Nobody in this group deigned to notice here. She was a nobody, but they didn't do anything else to exclude her. As the evening wore on, Flora learned more than she ever wanted to know about importing probably looted antiques from third world countries. It was at 9 o'clock when Yaxley excused himself and went to join the Minister of Magic on a small dais at the front of the room. "May I have your attention please?" he called out, putting a hand on Thickness's shoulder. "I would like to propose a toast in honor of our great Minister of Magic. And to another 4 years of the best government that money can buy." There was polite laughter. At that moment, waiters spread throughout the room, handing everybody a goblet of a thick blue liquor. As soon as she took it, Flora felt a desire to quaff it, it smelled so good. But she had been avoiding alcohol all evening. The calming potion she had taken didn't mix well with alcohol. She smiled apologetically at the server that had brought her the drink and tried to return it to the tray. Except her hand wouldn't move that way. "Drink up, everyone," Yaxley called out. "This is a rare liquor that I imported from Haiti. You're never going to experience the like again." Everybody followed the instruction, some more hesitantly than others, but soon everybody had drained their liquor. Flora struggled to keep the goblet away from her face. With an effort, she managed to pull her wand out with her other hand and vanish the blue liquid most witches couldn't cast with their offhand. But Harry had drilled her on it when he was learning it at the Auror Academy. As she looked around to see if anybody had noticed her struggle, she realized that all of the attendees were standing stock still, watching Yaxley. "Very good, my little sheep," he laughed. "Now BAA for me." An older woman in a low-cut ball gown gave a passable rendition of a bleat. She was followed moments later by the rest of the room. Flora belatedly joined in, sweating nervously. The blue liquid must have been the zombie dust that Harry was investigating. Except it was a full goblet, not just a few drops in glass of wine. Yes, Yaxley pranced across the front of the room, acting completely differently than the staid businessman of a few minutes ago. "I am now free. With you, my faithful, by my side I can finally reveal myself to the world." He waved his wand, canceling his disillusionment charm to reveal that he was wearing a woman's diadem. "And nothing else. I am Lord Voldemort. I am Lord of all of Wizarding England. You will all bow before me." As his enthralled audience did so, Yaxley gave a chortle and danced back up onto the stage, not at all bothered that he was completely naked. "Sit down, fatty," he commanded Thickness. "Now, stand and salute your new lord." Yaxley struck a pose as his audience followed his instruction. As Yaxley amused himself with his new thralls, Flora stepped up. OA serving table covered in a floor-length tablecloth and jabbed her wand through a gap, so that she could cast a Patronus beneath it. Fortunately her Patronus was small. A moment later, a glowing mongoose scampered for freedom. MLC. Harry was half asleep when Flora's glowing mongoose raced up the couch and whispered, "Save me," into his ear. He started awake. He had fallen asleep reviewing case files, with the papers strewn over his chest and spilling down to the floor. He glanced at the Patronus. What? He looked questioningly at the glowing mongoose. It sat silent before dissipating into a cloud of motes of light. Its message delivered. His sleep-addled brain gave him the answer. Flora needed help. Where? Right. He raced for the back bedroom, the one he used as his office, and pulled out the drawer containing the compass that Flora had given him as a Christmas present their first year together. It worked like the one she had used to track him when they were in school. Except this one was spelled to point to her time-telling bracelet. She didn't like Muggle wristwatches. With that in hand, he grabbed his broom and raced up to the apartment building roof. A moment later, he raced back down and tore a map of England out of one of his OR textbook. I have to do this smart. I can't just go racing off half-cocked. He then took a reading with his compass. It was pointing almost due south, and drew it onto the map before flowing to the ministry. He took another reading. It was still south, but also a little west. Harry swore. The two lines were too close together to let him triangulate. He wasn't that good with maps. He next apparated to Shell Cottage, out in Cornwall. That gave him a reading almost due east. He carefully traced it onto the map and examined where they intersected. Now he had a place to start. Ster Abbey, not the abbey itself, but the small magical community that was 2 blocks down, and swooped into the air on his broom, following the compass. This is taking too long. He had been flying for 5 minutes, but the compass was still pointing in the same direction. Harry cast Ascendio, and lifted off of the broom, which he shrank and pocketed. He then looked as far as he could see in the direction he was flying and apparated there. A quick glance at his compass showed him he had to go further, so he repeated the procedure again and again. The danger of splinching from repeat apparitions was not negligible, especially when he was already distracted by maintaining the Ascendio spell, but Flora would never ask for help unless the situation was dire. Finally, 10 minutes later, his compass veered back the way he had come. He had overshot the location. Harry swooped down, not bothering to switch back to his broom. His target was a huge mansion that stood on 10 acres of manicured grounds, definitely the sort of place that Yaxley would live. He checked. Yes, it was warded, and heavily. He wasn't certain if he could get through the wards, but he certainly couldn't do it without alerting everybody inside. He was still debating his options when a fountain of light exploded from inside the east wing of the mansion. MLC. Hey, you, slave, Yaxley called out, and then realized that he would need to be more specific, as everybody in the ballroom turned to look at him. Slave in the frumpy old dress, why are you walking away? Flora stopped. She had been carefully sidling towards the corridor that she had arrived through. She waited, hoping that somebody else would respond. When nobody did, she said, I need to go to the bathroom. I didn't give you permission. Yaxley began, before realizing that the consequences of his petty power trip would be a puddle on his expensive black mahogany floor. Fine, go. Flora scurried to the bathroom and searched for a way out. There were no windows, and she knew that the house was warded like Gringotts, so apparition was out. She couldn't force her way past without splinching. Not for the first time, Flora wished that she was an animagus. Well, nothing to be done about that. The front door it is. Flora listened at the bathroom door, hoping to be able to tell if any of Yaxley's thralls were close by. She could hear his voice faintly, still monologuing and probably dancing naked in accompaniment. She shuddered in disgust, but the moment she pushed the door open, Yaxley paused. Return to me, my slave. Instead, Flora ran. There was a moment as the badly damaged shard of Voldemort processed what was happening before. Get her. Yaxley screamed. Don't let her escape. The mind-controlled ministry workers staggered after her. They were still acclimating to the zombie powder, and Yaxley has spent the past few minutes encouraging mindless obedience, so they were slow to respond. Instead of using spells, They first gave chase, following Flora through several rooms before the first thought to cast an incarcerous spell. The rock's went wide as Flora turned for a side corridor. Flora threw herself behind a leather upholster reclined in what was the third of Merlin knows how many sitting rooms that she had raced through. Shish. E was pretty certain she had missed the turn-off for the front door. There were no signs. As soon as she landed, a pair of spells impacted on the sofa, one burning a hole into the leather and filling the air with a stench. Thank Merlin, all of the furniture here was heavy and ponderous. Flora animated an end table and sent it galloping down the corridor. More spells hit the recliner, which Flora reinforced before returning fire. The end table was now jammed, blocking the corridor and slowing the thralls. As the first row tried to step over the table, they were pushed down by those behind them, creating a bottleneck. Each thrall was desperate to be the first to carry out Yaxley's command, to the point that they were actively interfering with each other. But nevertheless, it was a matter of time before a slightly more intelligent slave forced his way through. Flora cast an overpowered reducto at the ceiling, hoping to block the corridor, but the spell just bounced. Seriously, how paranoid do you have to be to ward the inside walls of your house? When Flora returned her attention back to the thralls, she saw Blaze had forced his way through. She just managed to throw herself out of the way before he levitated the recliner up. She retaliated with a stunner, but he shielded and retaliated with an incarcerous curse. Oh, good, he's not trying to kill me. Flora wasn't certain if that was due to Yaxley's command. Or maybe he just didn't view her as a threat. Or just possibly he felt some residual affection for her. Sectum sempra. Whatever the case, it wasn't a sentiment shared by Flora. She had temporarily forgotten, but Blaze had always been a bastard, and she didn't really care if he was supporting Yaxley of his own free will or if he was mind-controlled. Blaze manag ed to mostly duck out of the way of the fast-moving curse, but it caught his shoulder, making him drop his wand. Before Flora could finish him off, she realized that two more thralls had joined Blaze. The older woman who had reeked of perfume and didn't seem certain what to do with her wand, and a middle-aged man whose first spell was so underpowered that Flora easily batted it away. But as she did, several more people managed to push through the crowd to join them, and Blaze attempted to physically tackle her. Flora danced out of his path, banishing him towards the mob, following up with another spell to send the remaining furniture in the room sliding into a pile in front of them as well. She tried to think of what to do. She didn't want to use any lethal spells, as most of the zombies were just as much victims as she was. As the mound of furniture shuddered and collapsed back into the room, she gathered her concentration and summoned Fiendfire. A fire bird burst from her wand and flew at the crowd of attackers. Even while under the control of the zombie powder, the ominous screaming flame cowed the thralls. As they cowered away from it, the Fiendfire swooped up and burst through the ceiling, burning a hole straight up. The only thing that the overwhelmed wards were able to do was to prevent the fire from spreading past the point of impact. I don't know how you managed to overcome my zombie dust, little girl. Yaxley pronounced as he apparated past the cowering mob to strut towards Flora, but you are no mock for Lord Voldemort. He opened fire with a barrage of spells, a pair of cutting curses, a bludgeoner and a sickly blue curse that Flora didn't recognize. She shielded against the first ones, and dodged the others, but Yaxley was casting fast, and his spell's had enough power so she had to concentrate to deflect them. This is not good. Flora was a talented witch, and she had trained more than some Aurors, but she was nowhere near in this league. The SPLs were raining down so fast that she couldn't even tell what most of them were. And now, you die. Avada K. And that was when Yaxley went flying ass over teakettle as a massive area effect banisher slammed into him and the thralls, sending them to the far ends of the room. Several were knocked unconscious by the impact, but Yaxley quickly rolled to his feet, to see Harry Potter descending rough the hole in the roof like a vengeful god, a salvo of spells leaving his wand. Attack him! Attack! Shrilled Yaxley as he desperately blocked the spells. As more of the thralls surged forward, crawling over the end table that was still blocking their way, Flora stupefied them one after another. Most were impaired by the zombie dust, so they weren't able to come up with creative ways to implement their commands. But a few were bright enough to apparate in forcing Flora to switch to dueling on multiple fronts. Harry pressed the attack on Yaxley. Voldemort's puppet held his own, but now He was the one who was on the defensive power that Voldemort was accustomed to, and Harry easily matched his casting speed and creativity. His only advantage was that several zombies managed to evade Flora, forcing Harry to incapacitate them, including an elderly dowager attempting to bludgeon him with her pocketbook. He used non-lethal spells on them as it was clear that they were not acting of their own volition. If this keeps up, somebody is going to get hurt. As he pressed his offense, Harry used his offhand to wandlessly banish a broken chair leg at the possessed man. The unexpected attack skewered him through the stomach, pinning him to the wall. "Call them off or I blast off your manhood, little man." Harry pointed his wand at Yaxley's privates. Yaxley coughed. "I don't know who you are, but join me. And we can rule together. As father and son." Harry quoted Darth Vader. "What, Harry? The diadem is a Horcrux." Flora yelled as she fended of a pair of thralls. Harry ised his wand to point at the piece of jewelry. "Call of your thralls or I melt you into a pile of slag." "Halt," Yaxley called weakly. He glanced down, as if realizing for the first time the extent of his injuries. "Help. Help me." Harry risked a quick glance at Flora. "Are you okay?" "Yes, just tired." She came over. "Do you want me to heal him?" "No, just seal up the wounds so he won't bleed out." Harry turned to Yaxley. "If you so much as squirm, your injury will reopen and you will die. Here, drink this." Yaxley did so without hesitation, assuming it was a healing potion. Despite everything, he did not want to die here. Harry waited for the count of 3 for the Veritaserum to start working. Harry took a deep breath. "This is Junior Orr Potter making a pensive quality deposition." He quoted the time, date and address before turning to Yaxley. "Please state your name and age." "I am Lord Voldemort." "I am." There was a pause. "I am 35 years old." "But that is not your original body." Harry added by way of clarification. No. It used to belong to Peter Yaxley. Apparently he was a follower of mine, but I have no memory of him." "My memories. And what was the purpose of tonight's event?" Harry interrupted before he could ramble. He didn't want it to be obvious that Yaxley was under the influence of the truth potion. Technically, what he was doing was illegal, as an Auror required a court order to administer Veritaserum. But Harry was never been good at following rules, especially when most of the people making those rules had just tried to murder his girlfriend under Voldemort's command. 2. To take over the ministry. "And who are your accomplices?" "Nobody," bragged Yaxley. "I did it all by myself." He started coughing again as the sudden motion the shaft of wood holding him to the wall, because pious thickness made it so easy. "You better rest until the healers get here." Stupefy. "This is Junior Orr Potter, ending deposition." "Okay, we need to get some serious backup here. Any." He turned to Flora, only to find her already tending to the injured thralls. "Right, I'll call the Aurors." He sent off a Patronus to the Auror emergency desk and another to St. Mungo's MLC. "Oh, my aching head." Harry lay down on the couch. Flora sat down next to him and scooched so that his head would be resting on her lap. "You had a busy week, toppling a government." Quote, "Yeah, who would think the Daily Prophet would actually do something useful for once?" When the news broke that Minister Thickness was best buddies with a revenant Voldemort, his political career sank faster than a lead balloon. And he took half the ministry down by contagion. Somehow, the Daily Prophet had managed to make Yaxley's experiment in mind control sound voluntary. And anybody who had been present at the ill-fated fete was all of a sudden finding themselves on thin ice. And many of them had political enemies who gleefully took the opportunity to get them removed from office. Harry himself had pressured Chief Roberts to step down and appoint Shacklebolt as his replacement, on the excuse that he needed to avoid any public scrutiny of his connections to Yaxley. Oh, and all of a sudden Harry was the department golden boy, in line for promotion to senior Auror. "Are you okay?" "I haven't been home much, dealing with the aftermath, and I know that it was pretty stressful for you." Flora shrugged. She had stunned, bludgeoned and beat up half the sitting magical government of Great Britain. And they had given her an award for it. It had been surprisingly therapeutic. "I'm fine," she smiled. "And what's more, Harry had raced to her rescue. While she realized that this was not a rational way of measuring affection, she would freely admit she wasn't always the most rational of women, and it had warmed her heart. And then the healers from St. Mungo's had offered her a position as a Meadowitch intern when they saw her work in the aftermath. She had had the best week ever. The only thing that would make it better: let's get married. Flora started. What about my family? I can find some way to tolerate them, if I have to. Then, yes, I want it, very much. She pulled Harry into a fierce embrace. Harry was far more important than her so-called family. If they couldn't behave themselves, she would blast them into the last century herself. And, in the end, it was a very small wedding. Epilogue. And the little wizard boy ran to his home, but the snake followed after, slithering right under the door. The old witch read from the large picture book in her left hand while helping the little boy balance on her knees with the other. The giant snake hissed, "I like boys that taste like bacon," and the giant snake swallowed that bad little boy whole. But before that snake could even turn around, the boy's sister ran into his room and hit him with her magic broom. The snake tried to escape, but with the little boy inside, it was too big to go back under the door. It slithered this way and that, but each time the girl would hit it, bonk, on the head. So the snake was forced to spit out the boy so that it could finally slide out under the door. The old woman turned the page. "From now on, I will always eat my peas," pronounced the little wizard boy. And the snake was never seen again. The end. Again. The boy on his grandmother's knee cried, "I'm sorry, Jeffrey, but you know that it is your bedtime. Granny will read this book to you again tomorrow." She smiled indulgently, despite being condemned to read the same book every night to her grandson for the past month. MLC. Vold Nagini slithered past the house at the outskirts of the wizarding village. She was quietly, oh so quietly stalking two little children. One boy was dressed in typical wizarding robes, but the other was clearly Muggle-born, wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Vold Nagini wasn't certain how long ago he had awoken to his mission in life. But he now realized that he had to purify the wizarding bloodlines, one mudblood at a time. He slithered silently through the bushes along the curb, biding his time. As the boys stopped to examine a toad by the side of the road, he lunged out from the bushes and swallowed the filthy Muggle-born. MLC. Hestia strode angrily along the outskirts of the village. Her mother was dumb. Quidditch is a perfectly safe sport. Dad played it, and he's fine. She was starting her third year at Hogwarts in a few weeks, and she had been looking forwards to trying out for the seeker position on the Gryffindor team. Hestia kicked the grass at the edge of the road. It was wet from the fog, and now her sandals were all moist and yucky. And Mother didn't let her carry her wand out of tea. House because she was underage. Her father didn't either, but she was angry her mother at the moment, so she couldn't do anything about it except suffer as the moisture slowly crept up her foot. They lived in an old-fashioned village in the south of Scotland, almost in England proper. It was a nice place to grow up, but it was foggy more often than not. She stomped a few more steps along. Mind turned back to Quidditch. It's not like I'm talking about getting a boyfriend or something. She knew that. Several of her dorm mates were noticing boys, and they would not stop talking about it. It was so annoying. Hestia was just rounding the northern end of the village when she saw the huge snake attack the Thomas twins. She grabbed the purse that Daddy had gotten her and raced towards it without a moment's thought. Vold Nagini had the squirming bundle halfway into his mouth when he saw the girl approaching, clutching a small beaded purse. Nothing to be done. He started swallowing faster. He couldn't slither until he had finished swallowing. But then again, he could tolerate being whacked with a purse for a few minutes. His magical protections should deflect anything hort of a killing curse or basilisk venom or something on that order. Hestia Potter pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of her purse and brought it down the way Uncle Neville had trained her, chopping the snake in half. She then proceeded to pull the idiot boy out of the snake. "Where is that portkey for St. Mungo's?" She rummaged through the bag that was far larger on the inside than it appeared. She had inherited her daddy's saving people thing, and her mommy's poor communication skills, so Daddy had given her the little beaded handbag and all the things inside it to her to keep her safe in the inevitable situations she would find herself in. Deep under Gringotts, an ancient, almost blind dragon listened as a sinister something whispered to in Parseltongue from the vault by its left side.